Morning, Isaac. This is Arthur.
Hi, Arthur.
Let's see. I'll be sharing my screen after the address by Liz Stefanix. I don't know. I don't know what time it's going to happen. Somewhere around 9:39 or so.
Alrighty.
Full day today.
Sure looks that way.
Do you have to be in two other places as well?
Um, well, I've got a bunch to do today, but it's I only have one other meeting, um,
Okay.
and it's not till this afternoon, so I think I'll be okay.
Okay. Well, we appreciate the support. Talk to you in a bit.
No problem.
Just done. Oh, no.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Public Regulation Commission's initial workshop in the community solar rulemaking. I'm Jonas Armstrong, Commissioner's Assistant to PRC Commissioner Joseph Maestas, District 3. Thank you all for being with us here today. It looks like people are still coming in. We've gotten 10 just in the 30 seconds since I started talking. So I might give a few more minutes to let people come on. I know Isaac, I think on Isaac's list of confirmed folks, it was over 100. So I think I'll give it just a couple more minutes.
Hello, Commissioner and Jonas.
Good morning,
Good
Kevin.
morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning. Morning.
Good to be here.
Thanks so much for joining us, Senator Stefanik.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm feeling vindicated. Our number has doubled in the last 2 minutes.
We always had faith in you, Jonas.
I'll go ahead and get started. I'm gonna share my screen. You all have seen the agenda, but that's what I'm gonna be putting up. And I'll be discussing what's on the agenda today. Like I said, this is the initial rulemaking workshop in the community solar rulemaking. That implies there will be more workshops, and you'll learn more about that later. We're going to open up the day with remarks from commissioners, and I know Commissioner Maestas is obviously here. I believe Commissioner Hall is also planning on joining us. She is the other commissioner on the Community Solar Action Team. That team includes representation from PRC's Office of General Counsel, Utility Division, one of our advisory fellows, our Public Information Office, and our contractors with Stratagen, as well as commissioners' assistants. After opening remarks from commissioners, we will have a keynote address from Senator Stefanik, the lead sponsor of the Community Solar Act. We will have a walkthrough of the act and our approach to the rulemaking process by Arthur O'Donnell. He is a Department of Energy fellow here with PRC, focused on solar innovation. We will have a presentation at 10 a.m. from Stratagen Director Matt McDonnell, who is contracting with PRC on this case to implement the Community Solar Act. We will then have a time slot on consumer protection with presentations from the Attorney General's office and from Jenny Heater with the National Renewable Energy Lab. We got breaks spread in throughout the day, and obviously this is a virtual workshop. You all can feel free to take breaks as needed, and some of those breaks might get chewed up by Q&A. It's a long day, and I know everybody knows there's lots of issues. Then at 10:50, we'll have a panel on outreach to low-income stakeholders and disproportionately impacted communities. This is the first part of our agenda that really aligns with the buckets of issues that were outlined in Exhibit A to the order setting today's workshop. Then we'll have a lunch break. Then the second bucket of issues from that Exhibit A are rate-making issues. We'll have a panel there led by Arthur O'Donnell. Sorry, I'll scroll back up. Our panel on low-income stakeholders and disproportionately impacted communities is going to be led by Christian Casillas with the Coalition for Sustainable Communities New Mexico. He's got some great national experts on that panel. After Arthur leads the panel on rate making issues, we'll get into a discussion about projects on tribal lands in New Mexico and the specific statutory provisions and things that the rulemaking will need to address regarding those. Moving into the perspective of rural electric co-ops and opting in and how the rulemaking might address those issues. The statute also requires that we get perspectives from other state agencies, and there are a number that have some relationship here. We do know last summer's working group, Senate Memorial 63, had heavy involvement from the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, specifically Luis Martinez's group out of Energy Conservation and Management Division, and also the State Land Office's Office of Renewable Energy has a role to play there in projects that might happen on state trust lands. So we've got Jeremy Lewis, who will be giving a presentation. Our final panel of the day is on market oversight issues, moderated by Matt McDonald, who I've said is with our contractor Stratagen. Then we'll get into information collection with a presentation by Christopher Dunn, who's a PRC economist with the Utilities Division. Chris has structured his presentation in a timeline way that leads up to the very important 2024 report to the legislature. And then to end the day, we'll wrap up with process and next steps by Matt and Maggie Field with Stratagen. They'll help you all understand our projected timeline for this process and what the working group setup will look like and how it'll operate. So with that, I will turn it over to commissioners. I know Commissioner Maestas is here today, so we'll have him go first.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jonas, for leading this Community Solar Action Team. And I want to thank everyone for taking time out. This is, I think, a very important point in our state's history and the long and arduous journey that we've been on to finally achieve a Community Solar Act and pave the way for affordable, accessible, and reliable community solar for everyone that wants it. As I looked back at the legislative history, and I'm sure Senator Stefanik will speak about that. I mean, this was the third consecutive session in which there were attempts to pass this legislation, and finally, I think we wore the opponents down in finally achieving community solar. So it's been a long, long journey, and if it weren't for progressive, visionary, and persistent legislators, we probably wouldn't be here today. And so now is the point where legislators pass the baton to the stakeholders, and that's all of you. And so we have quite a charge, quite a mandate to develop a comprehensive community solar rule. The act has designated April 1st as the deadline. And so please be patient, stay engaged, be aware, because there's going to be ups and downs in this process, but we are oh so close to achieving community solar. And I'm really proud of the Community Solar Action Team, and we've hired a national expert in Stratagen, and you're going to hear more about the expertise and experience that they're going to bring to the table. But really, at the end of the day, it's all about you. And please know that this is just as Jonas said, this is the first workshop. There's going to be many more opportunities to be engaged in this process. We feel the foundation of this process is stakeholder engagement, and that's where all of you come in. And so I'm really proud of where we've been, and I am wide-eyed and prepared for the challenges ahead. And I'm just asking for all of you to really contribute and offer your perspective, your experience, and your expertise to make this the best rule possible. So I wish you all the best in this workshop. I know that it's going to be productive and fruitful. So thank you again for being here. Thank you, Jonas.
Thanks, Commissioner Mastis. I just got, it doesn't look like Commissioner Hall is with us yet, but I think she will be joining us shortly. Next on the agenda is, there are no other commissioners here with us today. And we do have Senator Stefanik with us. So Commissioner Mastis, did you want to give an introduction of Senator Stefanik?
I'd love to, Jonas. Senator Stefanik and I go way, way back. We sat on a committee together on an open space committee for Santa Fe County when she was still in charge of Open Hands. And since that time, this was in the late 90s, Liz has been nothing but a true New Mexico leader. She is a state senator. She represents District 39, which represents a number of counties. She also served back in the 90s from 93 to 96 in the state Senate. She was the lead sponsor in the Community Solar Act. And so when I mentioned progressive, visionary, persistent legislators, it was Senator Stefanik who was the lead sponsor in all the prior attempts going back 3 years to get a Community Solar Act bill passed. And here we are today, and that's why we're honored to have Senator Stefanik to be the keynote, because what we're about to embark on is really the result of her leadership along with some of her colleagues. So with that, Senator Stefanik, take it away. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And you and I do go back quite a ways. We actually also sat on the Buckman Diversion Board together, which has a massive solar component to it as well. So I'm going to try to start my timer so I don't go over. And Jonas, you'll keep me on track as well, because I didn't seem to start it. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I'd like to give shout outs to many, many people. But first of all, my main co-sponsor this year, and she's been the sponsor other years, is Representative Patricia Roybal Caballero. So we must put her in front. But later on, in a few minutes, I'm going to talk about all the people who might have been involved in community solar over 24 years in the legislature. But this bill represents the collective work of sponsors, the working group, and I'll tell you about the working group in a minute, and successful direct consultations with rural electric co-ops, tribal governments, the IOUs, which are investor-owned utilities, the PRC, and citizens. For the first time over the last 24 years, we got to the point where we could pass a bill after many amendments, many negotiations, and convincing the governor that this was an important mark for our state. I mentioned that there were 24 years of efforts, and they weren't exactly the same community solar bill that we're talking about today, but I want to give a shout out to all those people who started it. And the only reason it's only 24 years is because the Legislative Council only started recording bills electronically in 1996. So we had, right at the beginning, Representative Nick Salazar, Representative Linda Lovejoy, who also was a PRC commissioner, Representative Leo Watchman. Now, that should perk some ears up, because those people represented tribal communities. Representative, now Senator Bobby Gonzalez, Representative Rick Mieta, Representative Ken Martinez, Representative Richard Vigil, Senator Mimi Stewart, more than once, several times, Speaker Ben Lujan, Representative Tomas Garcia, Representative Daniel Silva, Representative Anna Crook, Representative Jason Harper, Representative Carl Trujillo, Representative Sarah Maestas Barnes, Senator Mimi Stewart again, Senator Peter Worth, Representative Matt McQueen, Representative Damon Eli, Representative Nathan Small, Representative Debbie Sariñana, Representative Abbas Akil, Representative Joseph Sanchez, the Speaker Egoff, Senator Souls, and then our current batch of sponsors today. Representative Patricia Roybal Caballero, Representative Andrea Romero, Representative Joanne Ferrari, Senator Linda Lopez, and myself. And so as you can see, this was not my idea. This was an idea that was many years in the making, and I think we need to give kudos to everyone who was involved. And I want to give a big shout out to the PRC. In 2019, Representative Patricia Roybal Caballero and myself appeared before the PRC to gain support for the community solar bill in that year. There were still many questions that were left unanswered, but there was a sense of support and no formal action taken. And then in 2021, we did formal consultations with members of the PRC and the chair of the PRC to make sure that we included in the bill the issues and concerns that the PRC needed to have addressed in the correct language. Now, I would like to tell you, and many of the people on this Zoom working group today were part of the actual working group. So let me just tell you about it if you weren't aware. There was a Senate Memorial 63 that we passed in that middle year. So it would have been 2021. And it was in the last few days of the session, we said, we're not going to get a bill passed. This is a budget year. Let's pass a memorial to start a working group. So we did assemble a working group to develop recommendations for implementations of the initiatives that result in a sustainable and scalable market-based program for the state of New Mexico. And I think that as the rulemaking goes on, the words sustainable and scalable should be kept in mind. Community solar is not intended to take over large commercial developments. It was intended, some of the goals were intended to bring representatives from stakeholder groups together to resolve some of the issues around community solar. And it was to be inclusive, to find areas of common ground, and identify and try to minimize those areas of concern. So we started with 90 participants, and we met over 6 months. The working group for the memorial met every other week for 2 hours. So we had 50 to 60 people at that time. And every week, a small group of about 5 to 8 people worked together to hash out the issues that had been brought up in those very large meetings. We brought together not only those participants every week, but we also had best practices presented by the NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and we had others to discuss solar issues. And I know that you have Jenny Heater on later today, and she was very, very helpful to us as we went forward. Our group was surveyed on opinions based about key issues, annual program size, the facility size, utility participation. We had meetings with the rural electric co-ops, the Tribal Community Solar Task Force, and I believe you have Pilar and Mayani on the agenda later, and investor-owned utilities. We incorporated resolutions from NEMRICA, the Rural Electric Co-op Association, and the Tribal Community Solar Task Force. And as I mentioned, we consulted with the chair of the PRC for very specific language to include about the PRC in this bill. We briefed interim committees in October and November, and our final working group report was shared with all legislators in December. Now, legislators received many, many reports, so let's say maybe 25% of those legislators actually read the report. But the goal there was to make sure that legislators were familiar with the work that this very large group had done to be all-inclusive in coming up with this bill. The bill was the result of those many consultations, including majority opinions from the working group and with investor-owned utilities. We negotiated with many different parties up until the last minute. We put on amendments in the Senate. We put on amendments in the House. We met with the IOUs at the last minute. We wanted to make sure they were on board. And when I finally took the bill to the governor, she said, "Thank you for making sure everybody was going to be supportive of this bill so that I could sign it." So I want you to know that even if you wanted something different in the bill, this was a negotiated and compromised bill for many people. Now, let me talk about why this bill is important. First of all, there are many members many residents who could not afford to put on their own solar. There are renters. There are people who live in condominiums. There are people who do not have enough yard space. So solar arrays are shared by individual community members and other subscribers who receive credits on their utility bills for their portion of the power produced. And these solar facilities connect to the grid at the distribution level. We are making solar power available to everyone who can't access it. As I mentioned, renting, finances, apartment ownership, the roof types, etc. I already have a call from an individual who owns 9 condominium buildings in a city who would like to do a community solar project for all of their residents. There is a special emphasis in our bill on tribal communities and low-income neighborhoods. And I'd like to say proudly, this is the only bill in the country that includes tribal communities with separate considerations. It creates options for all consumers: business, residential, local governments, nonprofits, Indian nations, tribes, and pueblos to lower their energy bills and choose 100% renewable energy. Now, there are significant economic benefits. And right before our bill went through some final votes, one of the groups had paid for a Bieber report on the economics of this. And Bieber is, if you don't know, the UNM Bureau of Business and Economic Research. So one of the things we know is that this bill in the next few years could create hundreds of millions of dollars in economic benefits and create thousands of high quality jobs over the next 3 to 5 years. Tax revenues will increase for the state, revenue that would be funded by private companies and not require increased taxes or state investment. There would be huge benefits for every county across New Mexico, with an average economic benefit per county in the millions and many jobs over a 20-year period. Community solar and solar is not going away. Our state is perfect for its development. In fact, each community solar facility is estimated to create 38 jobs and over 5 million in economic impact. These facilities would be scattered across most counties in New Mexico. And even though this bill limits the size and the number of projects in these first few years, it is open to the entire state to participate. Now, what's in our bill? As I mentioned, we consulted with the PRC to make sure that they were comfortable with the language or to include the language. So much of the details of previous years have been moved to the PRC. In the past, we had passed it off to the Energy and Minerals Department, but seeing as how the PRC regulates utilities, this is a coming of age, it's going to be here for a long time, we knew that the PRC needed to take over. We included that the PRC would provide oversight, review, and enforcement of customer protections for subscribers, that the PRC would ensure that utilities are fairly compensated for interconnection and administrative costs, and determining the subscriber bill credit rates. The PRC would establish a process for allocating the statewide program capacity cap, including considering the state procurement code regarding resident and veteran resident businesses. Many people in the legislature were concerned that this business not go out of state, that we support our homegrown businesses here in the state. It would regulate the subscriber organizations. It would complete the rulemaking, as the commissioner said, by April of 2022. and it would conduct a comprehensive community solar program review after 3 years. And I'm going to mention what we hope will be in that review at the end of my comments. The PRC identified a revenue need, so we included a fee collection authorization to help defray administrative costs, and we hope that will help. Now, what's in the bill in terms of programs? That we took the 3-year period and we said that there would be a 200 megawatt capacity cap over the initial 3 years. That would generate approximately, now these are all approximate, 20 projects for P&M, 16 for Excel, and 4 for El Paso. Now, why didn't I mention the rural electric co-ops? Because they get to opt in. They weren't required to participate from the beginning because the case was made that many of the co-ops are not financially stable. They don't have the skilled professionals to actually carry out such a project. But of course, they have their renewable energy goals and they will be coming on board at their own speed. There would be a 5 megawatts per project cap, allowing co-location with other energy resources such as battery storage, but not with other community solar facilities. Now that 5 megawatts could also be smaller. It could be a 2, it could be a 3, it could be a 4, but it couldn't exceed a 5. That's how we came up with the number of projects proportionally around the state for the different IOUs. There would be a low-income carve-out, and you're going to hear more about that today in another panel. Subscribers sign up on a voluntary basis. Subscriptions are portable and transferable within the utility service territory. Now, we were asked the question, what does that mean? Is somebody going to have to buy in? Are they going to have to come up with $5,000 or $10,000 to buy in? Think of it more, the developer and the main subscriber will have the development costs. But think of this for you and me as a Netflix subscription. We're going to commit to so many months or so many years, but we're going to be able to opt out. We're going to be able to pass it on to a relative if they live within the service utility area. Senator Michael Padilla was very concerned and indicated in one of the committees, and all the committee hearings are public record if anybody wants to go back, but he said, I'm building a new house. I'm not going to live forever. I want to give my house to one of my children. Can they inherit my community solar interest? And we assured him that they could. And they also could live somewhere else as long as it was in the same territory and have it be transferred. Now, co-location of community solar could be with other energy resources, but some of our IOUs and electric co-ops were concerned that it was going to overlap territories of the different utility companies. And that's why we indicated that they could co-locate with energy backups and battery storage, but not with another solar facility. As I mentioned, co-ops can opt in, and Pueblos and Indian nations are exempt from some of the requirements in line with their sovereign rights, but the Indian nations and tribes want to be included because, as you will hear from Pilar later, as she talks about some of the solar across the whole western part of the country, this is necessary to have the cooperation of the IOUs and the state in developing projects. Now, I might be coming up near my time, but I want to talk about the evaluation and what we're hoping will show up in 3 years from now. We'd like to have in the report, and this is pretty much public record, but we will be happy to give you notes on this. And of course, I still work with the working group. I'm not the expert on this topic, but I've learned a lot in these past few years, and I'm very proud to have been working on this project. That in the evaluation, that we look at the annual statewide capacity cap. Was it too little, too much? Is there a waiting list? The allocation process itself, the bill credit structure and methodology, the customer subscriber participation levels, and review of restrictions on large subscribers. Should we keep those large subscribers out because of the 5 megawatt, or do we need to include them? Consumer protections. This came up over and over again, and many legislators are ready to say, if there are not consumer protections, we don't want this on the books. Interconnection process and the cost allocation of system upgrades. This is very tricky for consumers to understand, so it's really up to the developers and the IOUs to work this out with the PRC. The subscriber organizations, the 5 megawatt project cap, as I mentioned, should it be smaller, larger? The types and results, and of course the IOUs are going to weigh in on this. The co-location of other energy resources and with other community solar facilities. Will the recommendation be to allow one county's community solar to butt up and attach to another county's community solar? Those are some of the recommendations we will be interested in. The RECs to the IOUs, the renewable energy credits, versus the ability for subscribers to retain the RECs to support their sustainability goals. The rural electric co-op and tribal participation, what happened with that? Community benefits and the economic development, including jobs and local solar industry. And it might not be the PRC that's looking at that economic development, but I'm assuming that some of the groups that paid for Bieber will have Bieber continue to watch what is happening in the 3 years of this development. How do we ensure enough projects are in line and subscribers receiving the bill credits create sufficient data? So a data capture at the very beginning has to be set up so that there will be some meaningful information available at the end. So Jonas, you and the contractor have a lot that you have to work on. The review of milestones that need to be met by program applicants to ensure that viable projects are allocated program capacity. So we don't want to turn people away, but we want to do it in a very careful, thoughtful, and financially stable manner. Many people have said, are we going to have solar projects sitting abandoned? The intent is that there be 100% subscription rate before projects get going. And in many states, that has been the goal, and perhaps a half or 60 or 75% have 100% subscription. But the intent is not to have a small number of people involved so that it goes belly up. There needs to be accounting for the methods for allowing subscriber organizations to prepare in a reasonable way for the launch of the program. So this really needs to be very clearly published, and I'm not sure if the PRC is going to allow people to apply and stack up, or if you're going to wait for that lottery moment in time. And then we need to ensure that the program starts shortly thereafter. I'd like to really thank everyone who has expressed interest in community solar during this legislative process and throughout the years, at least 24 years. The level of interest from all involved parties shows the commitment to affordable and renewable energy in this state. And as I mentioned, working with the PRC, for them to say we will be ready or we will take on this challenge was very helpful in moving forward. And I'd like to thank all of the commissioners here and their staff as well. Thank you, Jonas and Commissioner Maestas and Commissioner Hall, for having me this morning.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you, Senator.
Commissioner Hall is with us right now, and I'm going to let her go ahead and make some remarks.
Thank you very much. I apologize for not being here at the right time, but I'm here now. And I have to say, it's really a pleasure to listen to Senator Stefanik's explain the path this final bill that finally turned into a law took. And I can't express my gratitude enough to all the hardworking people in the Roundhouse who really finally made this happen. So we're very grateful to be able to have this duty. It's something that's a long time coming. I remember working on drafting a bill myself many years ago when I was working with REIA, Renewable Energy Industries Association, and I worked on it with that group, and it didn't pass, of course. And numerous bills between then and now didn't pass, but finally it passed, so I'm very glad. This is a big undertaking. It's obviously very complex law, and we have a deadline burning in front of us, April 22nd. And as a number of people listening may know, we have a number of other rulemakings going on at the same time now, and particularly the interconnection rulemaking. And we've recognized and are grappling with the issue that has arisen that the distribution grid apparently is not prepared for all the fans of solar energy in our state. And we're grappling with the issue of the limits on capacity that utilities have been employing for years on renewables, on intermittent energy on the grid, because apparently there need to be improvements as we go along when residential, small customer, small commercial, or other types of users of the distribution grid want to tie in to the grid with their intermittent resource. So that's an issue we're working on very diligently and very intently right now in the interconnection rulemaking. And I'm sure there's going to be some sort of overlap or cross-fertilization between that rulemaking and this rulemaking, because these two rulemakings share that common problem. Nevertheless, I don't think it's insurmountable. And I'm sure we'll be able to reach out to other sources for help, and that may end up being the legislature, who knows. But in any case, we are, excuse me, we are working very hard to make this happen, because so much is at stake and so much can develop in our state that's positive, both environmentally, economically, socially. This is absolutely the right thing to do, and it's past the right time to do it, but we're doing it now. And I want to thank everybody for their time and attention today, and I'm not going to talk anymore because we need to get on with our very meaty agenda, which I'm looking forward to hearing. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Up next, we have Arthur O'Donnell, PRC's DOE Fellow. Arthur will be discussing the Community Solar Act and this rulemaking. Arthur, I believe you have screen sharing capability if you need it.
Thank you very much, Jonas, and thank you all for participating. I see that we have over 100 participants in today's workshop, which is an indication of the great interest that this program has. I especially want to thank Senator Stefanix for her presentation, because you made my job easier. I was going to go through many of the aspects of the Community Solar Act and kind of the responsibilities for utilities and the commission, and I'm able to kind of focus on some of the more important considerations for the regulatory agency in here. So as we go through the slides that I'll be presenting, I may kind of like gloss over some of the things that have already been discussed in order to focus on the policy issues that are inherent to implementing this bill. It's going to be a very word-heavy presentation, so at least I have an image, right? And I'm glad to share something colorful with you, because it has all the right New Mexico colors on this picture. But as we discussed, the Community Solar Act allows for development of projects that can be shared by customers via subscription. And the definitions in the Act include what a solar facility is, who subscribers are, and importantly, what a subscribing organization that owns or operates the solar facility is. The overall program, as you heard, is capped at 200 megawatts across the state's 3 investor-owned utilities for the first 3 years. That's not an annual allocation, but it goes through 2024, after which the commission will have maybe a different methodology for allocating as we see what the actual demand for it is. Native American nations, tribes, and pueblos are exempt from the specifics of regulation in the law, but there's nothing that in any way limits their ability to host, own, or operate Native community solar projects in New Mexico. And we anticipate that, like a couple of projects that are already in operation, there will be partnerships between the tribes and between the utilities in order to make that happen. Rural co-ops may choose to opt in. This does not affect the initial cap. As you heard, individual projects are currently capped at 5 megawatts of capacity, but may be size smaller than that. And importantly, the subscriber organization could be any one of a number of entities: utilities, municipalities, counties, for-profit or non-profit entities, tribes, nations, pueblos, tribal governance structures. And a very important prescription in the law is that just because you're operating or owning a project does not make you a utility subject to the commission's rate-making authority. So as we looked at the initial impetus for the bill, we realized that the PRC can't tell projects what to charge their customers, but we have a lot of other things that we have to put into place, right? Each project may have what I'm calling an anchor tenant. That is a customer that subscribes to no more than 40% of the project's capacity, and that could well be a make or break subscriber for some of these projects. It was indicated that the developer and the subscriber organization would be sharing in the costs of development, and so you need a very strong partner. Each project will need at least 10 subscribers. The program must include a mandatory 30% capacity carve-out per project reserved for low-income folks and related service organizations, and at least 40% of the capacity available can be made available in subscriptions of 25 kW or less. Now, those are very interesting limitations on participation in the projects, and I think that it's going to require all of us working together to make sure that each and every project meets these criteria. Utility requirements include acquiring the entire output of the facility connected to its distribution system under contracts that can last as much as 25 years. Utilities will own the renewable energy certificates, at least for the first period. The utility has to apply a solar bill credit to subscriber bills to help offset the costs without causing a cross-subsidization so that non-subscribers are in fact subsidizing subscribers to these projects. And there's a very important aspect of that we'll get to. The utility also has to provide the subscriber organization with reports indicating value of the solar bill credits generated by the facility. The utility may carry over any amount of community solar bill credit that exceeds the subscriber's monthly bill and apply it to that subscriber's next monthly bill. But any unsubscribed energy from the project can be rolled forward up to 1 year. And after that, the law specifies that unsubscribed energy shall be purchased by the qualifying utility at its applicable avoided cost. Now, as the senators pointed out, we're hoping that there are no big gaps in the subscription for projects, because this could lead to a real accounting difficulty. So we have to make sure that these projects are as successful as can be. Turning to the PRC requirements, the commission has been given pretty much the sole authority to oversee and administer this program, although we're going to need everyone's help. We're going to need full participation from the utilities and full participation from the development community, and you'll hear about our plan for making that work. The commission needs to establish the process for selection of the facilities. It has to take into regard the resident and resident veteran business preferences. It requires a qualifying utility to file tariffs, agreements, and forms necessary for implementation. The commission needs to establish reasonable, uniform, efficient, and non-discriminatory standards, fees, and processes for interconnection of these programs. And I am also helping to support the PRC in the interconnection rulemaking, and we're grappling with those issues right now. And I'll just let everybody know that our timeline is such that we intend to have revisions to the existing interconnection rules and manual in place by the end of this year, with additional work going into 2022 on some of the technical aspects of advanced inverters and distributed energy resources. But we should have a very good and strong idea about how to improve interconnection access before the community solar program takes effect. The commission is charged with consumer protection for subscribers, developing this community solar bill credit rate mechanism, ensuring that utilities and non-subscribing customers do not subsidize the costs attributable. There may be times when some costs need to be socialized, and the commission has a limitation here, and will need help in figuring out how to develop and allocate what is essentially a limit of 3% of non-subscriber aggregate bill rate on an annual basis to subsidize subscribers. And that's going to be an exercise in math that should be pretty interesting. The commission also needs to allow for creation, financing, and accessibility of community solar facilities. It's a little unclear about the commission's authority to do that, but what we can do is build a pathway for a market that allows for this, rather than taking active intervention on those issues. I'll be interested in hearing more about that. And it also needs to provide the requirements for siting and co-location as we described. And so we have a number of questions about that. Is that the sharing of facilities needed to deliver this power is going to be an important issue, right? In order to work on this issue, we've broken all of these many requirements for the PRC into 5 areas that will require commission decisions. And while the bill is very robust in setting out the parameters of the market as described, it raises a lot of questions, and the commission is going to have to make policy decisions in these areas: consumer protection, rate making, market oversight. And market oversight may be broken into what we need to do in order to get the program up and running, and what are the longer term administrative functions that the commission needs to grapple with as the program proceeds. Community outreach and involvement, and then information collection. And as you'll notice from looking at the agenda for today's workshop, we've essentially broken these areas into the discussion panels and presentations so that we can get a better and deeper sense of what we're going to be looking at over the course of the next several months. So I just want to walk through some of the issues that are raised within each of these categories, and just recognize that these are a little bit like Russian dolls, is that you open up the big doll and there's another doll inside. You open up that doll, there's another doll inside. You open up another one, there's another one inside. You can get down to very granular levels of decisions and aspects that are necessary to be thought out very clearly and worked out in advance of program implementation in order to make this successful. Consumer protection, there are specific things that are in the bill, and I won't read through all of these bullet points. When you see an area in yellow on my slides, and we'll make these slides available to the docket, that's an area that is not specific or explicit in the text of the bill, but the issue is raised, and the commission really needs, in this instance, to look at policies regarding potential defaults in delivery obligations, bankruptcy or termination of community solar projects, and consider the possibility of a bonding requirement. We know that New Mexico looked to other states in developing its program, and when I looked at Colorado in particular, they do have a bonding requirement, and that is a form of consumer protection that we'd like to get people's input about. In rate making, obviously the big task will be the development of the solar credits, and this is going to be complicated because the numbers, even though there is a formula specified in the act, it applies differently to different rates of different rate classes, right? Commercial customers may have different distribution shares than residential customers. And so, as we noticed, again, referring to Colorado, there were essentially 8 different numbers for each of the utilities that were applied to 8 different classes of customers using the same formula, but the number came out differently. So this is going to be a complex issue. Application fees to be assessed. There's a tightrope to be walked here, is that the commission currently has no appropriation under this act. We do have the ability to borrow money to get things implemented, but there is no specific allocation, which means that we don't have dedicated staff. We don't have a program administrator or functions set out. We don't really know what the costs of administering the program are going to be, and so I have to do a cost allocation study in order to develop those numbers and to fairly assess them to the projects without killing the project, right? So the economics of this are going to be very interesting to develop. I'll also talk about the cost allocation alternatives for distribution upgrades, possibly transmission upgrades necessary to accommodate projects. We're already seeing such a huge interest in developers coming to the utilities. You know, the numbers that we have were approximately 170 projects worth, with almost 800 megawatts of capacity allocation that people are interested in developing. Of course, that far exceeds what the program allocation will be for the first 3 years. But it's also clear that that even the 200 megawatt allocation, however it's divided among the utilities, could put stress on the distribution system. That raises the question, how do we pay for upgrades? Will the project be completely responsible for the upgrades? What if it's a project that has particular public interest in serving low-income populations or disadvantaged communities? Should there be a socialization of those costs to the program, to all ratepayers? How is that going to be worked out? We're working out some of the options that the commission should consider in the interconnection proceeding, but for community solar projects, the appropriate mechanism will be applied in this proceeding and in this program. So that's how we're trying to work it out, is to put the work on the stakeholder process in interconnection for what the possibilities are, and for the commission to be able to apply those possibilities as required. Market oversight 1, allocation of the 200 megawatts, as we talked about. There's a number of different ways that you could do that. Peak capacity, total deliveries of electricity, numbers of customers. We'll look for hopefully an easy consensus on how to do that so we can move forward. We mentioned almost all of these other aspects, but these are 2 at the bottom of the slide that the commission has to be concerned with, is that any policies to limit the potential discrimination in favor of a utility-affiliated subscriber organization. Utilities may develop these projects, or utility affiliates may develop these projects, but the commission needs to make sure that there is not an advantage given to those entities compared to any other competing entity. Also, it's very important, and as Senator Stefanik pointed out, that in order to make the report that the commission has to provide to the legislature in 2024 work, all along There have to be data and operational reporting standards for the organizations and the utilities, and the commission is going to have to work out how to do that and what the reporting mechanisms are. Is this going to require special metering for projects? We don't know yet, but we'll be taking comments from parties on those aspects. Market oversight too, I won't go through all this as we already discussed most of it, but in the long run, the commission will be looking at the use of RECs by utilities, right? Are the RECs used to fulfill the renewable portfolio standard? What happens if the utility has too many RECs? Is there an ability for them to sell the RECs or bank them, right? We have to kind of work out some of the policies about that. And importantly, to really investigate market demand so that a determination of caps after 2024 can be allocated and put into practice. Okay, that's a lot of stuff, and so a lot of work is going to have to go into this. Community outreach. There is a list of entities and people that we specifically need to take into consideration for these policies, and that's one of the purposes of this workshop, in order to make a first attempt to bring everybody onto the same page and hear from them. And so that's how some of our panels are structured. There's also an issue which is specified in the Act, which is to identify service organizations that can essentially pre-qualify subscribers, right? And different states do this differently, and the responsibility in some states is put on the utility shoulders to identify these subscriber organizations. The outreach might have to come from the commission. A couple of issues that are raised, which is how are these organizations trained to do this? How are they monitored? How are they compensated, right? Because there's nobody out there right now that does this, right? And so those are issues that are going to have to be dealt with. We already talked about the information collection. I won't go into a lot of the detail here because Senator Stefanik has listed most of the elements that the commission needs to start gathering information for, right? I think that the most important one here, of course, is an evaluation of the effectiveness of the commission's rules to implement the act and any recommended changes. So that's going to be a process that will probably have to start as soon as 2024 comes along in order to have the report done in time to present to the legislature. And then we'll all be working on those issues. So that's my presentation, and get another image here after all those words. I won't take any questions now unless there's a specific clarifying question. I think as we go through the day, there'll be a lot of opportunity for interaction with the panels, and we've selected speakers and panelists in order to address many of these aspects. As you can see, it's a heavy lift, even though the law has effectively set out the parameters of the program. There are many decisions that have to be made by the commission. And the important thing is that we need your participation. We're going to be establishing working groups in order to address many of these issues, but also the commission is just going to have to take briefs on some of the policy issues in order to have decision that not only implements the program by April, but also the policy underpinnings that can guide things going forward so that people aren't coming back to the commission constantly in order to get clarification. So it's a lot of work. I'm going to end it there, and we'll be turning it over to Matt McDonald of Strategic. But thank you all very much for your attention. I know that we covered a lot of ground. I know I speak quickly. These slides will be available to help supplement your understanding of how the commission sees its work. And good luck to us all.
Thanks, Arthur. Thanks, Matt. Looks like Matt's ready to go. And Matt, I was going to do a brief introduction, but I think you can. It's the first bullet on the agenda for your item. I think you can give a better background of your community solar experience than I can. So take it away.
That sounds great. Thank you, Jonas, and thank you, Arthur. And hello, everyone. I may have some connectivity issues in this virtual environment, so I may have to switch off video, but I wanted to at least say hello. So if please speak up if folks are having difficulty hearing me, and I'll switch off my video. So it's a real honor and privilege to be here today. It's an exciting moment for New Mexico, as has already been established, and Strategen is very privileged to support the PRC throughout this community solar rulemaking. And so, in the time that we have allotted here at the outset, just wanted to introduce ourselves as a consultancy and a supporting function for the PRC, and as a facilitator for the stakeholder engagement components of this important proceeding. Maggie, we can switch to the next slide. So as indicated, we'll first just introduce Strategen. Myself and my colleague Maggie Field will have a chance to introduce ourselves, and you'll get to know us better through some of the working group processes we'll be helping to facilitate. We'll also spend a little bit of time just touching upon some high-level themes and some sort of key principled best practices from community solar programs that we've experienced, that we've been interacted with nationally, and how we might draw some lessons from those within the parameters set forth in the Community Solar Act here in New Mexico. And then we'll give a bit of a preview or high-level overview so that folks can understand a bit about the process that we'll all be embarking on together through this work. We'll do a bit of a deeper dive into the working group structures and how that procedural process will unfold in the weeks and months ahead. But we'll give a bit of a overview and a high-level snapshot of that, so that can help inform and provide some context for the rest of today's discussions. Next slide, please. So a little bit about us. I'll flip to the next slide, do a quick intro. So my name, as indicated, is Matthew McDonald. I am the managing director of the U.S. consulting team here at Strategen. A little bit about myself. I'm an attorney by training and background. I spent a half a decade at the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission as commission counsel. And so in that role, I led a number of Hawaii's policy initiatives from the commission side, everything from DER, interconnection, compensation, smart inverter functionality, to much broader grid modernization issues, and real focus in the latter part of my tenure around alternative regulatory frameworks, including designing, architecting, and leading Hawaii's performance-based regulation proceeding through the first phase of that endeavor. And most important to this particular rulemaking, I led and helped to stand up Hawaii's community-based renewable energy program, which is the Hawaii state equivalent of a community solar program. Upon departing the commission in Hawaii, I joined Navigant, now Guidehouse, where I was able to support a number of folks in similar domains as those that I interacted with on the commission side as a staff. And now very happy to be on the Strategen platform, where we get to work with a whole host of different folks, from utility commissions to consumer advocates to NGOs and utilities alike. So very pleased to be able to support an entire ecosystem. In that role, and we'll get to this a little bit later, beyond continuing to support Hawaii through its community solar work, we've had an opportunity to interact with a lot of other states and their respective community solar programs, from Minnesota to Utah and beyond. And we'll get into that a bit more. But before we do, I just wanted to pass the mic to Maggie Field to allow my colleague to introduce herself as well. Maggie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maggie Field. I'm the engagement manager at Strategen, so working along Matt McDonald and the rest of our consulting team. So I am an experienced facilitator and stakeholder engagement manager, specifically focusing in the energy industry. Prior to Strategen, I was a program director at EUCI, where I facilitated conferences and workshops, mostly focused on different clean energy and decarbonization topics and issues. Kind of some of the ones most relevant to this rulemaking here: renewable project development due diligence for solar, did some programming in tribal energy projects, electric vehicles interconnection carbon policy. So I'm really pleased to be here today. I'll be supporting the stakeholder engagement process with Matt, and you'll be hearing more about that, a little bit more about that from me at the end of the session today.
Great. Thanks so much, Maggie. We can advance the slide. Okay, just real quickly, I touched on this a bit already, but Strategen works across a number of different areas, and I just wanted to give you a bit of an overview there and a bit of flavor as to the perspectives that we bring. So we work, across a number of different areas. Primarily the core of my work was within this area of policy and regulatory innovation, and certainly, as the senator and commissioners, as well as Arthur, has laid out already this morning. Implementing the Community Solar Act is going to take, it's going to be a lift. It's going to take all of us working collaboratively together, and it's going to take a little bit of regulatory innovation to work through some of these technical issues when it comes to the design of and implementation of a rule and all of the policy considerations that are wrapped around that. So we work within the policy and regulatory innovation space. We do a lot of expert multi-stakeholder engagement activities, and so very comfortable in that role and very excited to bring that background expertise to this process. We also have a good understanding of what it takes to implement bankable business model development. So we bring both the full spectrum of perspectives from private sector developers that really need to have policy and regulation that'll work for them, to really implement and get steel in the ground, all the way up to, the considerations that need to be had for consumers to make sure that, consumer protections are in place, that policies are consumer friendly, even as they allow for, markets to be developed and accelerated. Underpinning all of this is, it's a strong data-driven approach. We have an excellent modeling and analytics team that helps support us as applicable throughout. Next slide, please, Maggie. So just helping to share a bit of a lens and perspective of some of the direct engagements we've been able to interact with on the community solar front. So we've supported a number of different clients in this space. A few of them are highlighted here. I already mentioned the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission. So having led that effort on the staff side, helping to establish that, and then continuing to work now through Strategen, supporting the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission as they prepare to launch phase 2 and learn from the sort of lessons that were achieved in phase 1 of that, and helping to course correct and continuing to accelerate and expand program capacity and scope for that particular program. We also are working very closely with the Utah Office of Consumer Services. It's again, bringing that consumer lens and really, helping think through and helping to architect a community renewable energy program for the state of Utah. And, very much working with Minnesota Citizens Utility Board in helping them interact and think through different rate making and consumer protection elements of Minnesota's community solar program, and one that's had a lot of activity nationally there as well. Next slide, Maggie. So as noted at the top, we just wanted to highlight a few key best practices in community solar as we see them. Now there's a lot to cover here, and I didn't want to get deep into the weeds. I know we've got some fantastic panel discussions set up through the rest of the day, but I really just wanted to do a bit of table setting and highlighting some of the core elements and key components that are really, 30,000 foot thematic level. I wanted to bring forward some of the animating principles that other states have articulated when pushing down this path and embarking on a journey towards this community solar program, and just how these insights and how this other broader context might help inform how New Mexico and its stakeholders begin to march forward along the same path and right-sizing and adapting these lessons for the specific context that is New Mexico. Next slide, please, Maggie. So when we look across the landscape, there's a few different programmatic elements or components that really stand out and sort of rise to the surface. You can slice and dice this so many different ways. And as we've already heard, there are a number of policy issues that will need to be identified and worked through together, and a lot of key design decisions that will need to be made through this process. But a few elements that we just wanted to call out were just really at the outset, the sort of, what are the underpinnings? What are the principal moorings that are guiding the decision-making process and some of the policy decisions throughout the community solar program process? So key objectives and principles. What are those guiding lights, for New Mexico when it thinks about community solar? And we'll look at a couple other states as to how they've articulated that. Moving sort of clockwise around the circle, there's also a difference in how states have approached different project model types. So we'll look through that as well. There are different permutations and variations as to ownership models and various flavors of structures there. We'll then take a look at program capacity, and of course in the Community Solar Act, there's been 200 megawatts of program capacity set forth through 2024, but we'll take a look at how other states have tackled that issue and moving to the next bubble there. Also, how states have embraced opportunities to carve out capacity for different reasons, whether there's project diversity or different segments that are sought to be targeted there. Moving next to procurement, I mean, this is a critical issue. How is New Mexico and how do other states, in particular, in the context of this discussion, looking to allocate that program capacity to specific projects? So, once subscriber organizations, have met the eligibility requirements, how is program capacity awarded to a specific project? And we'll look at a few different permutations, sort of like setting forth the spectrum of options on there. And then finally moving to pricing, and this is something that's clearly an important and core element of a successful community solar program. The pricing has to be established such that, in the context of the Community Solar Act, there needs to be a balance between interpretations of potential cross subsidization, so to speak, and ensuring that subscribers or participants in a community solar project are really driving real value, and that there's fair compensation for value delivered to the broader electricity grid as well. And so that's going to be a key area of focus, and we'll take a look at how other states have been tackling that thus far. So next slide, please. So real quickly, just an illustrative list of a couple states that have, attempted to begin to articulate and underscore, what are the goals of the community solar program. So looking at, Colorado's Community Solar Gardens Act, which was, established in 2010, there was a real motivation to allow interest in solar generation facilities to be portable and transferable among some important other goals there. Just wanting to highlight that. I know that came up earlier in these conversations. When we look at Hawaii, in their Act 100, which was passed in 2015, there was a real strong push on the part of the legislature to expand opportunities to participate in renewable energy and to provide that access and that customer choice to groups that, are unable to access on-site generation, in particular in a state there where, a lot of customers have been able to take advantage of rooftop photovoltaics and the prior iteration of net energy metering in the state there. And then finally, just taking a quick look at Pennsylvania, and again, this is just a sampling of how states have been, talking about these issues. They were really looking at more of an economic angle, helping the state to create jobs and foster economic growth and recovery, and really help to provide, customer choice and improve resilience. And I think, the answer, for New Mexico will have to be, uniquely tailored to its own. But I would suggest that, all of these themes are ripe and prudent and appropriate for helping to inform a lot of the decisions that folks on this workshop will need to think through in deciding programmatic and policy design decisions. And just a last note here, I think what we've seen throughout, and I think this is in fact reflected in New Mexico's Community Solar Act, is that issues of equity, issues of helping to reach low to moderate income customers. I mean, those are core to the success and are often rise to the top in terms of prioritized, principled elements underpinning and motivating a lot of community solar programs nationally. Next slide, please, Megan. So on the program capacity front, 20 different states, including Washington, D.C., have passed some form of legislation enabling community solar. And several states are considering expanding programs as well. So thus far, about 10 states, or roughly half of states with community solar, have limited the amount of community solar capacity that can be developed. And program size caps come in a wide range of sizes, all the way up to 1,500 megawatts. So clearly, the cap here has been established through 2024. But just to note that there has been a wide range of approaches there, and it may help to begin thinking through how the PRC will want to think about program caps post the 2024 date. Obviously, there'll be a lot of lessons learned through this first phase of the community solar program in New Mexico. But I think highlighting the fact here that in states with a program cap, the cumulative installed capacity has not reached close to that limit yet. And the point here is just to highlight, I think, in part, the challenge before us all. States that have gone before, have had varying degrees of success in designing and implementing a program that's really seeing projects soak up those caps. And I think it's a real opportunity for this group to look hard at those lessons learned and to leapfrog and avoid pitfalls where others have perhaps stubbed a toe or two. Next slide. So project model types, I'll start to pick up the pace here so I don't run over time. There's a range of different options here, from utility-sponsored project approaches to third-party, ownership models, and I think there's room for both types within this context. Within third-party models, there's this special purpose entity approach, as well as a nonprofit model, where community installation could be owned by a nonprofit or the community itself. Next slide, please, Maggie. Real quickly on procurement, again, setting out the sort of spectrum of options here. There's different ways to allocate and award program capacity to projects. On the one hand, you have what I'm characterizing as sort of tariff-based procurement. This is just availing oneself, meeting the minimum eligibility requirements for a subscriber organization, and awarding capacity on a first-come, first-served basis. That's certainly one option or one approach. Sort of moving along the spectrum, perhaps on the other end of it, you have more of a competitive approach, more of an RFP-driven approach, where potential community subscriber organizations could be bidding in and helping to ensure that there's a wider sort of selection process that may include price and non-price criteria to evaluate. And then there's in turn sort of hybrid approaches to that, where there's for certain project size types, in particular in Hawaii, this is the case where certain project size types are have more of a tariff-based procurement approach, whereas larger project types participate through an RFP process. Next slide, please. And again, on some program carve-outs, I think all this is to say, there are different opportunities for carving out programmatic capacity to further certain, policy goals or design decisions. These could include, certain customer segments that may be difficult to reach, ensuring that there is a pool or tranche of program capacity available to serve that particular group. There's already a carve out in place through the legislation for LMI customers. That's a common requirement or carve out that we see nationally. Some examples listed here include Colorado as well as Hawaii. But there could also be carve outs for encouraging other elements within the program, such as project size diversity, if there are desire to carve out space for smaller versus larger projects and the like. Next slide, please. And there'll be much more to discuss on pricing and a nice rate making panel to follow here today. But just understanding a bit about how our participating customers build and credited in the community solar context. So there's a wide range of different approaches here. Everything from sort of the virtual net energy metering approach, as well as feed-in tariffs or other net billing approaches. Clearly, the PRC has been given guidance by the legislature as to how to begin to approach this conversation, but there'll be much work to be done with this group and through working group conversations to help us all establish some fair compensation and bill credit rates that's going to serve New Mexico well in this regard. Next slide, please. So just with about 5 minutes left that I have, just wanted to touch base on the process design for this particular rulemaking in New Mexico. You can flip to the next slide. And we'll be able to dig into this a bit more in detail later today after we've had a chance to get through some of our panels. But for those folks that are perhaps not able to stick with us to the bitter end today, I wanted to give a little overview of the timeline and start to share with folks how this is going to unfold in the weeks and months ahead. There is a requirement within the Community Solar Act that a rule be established by April 1st. And with the rulemaking requirements and the legal procedural elements rolled up under that, there is a real need to have a NOPR issued in the fall. And so between now and that time is a real robust opportunity for all of us to interact and have some strong stakeholder engagement and begin to identify and work through these critical issues such that we can inform and support the PRC as it issues its notice of proposed rulemaking. So here we are at the outset. If you're looking in the top row that identifies particular stakeholder workshops anticipated within this proceeding, we're obviously gathered here today at workshop number 1 on June 24th today. We're anticipating another second workshop to occur in August, tentatively targeted for August 10th, but that is to be confirmed and will be updated and socialized with folks. I just wanted to sort of at least highlight a target date for that so that folks can begin planning and anticipating how this will begin to move forward here. And then a critical part of this effort, looking across this second row of our Gantt chart here is the working group that will be formed. So Stratagen will be working hand in hand with the PRC to help establish and facilitate and coordinate a community solar working group. We will be, as detailed a little bit later today, we will be dividing that larger working group into subgroups on sort of gathering certain issues together so that we can unpack those and provide opportunity for folks that are only interested in a few issues to really dig into those. We'll be having some facilitated working group meetings to occur in July, in August, and then the week of August 30th through September 3rd. And we'll really, as again, we'll speak to further as to the facilitation tools we'll be bringing to those efforts, but this will be really critical to identify, work through, and really drive towards consensus on as many issues as we possibly can. But then identifying areas of agreement, areas of potential disagreement, and helping to circulate and generate a working group report that will then help to inform the PRC as it moves into its notice of proposed rulemaking. Next slide, please, Megan. So just to circle up and to sort of close out this part of the presentation, you know, where does Strategy fit in with this? Well, so we're here to help, you know, design and structure the process in coordination with the PRC. We're here to help inform, you know, and advise around program design, but most importantly, we're here to help facilitate and guide stakeholder engagement through these working group meetings and stakeholder discussions. I'm very, very excited and again, honored to be serving in this role and very much looking forward to working with many of the folks that are participating in this workshop today. Next slide, please. And that is all I have for the moment. And so back to you, Jonas.
Thanks so much, Matt. Before I get to the next item on the agenda, which is consumer protection, I have had questions in the chat of whether we'll be sending out slides. I'd be happy to do that if folks let me know that they would like them. I'm not sure if everybody has my email, but I will put that in the chat so you all can make that request. With that, next on our agenda is the time slot for consumer protection. Starting that off, we'll have a presentation from Brian McMath from the Attorney General's office. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Jonas, and good morning, everyone. Hear me okay? Great. So what we wanted to talk about this morning is, as you can see on the agenda that was circulated, sort of the existing oversight that exists in the solar industry, the AG's distributed generation disclosure statement that we've come up with as part of a different statute that governs the sort of residential, you know, homeowners putting panels on top of their own homes type of approach. And then, you know, I just wanted to sort of walk through that form and why we included certain sections that we did, concerns that we have tried to address in that world, as well as sort of the Venn diagram of how that might overlap with the community solar program and the regulatory scheme that we're here to talk about today. So I think probably what makes sense is I will share my screen if that's okay.
Absolutely. You should have authority to go ahead and do that, Brian.
Perfect. Okay, great. So let me do that. All right. Okay. So this is the form that the AG's office came up with. Like I said, in the related but different area of homeowners getting sold solar panels or leasing solar panels to put on their own homes. So we'll start here in section 1. What we found in the residential world is that these companies often, there's the company that sort of makes the systems. They may contract with another company or an individual to actually go door to door and sell them. They may contract with a third company to do the install, and they may contract with yet another entity to actually provide maintenance. And the way that I think this speaks to the community aspect is subscribers, I think, need to know who to reach out to when there's a problem. So if there is a problem with billing, who do they contact? If there is a problem with delivery, who do they contact? If they look out the window and the community, you know, the solar farm that's on their block is on fire, who do they talk to? You know what I mean? So the point of this section and the way that I think it speaks to the current needs is it's really, really important for the end user to be able to know who to contact for different types of issues. So that's kind of how I think that can be adapted. So as folks maybe know from, you know, cases that the AG has filed and press releases and things like that, in the residential space, we encountered a lot of issues regarding transparency of price. So it's not just, but it's What is your initial down payment? What are your tax incentives? How is the money handled sort of over the time, over the span of these lease agreements? What we found is that sometimes, these companies were less than forthcoming with consumers about what they're going to pay now, what they're going to pay later, what the difference is between a tax incentive and just a cash payment. We encountered consumers that sort of were led to believe that they were just going to get a check in the mail rather than sort of a rebate on their taxes. So that sort of transparency is critically important as these subscriptions are entered into, as consumers are sort of asked to make these commitments. So we would stress the need for absolute, not just transparency, but sort of granular transparency on these types of items. Big bold warnings. I know that the statute has some flexibility and requirements built in for all non-English speakers. I will tell you from the Attorney General's perspective, if a sales pitch is made to an individual in one language, and then they are asked to sign an agreement that is in a different language, that for our money is almost a per se sort of consumer violation. So I know that Spanish is included in there, indigenous languages are included. From our perspective, if a consumer is sold a product in one language and then the agreement is in a different language, that's a huge red flag for us. So that would just be something to consider there. So again, we have our initial rate, we have our monthly payments. The one thing that I wanted to sort of draw folks' attention to is, if these facilities, I will tell you, I'm not a utilities attorney, but I do understand that that solar panels sort of degrade over time, right? They don't produce as many kilowatt hours under the same conditions on year 10 as they did in year 1. So what happens as production of power degrades over time? Does everyone sort of just take their per capita lower piece of it? If solar panels need to be replaced, if infrastructure upgrades need to be made, who pays for that? How are those fees assessed? Are they passed on to the subscriber? Does the utility or the subscription organization handle them? All of that stuff really needs to be made very clear at the outset, and just made really crystal clear to the subscribers, because if they plan on, this is my subscription and this is the power that I get for the next fill in the blank amount of time, if that assumption is not correct, that they need to be disabused of that at the outset, rather than sort of get this like in the middle of the agreement, hey, just so you know, we have to replace half the solar panels in this facility, and we gotta pass the expense on to the subscribers. I'm not sure that is how the system is set up, but someone obviously has to pay for that. So our requirements, at least in the residential aspect, are to make sure that is made very clear, again, sort of at the outset rather than down the road. Yeah, any sort of escalators, any assumptions that are built in. So any sort of late fee, connection fee, disconnection fee. Again, I mentioned the maintenance, in the residential world, certain neighborhoods need their transformers upgraded to handle distributed generation rather than your typical. Does that need to happen? Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to maintain it? What happens if something goes wrong? And that's sort of a good theme, I think, to think about as you go through this process is what happens if something goes wrong? What happens if something breaks? What happens if someone loses their house? What happens if someone is forced to move out of the service area? What are the fees associated? What are the interests that the subscriber organization has in the subscriber themselves? What happens when someone just needs to end the agreement? What are the implications there? What are the fees associated, et cetera? So this may be something that is applicable in the community space. It certainly is a huge piece of the residential space. Tax credits, rebates, and incentives. Everything really has to be laid out again in sort of a granular fashion, and not just like I mentioned earlier. It's sometimes folks don't understand the difference between a rebate and a cash payment. That really needs to be made very, very clear that this is, if you are getting a tax rebate, that is a credit against taxes that you paid. It is not just a check that you're going to get. And Jonas, I'll send you a copy of this form if you don't have it. I'm happy to, folks shouldn't worry about sort of writing everything down as we go through.
That's helpful, Brian. Given that I'm getting requests for presentations, just to give you a heads up and let everybody know, we do have 10 more minutes for this time slot with a 5-minute break after that. And we are also going to hear from NREL on consumer protection issues, just to.
Got it. Absolutely. I will give me just a couple more minutes. Tax obligations. So again, some of this may be relevant to the subscription model. Some of it might not. Transferability. I know that there is some stuff in the statute built around sort of that the subscription follows the subscriber as opposed to sort of the physical address. Again, some thought should be given to what happens if folks move out of the service area. If folks are forced to move, if what the termination of these agreements looks like. Any sort of warranty they get, again, I'm not sure that that's really applicable. Design assumptions, I think this is really important. So there really needs to be some sort of mechanism for making sure that subscribers are not paying for more energy than they could realistically ever use. That has been an issue in the residential space. So devising a means of sort of doing an audit or some sort of looking at current power bills, that sort of thing. We've seen sales folks go out and say, well, you only use this many kilowatt hours, but you might have a kid, or you might have a build on, or you might have you're going to upgrade to air conditioning or whatever it is. That really needs to be paid very careful attention to, because we don't want subscribers sort of buying more than they could reasonably use. And then of course, coming up with something that handles that situation. If someone travels, right, and they leave for a month and they didn't use near what they thought they were going to, what happens then? Is there a carryover? Is there a credit? That kind of stuff. And then the assumptions, right? Any of the assumptions that are built in to convince a homeowner that this is actually in their financial interests, those have to be very clearly disclosed. They have to be made very, very clear. Again, in the residential space, we saw folks making assumptions about what P&M's rates were going to do over the next 20 years that were just crazy, and using that as a way to sell these programs. Interconnection disclosures, I think, are going to be important. What does it take to connect to the system? What does it take to disconnect? If there's any permits or inspections that are involved, again, I don't know that that's really going to be the homeowner's responsibility. And then, obviously this is the big one in the residential space. Are there going to be filings affecting title? Are there going to be filings affecting someone's ability to sell their home or to move? Those are really critical. And with that, Jonas, I think that's my time, and I'll hand it back to you.
Sounds great. Thanks so much. We did have one question in the chat from Ron Bacchus asking if the AG's office will make a sample approved disclosure. Thanks for addressing that for everybody, Arthur, in the chat. Like Arthur's comment says, that is just what the AG's office is currently using for solar projects, not for solar rooftop projects. It is not what we're going to be using for community solar, just a really good model for us to look towards. With that, we have Jenny Heater from the National Renewable Energy Lab to discuss consumer protection measures other states have taken in regards to community solar projects. Jenny, are you with us?
I am here, and I'm not able to screen share. I don't know if you're allowed to enable that or just want to share the slides for me.
No, we will give you that authority. Isaac, can you go ahead and grant Jenny that? And if,
all right. Yep, I think it's, yep, great. Okay. Can you guys see these slides and hear me? Everything okay? Okay, great. I wanted to, I guess, back up just a minute before going into consumer protection stuff and make sure folks have a grounding in community solar across the country and the subscriber cost and value from these types of contracts. In the interest of time, I'll just breeze through this, but the left-hand side is deployment of community solar in megawatts by state. You'll see Minnesota, New York, Massachusetts, and Florida are really the leaders right now. This is data that NREL tracks to understand how this market is evolving over time. What we also do is calculate an average net present value for residential subscribers in community solar projects across the country. So this figure on the right-hand side rolls up all of the contract information we have, looks at those components that a lot of them we just talked through from a residential on-site project, but for a community solar subscription, we estimate the net present value and then roll that up to the state level here. So why is value important? It's tied to how fast you'll see deployment grow in a particular market. It's also very related to this issue of consumer protection and understanding how you can convey the real value of a subscription to consumers without misleading them, either intentionally or unintentionally. So some core principles that we've seen in other states when looking at consumer protection. The first one is really just ensuring that customers know what they're signing up for. So that's a lot of the disclosure language that you know, can use an on-site PV disclosure as a template, but there are definitely things specific to community solar that would need to be included. So this is, you know, making sure people know what they're signing up for. Some of the key stuff we see, we'll talk about later, but the bill estimate disclosure is really a core one to that. So if estimates are being made about savings that a customer will have, making sure that those savings estimates are documented and that the assumptions are reasonable and not trying to mislead folks. The second piece related to disclosures is making sure they really actually are beneficial to the customer and not more confusing. So if you could imagine, you know, providing a 20-page disclosure document to a customer, from a customer perspective, they probably won't read those 20 pages. So making sure that the mindset of the customer is included in that disclosure. The third piece we see some interest in is making sure that subscribers are treated fairly if their creditworthiness is being assessed. So really making sure that customers or subscribers have an equal opportunity to participate in community solar, and that, you know, if their credit is being pulled, that process is fair and that people are able to subscribe if they would like to. So when we look across the country at community solar specific consumer protection measures, this map shows states that do have some type of measure in place. I will say that, you know, there are state policies in about 21 states for community solar. and then a subset here has some sort of specific consumer protection measure. A lot of these states are retail choice markets, so they are coming out of those markets often already have just general consumer protection measures or disclosures required for competitive suppliers who are in some ways similar to a community solar subscriber, that they are, soliciting customers to subscribe to an electricity product. So you do see a lot of comparison on that front as well. So the common buckets we see are really that required consumer disclosure. And sometimes we see advertising and solicitation regulations. So regulations as to how these companies can be going about getting their subscribers. As I just mentioned, some of that creditworthiness stuff. And then we have a few more specific things that I'll go to on this slide. This also has a lot of links in it for folks who want to actually look at the required consumer disclosures in these states. I think you'll see a lot of similar components to on-site PV disclosures, but also a few different provisions that might be related to how can customers opt out, or how can they unsubscribe to their product, or how can they transfer their product, things like that, that you wouldn't see in an on-site PV framework, because you can't just, well, you could, but you can't easily pick up your on-site PV system and take it with you, or give it to somebody else. So when we look at what's existing in these different states, these are the components that I walked through just now. We also see some different protection measures in some of these states. So Hawaii has a Bill of Rights for their community solar program that has some general principles around what should customers know and be protected from. Illinois has something specific around a 3-day contract cancellation clause. So similar to other types of products like a car or a lease or something like that, where there is a window that you can cancel if you want to after you've done the signing. Minnesota also has some educational materials that are provided by the state. A couple other states have developed these as well, more informally, but these are sort of like, state drafted educational materials that all of the subscriber organizations can use. It's consistent so that folks, one, have those materials, but also that those materials contain information that has been validated by the state. A couple other things in Maryland, there are some regulations for subscription transfers and notices of contract expirations, things like that. Connecticut has some agreements around essentially like the how you can not have just a voice or phone agreement, so really related to contract provisions, as well as agent qualification standards. So this is related to, are the subscriber agencies qualified or certified in some type of way? And then the last kind of other specific provisions we see are in New Jersey. They have really, I would say, thought through how you can't have unsolicited phone calls from subscriber organizations. They have a 7-day penalty for 7-day no penalty cancellation period as well in their measures. And I know I'm running through this very quickly, but I guess a high level, the message is, lean on existing consumer protections, but also think about, how community solar might need different types of protections, because it is a slightly different agreement from an on-site contract. So just wanted to walk through one type of protection measure. This is from Maryland, but the other ones from other states are linked in the previous slide. So they have a required consumer disclosure form. This is maybe a little bit hard to read for folks, but they have outlined these provisions that really are just required to be disclosed. Some of this stuff will look similar to on-site PV, so like the term of the contract, estimated bill credits. But one thing that maybe is a little bit different is the type of subscription. So in community solar, we often see various ways that people are buying their share. It can be a set number of kilowatt hours per year. It could be a set number of kilowatts. It could be a set percent of savings that they want to see, or a percent of their bill. So having folks understand which subscription type they are getting, and then related to that, the price of that subscription and escalators, which is similar to an on-site structure. If there are any annual or monthly fees, early termination or cancellation, and then other fees are important terms. So this is the basic structure for Maryland. I think they also have some related provisions on advertising requirements and marketing disclosures. They have also said that there is ability to implement different standards for different income groups. So having maybe one set of FICO score requirements that's different by income group, things like that. They've also looked at subscription transfer regulation. So this is the ability to, if you are maybe moving out of the utility service territory, transfer your subscription to the new owner of your property or to somebody else generally within that service territory. And then contract expiration notifications. So those are all my slides. I know that was pretty fast, but I know we're short on time. So Jonas, can you remind me if we have time for Q&A, or yeah, I forget where we're at in the agenda.
We wanted to have some time for Q&A. We've gone through our break and we are at our time slot now for our panel on rate making issues. There are a couple questions here in the chat that I might point you to.
Okay. Yeah, do you want me to respond to those in the chat?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great.
Yeah.
And I think Ron had one, Stella Chan had one, and Andrew Stone had another.
Yeah, so Ron's question on typical bill credit prices per kilowatt hour. Are there other areas where prices are time of use based? So yeah, in terms of typical bill credit, I would say the most common we see is the retail rate for that customer class. That's definitely the most common. We do have Minnesota that has used a value of solar approach, and some other states or utilities that have focused more on that. What is the value instead of just using the retail rate approach? That's a good question in terms of where prices are time of use based. I actually don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen any explicit time of use based bill credits, but it might be that if the credit is based on the retail rate and the customer is on a time of use retail rate, there may be some of that happening. Okay, second question, does the graph on the right on the previous slide that shows NPV is positive, meaning the residential customers pay more? Just trying to understand. It's actually flipped. So if the NPV is positive, that means the customer is saving money. So you want to see a positive net present value to indicate savings. And then one more comment, a percent savings would be an interesting mapping of the NPV map. Yes, we are actually in the midst of thinking about different ways to present NPV information. As I think from the questions, it's often unclear what NPV represents. So we have done calculations looking at like year one savings for customers, or some sort of annualized metric for that. And then we do have like a percent savings calculation that could be done off of the retail rate that the customer would have otherwise provided. So yeah, thank you for that comment. We are thinking about how to present this data in a way that's more easily understandable. I think those are all the questions I see in the chat right now, Jonas.
I think you're right. Thanks so much, Jenny. That was fantastic. And thank you for already sharing your presentation with me so I can distribute it to folks who are interested. I've gotten so many requests already. I might just go ahead and distribute all the materials for today to everybody on our service list. And that'll cover folks who are watching on YouTube right now, but didn't plan to engage in the discussion today. So sorry for changing the logistics on that, and thanks to those who have emailed so far with those requests, makes it pretty clear that I should just go ahead and send them to everybody. So I will do that. Next on our agenda is our panel on outreach to low-income stakeholders and disproportionately impacted communities. That will be led by Christian Casillas, and I will let Christian go ahead and introduce the folks.
Are we going to take a break there? We're going to take a 5-minute break.
We had a 5-minute break built in. I think that we can go ahead and move through that. It is such a tight agenda today, and if folks need a break, they should feel free to take one, obviously. But I think we need to keep moving. We already have a short lunch break and a lot to do. So if I don't hear an uproar or revolt on that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Christian for this panel. And Christian, your whole team should have screen sharing capabilities at this point.
Great. Thank you very much, Jonas, and really appreciate the ability to have this section within today's workshop. So this panel is meant to be a starting point, really, for New Mexico's exploration of practices that can help us create a program with robust low-income participation and provide these participants with meaningful utility bill savings. Before we introduce and move into the panel, I just want to quickly read some definitions from the bill to clarify the context. So the Community Solar Act defines low-income customer as a residential customer of a qualifying utility with an annual household income at or below 80% of area media income as established by HUD, or that is enrolled in a low-income program facilitated by the state or a low-income energy program led by the qualifying utility or as determined by the commission. And then as well, the commission shall require 30% of electricity produced from each community solar facility to be reserved for low-income customers and low-income service organizations. The commission shall issue guidelines to ensure the carve-out is achieved each year and develop a list of low-income service organizations and programs that may pre-qualify low-income customers. And so we have a wonderful panel here with folks from all over the US who have been working in the area of community solar and low income for a number of years and have a lot of lessons learned and best practices that they're going to share with us. The way the panel is organized, each of the 4 presenters will provide a 10-minute presentation, or either with I think most of the panelists will provide slides. And then in the remaining time, which will likely be close to 20 minutes, we'll open it up to Q&A. So feel free as they're presenting to put questions in the chat, and I'll filter through those. We likely won't have a chance to answer all the questions live in this panel, but hopefully some of the more critical, relevant ones will open for discussion amongst our panelists. So our first presenter is Alan Telio, who is a Senior Vice President for Community Solar for Nexamp. Nexamp is one of the largest community solar companies in the US and is focused on building equitable access to renewable energy regardless of income or credit history. With expertise in understanding the real world implications of policy decisions, Alan has helped regulators craft LMI friendly policies and developed a first of its kind partnership with a utility to provide community solar 100% for 100% for free to LMI customers for over 15 years. So with that, I'll turn it over to Alan. And Alan, you should have the ability to screen share. And you're muted, Alan.
There we go. Thank you. Someday I'll figure that out. All right, so we'll be covering a couple of pieces over the next 10 minutes, specifically around best practices in terms of program design and some lessons learned that we've had in terms of the markets that we've entered for low-income community solar. The three areas that we'll talk about quickly is just a little briefly about our experience. And then the two areas where I'll have specific focus on is on contract design and how contract design has a real impact in the ability for low-income customers to participate. And then the second piece that I'll touch on, and as well as a couple of my other panelists, I believe they'll be touching it on, is how do we start to reduce the barriers, specifically around the enrollment process and the verification process in order to make it easier for low-income customers to participate in community solar. Briefly about us, as we're one of the largest community solar providers in the US. We've launched with the first no FICO score contract for community solar, and recently did a financing of about $480 million based off of this contract. It's sort of a first in its kind to say that we really can make solar accessible to everybody, regardless of income, and still be able to finance and build a large portfolio of projects. We're currently doing low-income projects in Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, and participating in New York's Solar for All program. This hasn't been talked about publicly yet, but it will be starting next week. We'll be launching the Give Array program with ComEd, which is a free solar program for LMI customers where 100% of the community solar credits are given away for free, which was developed jointly with the utility. Our approach has really been focused on how do you remove barriers to make it easier for people to participate in community solar. And we've seen when you remove the barriers, you can get a significant uptick of participation. So inside our non-LMI programs in some of our markets, we have approximately 20% of our population living in areas that meet the LMI definition of 80% or below area mean income. We don't ask our customers their income, so we've done this just by taking a look at where they live and getting a sense as to whether or not we're getting customers inside LMI communities. So the next piece that I'll be sharing is best practices in terms of how do you develop a contract that is LMI friendly. The practices that I'll be sharing are ones that we as a company do, but they've also been developed jointly with low-income advocacy groups and CAP agencies that we work with. So the principles, and if you look through the list, you'll see a lot of no's in there. And this is really about how do you make a more friendly, customer-centric contract that works for low-income individuals and makes it easier for them to participate. First piece is no long-term commitment. So what that typically means is you're not asking a customer to sign a commitment, a contract that has like an annual requirement. This is particularly important for the LMI community in that they tend to have less stable housing situations, and they do tend to move more frequently. So allowing them to cancel, typically with inside most markets, the cancellation policy is around 90 days. And that's not usually dictated by the community solar provider, but instead how long it takes the utility to unenroll a customer from those programs. Flexible payment methods is the next one, allowing a customer, particularly LMI customers, to be able to enroll either through an ACH payment, a credit card, or a check, but not have to be necessarily signing up for an auto pay requirement is also important. Flexibility in terms of payment methodology is important when you're starting to deal with the LMI population and also with elderly population. Not all of them have, not all of them are fluent in terms of paying on things online. So being able to meet the customer where they are is particularly important. No FICO score requirements. This is a big piece in order of making it easier for anyone to participate and simply allowing people who want to enroll to let them to be involved in the program. No upfront costs or penalties for canceling the contract. Again, this goes with having no long-term commitment. And this next piece about payments, no penalties for late payment, is particularly important for low-income customers. Our experience is that our low-income projects has been that they do pay. There are times when where they are late on terms of payment, but by removing the late payment penalty, they don't fall further behind in terms of the amount of money that they owe. And this is a big differentiator for many people inside the LMI community in terms of how they're being treated versus potentially working directly with their utility. So it's another one that is particularly helpful. And then the final two pieces, utility-led consolidated billing with the purchase of receivable is helpful. That's probably a much longer conversation to have in the future. And then a fixed discount rate so that the customers can understand clearly what they're saving. This piece in terms of fixed discount rate is pretty standard in most of the markets. And I think that New Mexico is considering sort of how they're going to evaluate which projects get involved. Taking a look at contract terms and meeting the customers where they are may be one of the things that New Mexico wants to look at when they're designing a low-income program is what are contract terms and do they make it easier for LMI customers to participate. Next piece is about reducing barriers in terms of the enrollment process and verification and billing component. This next piece is really this is really based on our experience in terms of what we've seen inside the markets. It all centers around this single idea of being customer centric and having a focus on improving the customer experience for general participants. Previously, the previous person that presented talked about long enrollment forms and long disclosure forms. Those are the types of things when you start to think about how do you design a program so that from a customer experience standpoint, it looks less intimidating, it's easier to participate, and there are less hoops and hurdles to jump through. And we've been able to measure across markets how different policies have affected conversion rates through our funnel and what the difference is for people enrolling inside the program. There are two areas that I want to focus on in terms of how to improve participation rate and reduce barriers. First is around the verification piece. What's really important in terms of the verification piece is to have a large number of options for people to be able to verify their participation and for it to be handled by the subscription organization. So not necessarily have it be run by maybe a third-party organization, but really allow it to be done and handled by a single group so that you can allow for an easy, so it's really handled by the subscription organization so that you have an easy enrollment process. You really want to include a wide variety of options for verification. I think LIHEAP and SNAP and some other programs that already have pre-qualified customers is a good start. Geo-eligibility is also an additional good start. And the third piece that we've seen in some markets that we found to be exceptionally helpful is self-attestation, to allow the low-income customer to attest that they are meeting the income eligibility requirements for the program. This last one is particularly helpful because it helps eliminate some of the challenges that exist with the first two. With LIHEAP and SNAP, all LMI customers are not on those programs. So you don't want to penalize a poor person who's LMI if they happen not to be participating in one of these programs. The same goes for geo-eligibility, is that if you limit the locations that are able to participate, we know from looking at our customer base that LMI customers live everywhere. And we really do want to make this program accessible to everyone. So the easiest way to do that is to also allow a self-attestation form through the process. It also helps streamline the contracting process. And we found that when you can reduce the amount of excess documentation that needs to go in, you'll get a significantly higher conversion rate. Conversely, when there's lots of excess documentation that needs to go through, lots of additional paperwork, you'll see a reduction of at least 50%, of about 50% in terms of our enrollment. An example of this is we are currently working on the Solar for All program in Illinois, and we've seen a drop off in the program that we run in the Ameren territory of about 50% compared to the standard program that we run in Illinois. And it's specifically around documentation. One of the challenges that exists on the LMI population is that documentation is often sent back and forth through mail, and asking people to have a lot of documents sent back and forth can really be cumbersome. So when developing the verification process, really think about what's the easiest way to achieve the goal that that will have the best customer experience. And from our standpoint, self-attestation is a great way to achieve that goal. Finally, on the customer billing side, this may sound easy and simple, but really just making sure that the program is run well. Application of credits in a timely manner is really important. When customers don't see that they're being applied in a timely manner, or multiple months are applied at once, it can be particularly difficult for an LMI customer because they may have to pay a larger community solar bill. Making sure that's compatible with budget billing is also particularly helpful. Again, budget billing is often used by low and moderate income customers in order to help control their spend, and making sure that the mechanism in terms of how credits are applied to the bill and allowing them to participate in both budget billing programs and community solar helps increase the uptick of these programs. And we've seen this we've seen this across markets. So some of our markets it's compatible, some of the markets it's not. And honestly, it sometimes varies from utility to utility. So proactively thinking about allowing budget billing customers to participate will also help increase participation from LMI customers. That's all that I have for now. I know that I'm also out of time, so I'm happy to take some questions at the end.
That was great. Thank you, Alan. Our next presenter is Juan Parra, who is the Director of Community Solar at Solar One, which is a New York-based environmental education nonprofit. Solar One's community solar program facilitates the development of community solar projects by providing technical assistance to community-based partners. Solar One is launching at least 2 community solar projects in 2021. Of relevance is Community Power, 1.3 megawatt project serving over 400 low to moderate income households. Juan, you should have ability to share slides if you'd like.
Hey everyone. Okay. We all see my screen?
Yep.
Great. So good afternoon. I'm on the East Coast, so I have to think about that with the time change. But hi everyone, my name is Juan. I'm from Solar One. We are, as Christian mentioned, a nonprofit based out of New York City. In general, we provide technical assistance for solar projects, and I'm the director of the community solar program at Solar One. So our program that provides technical assistance within Solar One is called Here Comes Solar. And our approach is to develop community solar programs and projects that maximize the local benefit. Right now, Solar One is facilitating 2 projects totaling almost 2 megawatts. And we have a few other projects in pre-development. Our approach is to partner with community-based organizations. Our role is typically more of a kind of project facilitator, project manager, a technical solar expert. And within our projects, we also do the customer enrollment as well. What sets our projects, what makes them different from typical community solar projects is that not only the kind of community-oriented approach, but we tend to offer a higher discount rate. We tend to have a very specific group of customers that we want to enroll in our projects. And we have additional benefits such as workforce development benefits with our projects. And this is one of our projects that's being installed on public housing in New York City. If anyone's familiar, it's in Brooklyn on a public housing campus called Kingsborough. I want to talk a little bit about one project that we're working on now called Community Power. And this is in partnership with a few groups, but one of the main ones being the New York City Community Energy Cooperative. So overall, Community Power is going to have 1.2 megawatts of solar energy across 3 public housing campuses. So we're teaming up with NYCHA, the New York City Housing Authority, to put solar energy on their rooftops, and we'll be leasing the rooftop space for the use of solar energy. The project is going to serve over 450 households with a focus on doing outreach to the neighborhoods that are closest to these community solar arrays. Really, anybody in the utility service territory can sign up, and we're not turning people away. But our outreach is focused on Manhattan and Brooklyn, where the community solar arrays are going to be installed. We also have a workforce training and hiring component where we trained 25 public housing residents in solar installation skills with wraparound services with our partner Green City Force. About 15 of them were hired by the installer to work on the construction of the system. And here's an image on the right. And as of right now, we just started getting permission to operate for some of the first few buildings. And we're going to have buildings coming online on a rolling basis throughout the summer. So this is really happening. It's kicking off, and people should start seeing credits on their bill in the next month or so. And again, this is, I describe our role sometimes at Solar One as, if you ever see like a bank heist movie and there's someone that's recruiting, different types of expertises, you have the person who is the getaway driver, and you have, I don't know, the coder or something. Like that's Solar One. We kind of take hold of a project and then we recruit experts in other aspects of the project to make this a reality. And so we recruit community-based organizations to help with outreach. We recruit workforce organizations to provide, to recruit the trainees and provide wraparound services, and a solar developer to assist with finding financing and handle all like the legal paperwork such as the lease. And so with Community Power, the requirements of this project are that every single subscriber needs to be a low and moderate income household, which is 80% AMI, which is in line with New Mexico's proposal. And we also have a requirement that the customer has to be current on their bill. And that's a way of kind of assessing the customer's ability to pay. And this project also requires auto pay for the community solar subscriptions. The terms of the project, so what the customer is getting is a 20% discount on solar energy credits. It's a 20-year contract, but there's no cancellation fee. And so It's basically no penalty if you do need to cancel. We structured a 20-year contract just so it's kind of something that people can sign up for and not really, think about and not have to re-sign a contract every year. And there are no sign-up fees. So it's really geared to be something that's easy for people to sign up to and be a part of for as long as they really want to. And sorry, the images were below are just some of our partners that we worked on with this project. So I'm quickly going to go through some of the lessons learned. I think we'll probably dive into some of this during the discussion. But I think these are some of the things that kind of set our project apart. One is the higher discount that we're able to offer. So most community solar projects in New York can offer a 10% discount. And we're able to offer with our 2 projects 15 to 20%. The reason that this is possible, or the reasons I should say, are number one, for one of the projects we received a higher incentive because it's installed on affordable housing on the public housing in New York City. So that's an additional an adder incentive that is available in New York for projects that are installed on affordable housing and are serving a percentage of low and moderate income households in New York City. With another one of our projects that's offering a 15% discount, that's because the value of solar is higher in that area. And so we're getting more money for every kilowatt hour of solar energy that's being generated by that system. And then in turn, we could just offer a higher savings proposition to the customers that are signing up. And then with these projects, they're both being installed on public buildings. And so the entities that we're working with, whether it be the public housing or another one that's more in the economic development space, they're offering preferential lease payments or lease terms. And so our lease payments are lower than the market rate. And we're then turning around and offering a higher benefit to the customer because their costs are lower on our end. In terms of how we're verifying LMI, our kind of thesis is that we don't want to make this a intrusive or cumbersome process for the customer. And so we really try to do whatever we can to not ask for sensitive information such as previous checks, bank statements, and tax statements. What we've done to verify their income, number one is look at their address. We have a database that provides a list of buildings in New York City that are income restricted, mostly because they get some kind of federal subsidy or state subsidy or some kind of tax credit. And so we have a database that we could verify their address against. So if they say they live on, 123 Brooklyn Ave, and we know that that's a building that's income restricted, that you have to be below 80% AMI to live there, they're automatically enrolled, or they're automatically qualified. And then another way to qualify, similar to Ellen, is based on social service program participation. And so that's SNAP, EBT, HEAP. And, sometimes we've asked the customer if they're not part of these programs that we're aware of. The customers themselves have said, okay, I'm not part of these programs, but I'm actually on this program that has this income verification or requirement. And, we kind of learn as we go as well. And within both of those, another really important program is this utility discount program, which a lot of low and moderate income households are automatically enrolled in. And so that's something that shows up on their bill, and that's really easy to qualify. And we also look at different channels based on these requirements that can streamline enrollment. One example is that we've worked with an app where EBT beneficiaries can check their EBT card balance and have done marketing through that app. And we know that if folks are learning about the project through that app, they're eligible because they're EBT users. And so we use those channels to kind of qualify folks as well. And lastly, in terms of our enrollment process, similar to what Alan was saying, the more streamlined, the better. It can get a little bit choppy and disjointed through the qualification process and asking for a bill, and then the process of getting payment information for autopay. So one thing we do is for qualification is using the bill balance to determine their eligibility and ability to pay rather than a soft credit check. And then we also are seeing that, the two bills and autopay are the biggest barriers to getting people signed up. And right now in New York, consolidated billing is actually not available everywhere. In New York City, it's still not rolled out. And so I would, greatly advise the implementation of consolidated billing as quickly as possible, if not with the enrollment, or sorry, the release of this program, just because we've done a process where we can sign people up in one go, literally in 15 minutes, based on pre-qualification. And then we have a process that requires us to collect billing information after the customer signs a project. And there's so many people that drop off as you ask for billing information. And so it's just really important to have like a tight, streamlined process that's non-intrusive and doesn't ask the customer for additional billing information. So even though they're saving, the perception is that this is actually going to cost them more because of the additional bill. So I'll stop there, and we could get into some of this during the discussion, but I'll pass it to the next person.
Great. Thank you very much, Juan. Our next presenter is Tom Fiegel, who is a Senior Director of Policy and Business Development for Grid Alternatives, a nonprofit that focuses on low-income solar access throughout the U.S. Tom leads policy and regulatory efforts and project development for community solar, inclusive of tribes and LMI customers, while incorporating workforce development and maximizing community benefits. I should also mention that Tom was instrumental in helping to pull together this great group of panelists. So thank you very much, Tom.
Thanks. Thank you, Christian. Great. Well, thanks again, and thanks everyone for the opportunity to speak today and join the workshop on what's a really exciting new community solar policy. I will skip the intro to me. I think Christian summarized it well. I'm just going to provide a little bit of background on Grid Alternatives work within low income and equitable community solar. Talk a little bit about best practices, focusing on outreach and involvement for low income customers. But we'll really just try to be as complimentary as possible to what's already been covered today. And then if I have a couple minutes, leave some time for project examples. Not trying to get through all this content though. I'm going to provide these slides as a follow-up to Jonas as well. So just a little more on our mission. We are a 501c3, a national organization focused on building community-powered solutions to advance economic and environmental justice through renewable energy. In community solar, we are a leading developer of low-income, tribal, environmental justice, and workforce development-focused community solar projects. So we do project development, program design, policy and regulatory engagement, as well as utility partnerships, and have a core focus on LMI customers, EJ impact tribes. We've done about 17 projects to date, a bit over 12 megawatts installed in about a 20 megawatt pipeline nationally, with projects throughout California, Colorado, Mississippi, Oregon, Washington, and Washington, DC. And our tribal program is also active in New Mexico currently. Just a little more to give you an idea of who our subscribers are. Of our projects, we are serving up to 80% of area median income, affordable housing, and nonprofits. And then we'll have also cities or anchor subscribers to our projects as well to help move projects forward with siting and financing. And then we've got a diversity of ownership structures between tribes, utilities, affordable housing, EJ partners. About 44% of our projects are to LMI customers directly, 42% to affordable housing or nonprofit, and 14% to city or anchor partners. And again, we also focus on workforce development, meaning that when we're constructing the project, we're working training opportunities into the engineering, procurement, and construction of that project, and also trying to work through contractor relationships to bring diversity and inclusion into project development and installation. I will talk a little bit about some high-level best practices and then just offer a few quick comments for considerations within the PRC rulemaking. First, for kind of low-income community solar best practices, there's a variety of approaches that can work to serve this customer segment. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. We shouldn't be trying to take just one approach here. And the legislation really enables kind of a diversity of business models and avenues to serve this customer segment. So, there have been state programs such as Colorado that have opportunities to integrate community solar with other low-income energy services, reducing energy burden. I will say that it's important to try to strike a balance between low-income customer inclusion in all housing types. So making sure that customers that are in residential single-family housing, multifamily, living in affordable housing, or renters all have access to programs. And I'll talk a little bit more about how that could be considered within the rules. And then billing is also, other folks have mentioned this, can be a real challenge to have two bills for customers. So the ability to integrate as much as possible to address that barrier for low-income customers is definitely a best practice. And then driving other benefits that can be offered to customers through project implementation, workforce development, for example. I'll link quickly that we maintain a resource with Vote Solar called lowincomesolar.org that has best practices that we try to keep updated on community solar as well. Just a few quick considerations for the rulemaking. Actually, I'll skip through most of the consumer protection. I think, Alan Juan had covered it, and I think Kim is going to cover it a little further, really just echoing what folks have already mentioned here. I think it's been covered. I'll say also from also just to kind of accentuate Alan's point, we've seen, timely bill crediting, just kind of the program basics like that, really important for this customer segment, just to make sure, we've seen projects with delays for 4 months on billing and crediting, just making sure that all those logistics of the program are really lining up from the outset, especially for this customer segment. It's critical. And that, in rate making also, just to add quickly that adequate and full compensation, that is kind of a consumer protection measure for this customer segment to really enable access and equity and allow subscriptions to community solar to help reduce energy burden and provide bill savings, for example. I'll offer some brief thoughts also on kind of the selection of proposals that was in the statute and also is considered in the order. If a request for proposals or an application approach is taken in the program, I would just add that it's important to differentiate between the low-income subscriber type within that request for proposals, low-income customers versus service providers with differentiated and higher weighting for low-income residential customers who face much higher barriers than, for example, a master metered housing authority that can often sign up and not really face any finance barriers to purchasing or being included in project finance. So there's Colorado has an example of how to do that. Actually, Vote Solar filed that in their comments, and happy to follow up in further discussion on how to best structure that. Other factors can also be considered through such a process, like bill savings and impacts for customers, ownership structures for tribes or communities, job training, workforce development, et cetera. And also just the plan and experience of subscribing low-income customers that the proposal is bringing to the table, the developer is bringing to the table, or whoever's moving the project forward. Again, I think this has largely been covered. Low-income customers, can be, there should be a broad but not exclusive or required list to pre-qualify customers, but also avenues, as Alan mentioned, around census tract and self-attestation. Just to give flexibility, multiple channels to make sure that all existing, the entire low-income customer segment can really have access. And just a quick note that just because the statute is 80% AMI, FPL programs can still fall under that, for example, and lots of flexibility in how to set that up to be sure there's a lot of flexibility, multiple channels that developers can work through. And just echo that low-income service organizations can also be certified as a list, added to on an ongoing basis for folks that can provide those qualify or that can serve as a low-income service organization for the purposes of the 30% in projects. Finally, just on community outreach, again, there are a lot of opportunities to leverage community solar to comprehensively address energy burden. I linked an NREL report on Colorado's approach to that. Community solar can reduce electric energy burden, complement with weatherization and other measures. And certainly a good avenue to try to leverage. And then just enabling the program to work through trusted partners with experience, provide education, additional services as much as possible. I think I will leave the comments at that. I will certainly share these with Jonas, but I want to keep us moving here. I left a few project examples in the slide deck that folks can go through if they want to take a look. Here's an example that we developed with Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. This is a project owned by the tribe with Empire Electric Association that included and leveraged some DOE funding, as well as a workforce training program. Another project with a housing authority in Colorado that's benefiting all the housing authority residents. A cooperative project developed in Southern California with the Santa Rosa Band of Coahuila Indians, which included 200 low-income customers subscribing, as well as all the tribe's buildings. And I will leave it at that because I want to make sure Kim has time as well. So thanks again for the opportunity to present, and looking forward to further discussion and joining stakeholder groups.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Our fourth panelist is Kim Shields. She's the Director of Strategic Initiatives for Energy Outreach Colorado, which is a nonprofit with a mission to ensure all Coloradans can afford their home energy needs. EOC has been assisting developers with enrolling income qualified subscribers to community solar gardens across Colorado since 2017, and has experienced and learned from challenges of a per project carve out, building trust with communities, and other paperwork and billing barriers. Kim?
Yeah, thanks, Christian. I'll go ahead and share. Sorry, froze for a second there. Hopefully I'm back. As Christian said, yes, we're at Energy Outreach Colorado. We strive to achieve our vision through a comprehensive suite of programs, including emergency furnace repair, bill assistance, energy efficiency work, and long-term utility bill affordability through community solar subscriptions and advocacy. We accomplished all these programs with our wide network of agency partners. So we have over 100 human service agency partners throughout the state. The advantage of this partnership model is that our agencies have trusted relationships with the communities in which they reside. Households get one-on-one sessions with a caseworker, and those sessions can include financial coaching and guiding through applying for all sorts of benefits, including our energy programs and other ways to save money. The primary utility here, Excel Energy, with the largest community solar program, is what I'm going to focus on in our role there. We are considered one of the approved low-income verifying organizations, so we can help developers to meet their obligations for their low-income carve-outs and provide verification of low-income households. So we've been doing this since about 2017 and are responsible now for a portfolio of around 1,300 low-income subscribers across dozens of different projects. The way we do this work, we identify eligible subscribers through our programs. That includes our energy assistance program, crisis intervention, and energy efficiency on single-family homes, multifamily affordable housing, as well as nonprofits, which serve the low-income community. So all of these different entities are eligible to be low-income subscribers in Colorado's rules. We work to prioritize these subscribers based on energy burden or different metrics, since we have such a large pipeline and such few spots available. And we will help get the paperwork done that is necessary to enroll and do outreach and education. We'll manage subscribers over time because the subscriptions are not necessarily tied to the account, they're also tied to the premise. So if a subscriber moves, they do become invalid, and we try to work to re-enroll them at their new address. And we also track usage versus allocations over time to see if those need to be adjusted. And we are doing evaluation of the bill savings the customers are seeing, the rate of turnover. As we know, this customer segment tends to move often, and their need for future energy assistance. So has the ongoing community solar credits helped a household avoid needing to reapply for energy assistance in the future or not? So I'll talk about a couple different models real quick. As it's been mentioned in some other presentations, the 2010 Community Solar Gardens Act in Colorado set a 5% low-income carve-out capacity per project. EOC helped solar developers identify and enroll customers to meet this obligation. My diagram there is just meant to show all the different relationships that had to go on to achieve that. And a lot of the barriers involved a lack of trust. Our low-income community members did not have any relationship with a solar developer or know who they were. They have a history of experiencing predatory offers. And so there's a lot of lack of trust there. That's where EOC tried to step in and worked with our participants that we had already helped with either bill assistance or energy efficiency work. Another large barrier is that second bill and confusing contracts. Our average income for our participants in our programs is only 22% AMI. So we're serving extremely low income households. They often come to us for bill assistance because they've received a disconnection notice. So they are at risk of being disconnected from the utility and or evicted. And so there's already an inability to pay their utility bill. So the idea of introducing a second bill for community solar, even if there's a net savings, is just way too much of a burden on these households and something we have to consider. And another issue with this carve out was the high turnover rates. I think that developers engaged EOC in the beginning to meet their obligation, and then there was no one focused on these subscribers over time and managing them over time and continuing outreach and communication to ensure that they stayed enrolled in the program. And so that's something we recommend going forward, is ongoing engagement. The other model that we have now in Colorado is this utility-owned community solar. So after experiencing the issues with the carve-out, in a 2016 settlement, it was decided that the low-income capacity would be assumed more on a whole capacity-wide level rather than per project level. And part of achieving that is that the utility was going to do some 100% low-income projects to assume some of that. obligation. So they have launched 6 megawatts worth of low-income gardens this year, and EOC is the organization contracted to identify, subscribe, and manage the low-income customers. So it greatly simplifies the model. We're in contract with the utility. We have our pre-existing relationships with households, and then the households pay their utility bill, and they see the community solar charge and credit there on the bill. So also, the projects are built on utility land, and so they're able to see some project development cost savings there to pass on to subscribers. So this is an example of that consolidated billing that makes it easier for the subscriber. And again, we're leveraging our pre-existing relationships through our income qualified programs and the fact that obviously the subscriber already has a relationship with their utility as well. So just trying to summarize some of my main points. Our organization's strategy going forward, we really want to see guaranteed savings for low-income households. And actually our most successful way of doing this has been through donated subscriptions. I know that puts a financial challenge in the hands of the developer, but it's actually something we saw a lot of projects resort to when they couldn't meet their carve out. A lot of households were not interested in signing up, and developers eventually just ended up donating the capacity so that they could meet the requirements. And we've seen developers actually interested in doing this from the onset, donating the subscriptions and finding other ways to recover that revenue. And what this can offer actually is really reduced risk for the project. When you're dealing with a high risk population at risk of not paying their subscription, and you eliminate the subscription fee entirely, then you can really just benefit the household and lower risk for the project. We've also done subscriptions that are covered by grant funding. So again, the subscriber does not have to pay anything themselves, and we take care of the subscription fee for them using grant funding. And then of course, the utility owned model that I mentioned, which allows for that consolidated billing so that the customer doesn't have to deal with a second bill. Education is a really important aspect. So educating homes on what community solar is and how it works, bill literacy, understanding all the line items on their bill, and then educating about our other programs available to them. Ongoing communication, I mentioned, through multiple forums, text, email, and mail to meet everyone where they're at, doing so in multiple languages. Reducing barriers to access. A big piece of this is trying to eliminate paperwork, eliminate applications, doing pre-qualification like we discussed through other programs, and just exploring all the different avenues to qualify. I did want to point out that, LIHEAP is often the go-to qualification for other energy programs like this, but that is a federally funded program and requires verification of lawful presence. Whereas Energy Outreach Colorado's programs will all serve undocumented applicants. So that's one of our benefits as well. And then just trying to track the impact of our subscriptions. We do look at energy burden, trying to prioritize households by high energy burden census tracts, and debt reduction. Like I said, since we're working with populations that might be severely behind on their bills, and ongoing monthly community solar credit can help eat away at some of that debt that they have to the utility and avoid them being disconnected. So I don't know if I was able to make up some time there, but thanks for having me.
Thank you, Kim. That was fantastic. Thank you, Tom, Juan, and Alan. We're scheduled to run till 11:50. I'm hoping we can maybe squeeze in a couple questions here. To begin with, and maybe this will start with you, Kim. There was a question here about integration of energy efficiency into the programs. And I know this is something that you guys have done in with Energy Outreach Colorado. What are some best practices and lessons learned for integrating utility programs, federally funded weatherization assistance programs into to folks who are low-income households who are subscribing?
Yeah, so that's definitely what we do at our organization. We're lucky that we have all these different programs in-house, so we can easily refer participants from one program to the next. And it's really a goal of ours to ensure that everyone receives all the services that we have available to them. So our efficiency programs have been around longer than our community solar. And so we have a large pool of customers that have received energy efficiency from us. And therefore, when we are approached by a developer who has spots for low-income households in community solar, we can reach back out to those folks and try to get them enrolled. We also do that dynamically. We've been seeing more lately special cases where a customer might have damage to the gas line to their home, and like the expense of repairing or replacing that is astronomical. And we actually work to try to electrify the home, which of course can create some higher electricity costs. So then we couple that with a community solar subscription to try to balance things out for them. So we were able to do that internally just because we have these different programs in-house, but also through referrals. Typically our crisis intervention customers are referred to the WAP program first, which can usually get a more comprehensive services to them. But if they don't income qualify, they're eligible for our energy efficiency program, which has a broader income range. So just sometimes it needs to be case by case, but I think it's a perfect idea of coupling all these programs together.
Christian, this is Jonas. I just wanted to jump in at this point. I'm sure everybody is aware we're at 11:50. That is our time for a lunch break on the agenda, but I think we should continue this Q&A till noon, and then get back up after the lunch break at 12:35 like we've planned. I do think we're going to save some time this afternoon, but I did want to just give everybody an update now that we're at the 11:50 time on our agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jonas. And thanks for everybody for, if you're willing to postpone your lunch for 10 more minutes, or wherever you are in the States. Just wanted to open that same question up if anybody else had of our other panelists had a brief comment on the incorporation of energy efficiency into community solar programs.
I can just add again that the Colorado report I linked, and I think kind of the energy burden characteristics could be fairly similar between New Mexico and Colorado, but community solar was really a complementary measure to the existing weatherization program to reduce, to provide electric energy burden reduction in complement to weatherization, which was mainly affecting the gas side of the meter for a lot of customers. So something to consider, and sort of, whether such an approach could also be leveraged in New Mexico.
Great, thank you. I wanted to pose one question that we had. So Energy Outreach Colorado helps with income verification or verification for low-income customers. And Alan mentioned that they prefer leaving that up to the developers. So I was wondering if maybe we could just have a few comments about finding that balance between reducing barriers for low-income subscription sign up, and as well having some sort of guardrails to to prevent bad actors that may be not actually enrolling low-income participants, as well as the piece that we heard from Kim of some of the hands-on benefits of an organization working directly with low-income households to prevent subscription cancellations, et cetera.
I can take the first piece that you brought up in terms of putting in some guardrails and how do you balance the customer experience side to make it easier for people to sign up, but also ensure that bad actors are not just enrolling non-LMI customers onto the LMI portion of a program. Typically what we've looked at with the program design, we would prefer to put the burden back onto the developer and to do some spot check verification of LMI customers to make sure that their income is actually what they say it is. The biggest concern sort of that we've had and why we believe that self-attestation is a good approach is that the concern for fraud isn't at the subscriber level. We don't think that there's subscribers lying to get onto the low-income portion of the program. The concern for fraud is that there's a developer who's doing this incorrectly and taking advantage of the situation. Because of that, the burden shouldn't be put back onto the low-income customer. And that is at times been the model that we've seen, is that the low-income customer is penalized for fraud that is being perpetrated not by them. And there's no evidence of fraud ever happening on the low-income side. It doesn't really make any sense because you'd essentially be saying, I don't even know who would be committing fraud on that side. So, for us, when we look at it, there should be some guardrails and there should be some methodology for verification to make sure that the customers are going back in. And then the other piece that Kim had brought up about that 5% and whether it's actually filled or not filled. In most of the markets where we work, you can't be filling that with non-LMI customers. And if you are, there should be some penalties on top of that if you're caught doing that. The other piece in terms of some guardrails is that if you are not doing it, you do lose that revenue. And that is actually an issue for project economics. So leaving that portion of those projects unfilled and unsubscribed and having that revenue potentially at risk, it is a penalty. You just need to make sure that developers are following those rules and make sure that the focus is on the right part about the entity who might be causing the problem. Because that is often where I think there's sort of a misalignment.
Yeah, I agree with Alan. Some of our programs are self-reporting on income as well. It depends who the funder is and if we're held to those documentation requirements or not. But we also agree and believe that there's not going to be fraud from the customer at that level, especially for our assistance program. These are people asking for help paying their bill. They're at risk of being disconnected. They often have to meet with a caseworker to go through this process. And there's, that can really hurt someone's level of pride as well. And so we don't, no one would go through that process voluntarily, I think, just to get access to low-income programs. And so self-reporting income can really help just to broaden that pool of potential subscribers. And then, like we mentioned, there are, of course, state and federal benefit programs that require a lot of income documentation and can be another avenue to identify people who are eligible, but making sure that we're reducing barriers wherever we can.
Yeah, I totally agree with what both Kim and Alan said. And I think, it always goes back to the customer experience, I think, for me. And what is, I feel like customers weigh whether they want to continue signing up for this and receive that benefit against like how easy it is to sign up. Like, if at the end of the day, even with a 20% discount, which is higher than a 10, it's $10, $20 savings a month, which is not nothing, but it's also not, the most, significant decrease in overall expenses for the customer. So whatever we can do to make this process easy definitely has a big impact into someone's willingness to sign up. And so that income qualification piece, and the more in depth we make that and the more complex for the customer, the less conversion we're going to get. And I totally agree that self-verification is something, unfortunately, we haven't been able to use it with our project, but because of some, program requirements, but we program requirements based on funding that we're getting. We need to have some proof in a sense, not the PSC program. But if we had a preference, I think that would be it, because we don't think that people would lie about their income to join this project, and the overall benefit is enough to sign more people up for the project.
Okay.
I think you're
Christian.
muted, Christian.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I saw Jonas was about to say something.
I was gonna say, yeah, now we're at noon. I really appreciate this panel's presentations and discussion, and getting active in the chat and responding to some of those questions we saw there. If you all could make sure to get your presentations to Christian or send them to me directly to distribute to everybody today, that would be great. And yeah, just thanks again so much for your expertise today.
Thanks for having us.
With that, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break here. We'll return at 12:35 with the panel on rate making issues. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, John.
Hi, Stella. How are you?
How are you? Good.
Good.
I hope you have all the answers.
I'm looking at you, Stella.
I have more questions.
Yeah, so do I. Well, I'm here to learn. Rick will help us out.
We're all in this together.
That's good to know, Rick. Appreciate it.
I work for Colorado Springs Utility, and our model is how we are all connected. So I think we are here in the same boat. Have to make it work.
Yeah.
Well, I hope everybody had a good lunch. I know it was a short lunch, but next up we have, I guess it's 12:34. Am I? Well, it just switched on my end. I'm going to go ahead. We have our panel on rate making issues. It looks like all of our panelists are here. Arthur O'Donnell is our moderator. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Arthur.
Thank you, Jonas. And I guess one of the benefits of doing these workshops virtually is that we don't have to all go out and find a place to eat lunch because we all have our stash of crackers and cheese underneath our desks. This is a really fundamental issue in the implementation of the Community Solar Act, as of course the Public Regulation Commission is first and foremost a rate setting agency. And I've already identified several of the rate making issues that the commission is going to have to confront. And so we'll be basing our questions on 3 of the 4 that I had already talked about, which are determining and applying the value of solar credits per rate class, the tariff structures, forms, and other documentation that will be required, the application fees to be assessed from subscriber organizations for administration of the program, and interpreting how the 3% limitation on cross-subsidization might be calculated and applied. Since we don't have a lot of time to cover these issues, I'm asking that our panel dispense with any PowerPoints or introductory statements, and we can just get right down to the questions. And so what I'd like to do is to start with Rick from Vote Solar, who has experience in several other jurisdictions, including Colorado, where I guess you live, Rick, to get a sense of how the solar bill credit has been applied in other states. And after Rick talks about that, we'll be turning to our other panelists, who include Stella Chan from the PNM, who has such long titles. She is the Director of Pricing and Load Forecasting and Executive Director of Strategy and Marketing and Product Management. And then John Reynolds, who is the Division Director of the PRC's Utility Division. And Rick is the Program Director for Vote Solar of Distributed Generation Regulatory Policy. So Rick, help us figure out how to deal with this solar bill credit in New Mexico.
Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity, Art. I really appreciate it. So New Mexico is similar to Colorado, I'd say probably because of the time that has passed since Colorado's bill originally was enacted in 2010. It's a bit more refined than Colorado's was. Essentially in Colorado, the bill credit is determined as the average charges divided by the average kilowatt hours by rate sheet. And we probably need to talk a little bit about the semantics here, because there are tariffs and rate sheets and rate classes, and I don't think we want anybody to get tripped up on that. So the rate sheet is actually the rate that is applied to the customer. The rate class is the general class of customers that are grouped together often for reporting purposes. For instance, residential customers, secondary general customers, and so forth. So within each rate class, there are generally or usually multiple rate sheets.
And it can vary based on load factor, can vary based on just rate structure. There can be time of use rates, there can be flat rates, inverted block rates, and so forth. And so it's important to have the bill credit rate determined based on the individual rate sheet that a subscriber is under with its local utility. We have seen in Colorado some cases where individual customer, what do I want to say? Individual customer credits were calculated. In other words, based on the individual customer's consumption pattern and overall charges. And that led to some real improper mining of certain customers that could benefit more by the bill credit mechanism than others. So over time, we've refined our process so that we're focused just on the rate sheet. Anybody under a particular rate sheet gets to use or has applied to their bills the bill credit rate applied to their subscription amounts month by month. So maybe that's a good place to pause and Art, see if you have any other follow-up questions.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I saw a news article from last October that utilities were trying to get a recalculation of the bill credits, but I didn't see what came of that. So quickly, what's the status?
Well, there is a rulemaking going on. The commission has completed its work, but there are aspects of that proposed rule that are being appealed. And it has to do with what gets credited back to the bill credit rate. And that there have also been additional proposals for elements, particularly riders, that would be excluded from the bill credit. So in other words, the subscriber would continue paying certain bill credits. These are generally related to public benefits, but they have not been concluded yet. So we're still, the jury's still out on that one.
Yeah, Stella and then John. We do have a formula spelled out in statute which says that the bill credit is derived from the qualifying utility's total aggregate retail rate on a per customer class basis, less the commission approved distribution cost components. Is that sufficient to get everybody to agree on how to derive this, or do we need some refinement of that definition in terms of understanding the component parts? Stella?
So I think one thing that Rick mentioned about rate sheets, I think the first clarification we need is who are eligible to subscribe. The statutes say retail residential and retail small commercial. And if you look at, for example, PNM's tariff, we don't have a rate sheets or a rate schedule called small commercial. We have small power and then general power, and usually probably like the other utilities, their rate sheets is based on customers' usage or demand, not a type of like generalized like a small commercial. So we need to first is to define so we can understand which rate sheets or what we call tariff or rate schedule that are applicable to. And after that clarification, we can follow the formula and come up with the total aggregates retail rates. And then the next question is, I think somebody this morning talked about time of use. So are we going to then develop the credit? For example, our residential has rates has 3 blocks. So do we want a credit by block of usage? I think those are the question that we need to answer, and maybe it's up to the utility to propose, but it's doable. We can follow the formula, but first of all, we need to figure out what small commercial, what does that mean, at least to each individual IOU, what rate schedule or rate sheets that is applicable to.
Okay, John, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Stella makes some good points about we need some clarification about who participates, the definition of small commercial, and then the multiple rate sheets, so to speak, to use Rick's language, that exist in many utility tariffs. Like residential, there's a general residential and time of use residential. So I take those to be 2 rate sheets. But the other point I'd like to raise is, while it's doable if we have the data, if we have the cost of service information that is relevant and relatively timely to do this, as accurately as possible. And then that requires it generally comes along with a rate case that is litigated to enough of an extent that there's a commission approval of the various elements that go into the cost of providing service. And those would include the distribution element or component, as it's mentioned in the statute, that would be deducted from the total aggregate retail rate. And so it's doable, as Stella says, but it's not necessarily, there are occasions when a rate case may be settled or stipulated without an agreement on the various elements of the cost of service. And then, then the issue is, how do you apply the formula in a case like that? So, so I think there are a number of uncertainties that need to be addressed as is becoming clear in this conversation.
Okay,
So
well,
John,
it is clear. I'll just mention and then let you go, Stella, that we don't have time for new rate cases, right? We have to have things in place by April 1st. So, Stella, can you address how we might be able to do this?
I think the best we can do is then use our last approved rate cases with the cost of service. And we can go ahead and what we call unbundled our rates into the different buckets so we can pull out the distributions. But to John's point, in future rate cases, in order to follow this, we got to be able to produce a approved cost of service that give us enough detail so we can derive or we can subtract out the distribution piece of the rates. Like our last rate case is a black box settlement. We didn't have a detailed cost of service study to support that. So it may be something that the commission ought to consider going into future rate cases to make sure that that is a cost of service that can be used to derive the credits.
Okay, so this implies that while the community solar program is ongoing, if the utility has a rate case that derives a new cost of service with different numbers, that the actual subscriber credit might vary over time, might adjust based on the outcome of that rate case. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's my understanding. So it's based on effective rates. So the effective rate could be in place for 2 years, 1 year, 4 years, 5 years. It's subject to volatility and uncertainty to that point for the subscriber.
Rick, do you have experience with this in terms of maybe gaps in the database for being able to derive the bill credit?
Yes, actually, in Colorado, up until recently, the last full rate case we had was in 2012. So that case was the basis for the rates that were in effect for quite a few years in between. And so the charges are not that difficult to come up with the total aggregate retail rate. The difficulty lies in how the mix of assets may change for the utility. and determining what portion of that total aggregate retail rate will be distribution related. So it's complicated. There are ways to prorate and so forth. And I have a lot of confidence in your utilities that will be able to do this.
I come from California, where aside from the usual commodity charge for electricity and the distribution charge and the transmission charge, which are relatively easy to subtract out, you also have non-escapable public goods charges, paying for a whole bunch of things. Do we have anything like that essentially built into our rates to pay for public purpose programs that we might have to take into account?
Yeah, Art, if I could, one thing that immediately comes to mind is we will have, starting around the middle of next year, these non-bypassable securitization charges related to San Juan generation. Now, those may be, I'm not clear whether those will be impacted by the net metering impact of community solar subscription, so that it may just reduce the charge to the subscribers. But those are the one, I don't know if those are analogous to what you just mentioned, Art, but those are one that I can think of.
It's the stuff that you can't escape. So, you know, the commission is going to have to make some determination of, are those charges built into the solar bill credit, taken out of the solar bill credit? I think that that's something that we're going to have to figure out. And just Jenny Heater had pointed to a number of different ways to cut this, looking at the value of solar as opposed to the commodity cost of solar. Does anybody have any thoughts on that and how it might be applied?
Well, that's defined in the statute, that it's essentially retail rate less distribution costs.
Right.
Many states use retail rate, exclusively. Some use value of solar, but that's pretty well defined in the New Mexico statute.
Yeah, I would add that there may be a possibility of, given the data issue that I mentioned earlier, there may be a possibility, it's just a suggestion that we could deem the distribution costs, in the absence of relatively timely data in a proceeding. It may be necessary for certain utilities that this be done, say, starting with April 1st, 2022. I mean, in that time frame, there's a good chance. The El Paso Electric case there's just been a final order in that case yesterday. The Southwestern Public Service case, I think, is pretty far along and they're likely to get a final order by then. But PNM likely will not be a final order by April 1st, 2022. And in their last rate case, as Stella mentioned, goes back to 2015.
Okay, so you're suggesting a possibly administratively set number.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. In Colorado, at least, the bill credit is a rider to the existing tariff sheets, as we talked about. Stella, is that what we might expect in New Mexico, or would we have a separate tariff that then applies to things? What do you think would be the best mechanism for the commission to pursue?
My recommendation is to have a rider, so we can easily identify, it's transparent, that we can keep track of the credits. And especially later on, I know we were talking about the 3% subsidy, especially when we're talking about the subsidy, whether it's applicable to the total program as a whole, or is that to individual project. So I think with a rider, I mean, my thought is to have a rider that it's spelled out, it's kind of the parent rider, spell out all the terms and conditions, general term and condition, and the methods and who's eligible. And then we'll have, children rider that will potentially for specific projects. So let's say we will have rider 55, then we will have 55A, 55B as is needed. That's all depends on how the subsidy is going to structure, whether it's by project or how it is going to work, because we can set the solar credit rates and set it, but the 3% subsidy is going to come in play.
Okay, we'll get back to the
Yeah.
subsidy and limitation. But Rick, how has it been working in other places? It seems to me that Colorado, I keep coming back to Colorado because I actually read their documents. There's a community solar gardens, essentially policy sheet that spells out what Stella called a parent rider, and then a number is attached to each of the rate classes that are implicated in the program. Is that your recommendation for the best way to go about it?
It seems to me to be the most straightforward way, Art. Other riders are done that way, where you have a single tariff in a rate book, but then within that, you'll have the individual tariffs that are applicable to customers on the different rate sheets. So, whether there's 5 or 10, it just depends on how many rate sheets might be applicable. And maybe just to amend what Stella had said earlier, when she talked about the residential and small commercial customers, there's actually more customers than that could be subscribers of these facilities, as defined in the Community Solar Act, including community colleges, municipals, and so forth.
Okay, John, any thoughts on that before we move on to
I agree with Rick and Stella. The riders are what we're accustomed to in New Mexico. We've done it in different contexts for renewable energy to meet the renewable portfolio standard, for energy efficiency program. It's readily trackable, and I think it's transparent for the customer's benefit. So it's clear, and it's an extra line on the bill that indicates the benefit of the program.
Okay, so we can agree on a process and fight over the numbers. The next issue is about the administrative fees, and the statute does call for an application fee. Now, this is, completely related to the fact that the PRC does not have resources, does not have dedicated staff, does not have a budget for any of this. So let's start with John, since you have to deal with this every day. Do we have any sense of how much it might cost to run a community solar program of the size that we're looking at, 200 megawatts for a couple of years? And how should the fee structures be derived and allocated?
To be straight, we don't really have a good idea about the cost of what it would take to administer this program from a regulatory basis. We know we estimate it'll take some additional human resources, and again, it's going to depend on, for example, us at the utility division, we expect to devote some significant time to it. But we're supported by our legal division from who counsels us. We also expect that, although that still needs to be clarified, that to the extent the commission will have some responsibility over consumer protection, then that involves some engagement from our consumer relations divisions to handle consumer issues. They do it now for utility issues, consumer relations related. And we have sometimes some expertise that we may need to bring on board, like we are for this rulemaking with Strategen, yourself. And so that when you add those up, there could be a fair number of costs. I mean, we may have some additional proceedings that I suggested may be necessary moments ago. So I think there'll be, I think it'll be fair to come up with a number. I mean, I would, as far as human resources costs, which I have pointed out in the fiscal impact report, of roughly $200,000 a year, I think it'll be a bit more than that. As far as how it's allocated, my gut reaction to that at this point is it may be on the basis of the aggregate capacity of of community solar resources relative to the capacity of individual community solar facilities. And perhaps that will be a way of allocating those costs, and would have to be trued up from time to time as the business grows or as the business evolves.
Stella, the utilities will incur costs. I mean, that's clear. How should they be compensated? And should that come out of this administrative application fee, or through just regular old rate setting that you apply for the recovery of those costs and rates?
I think to remain transparent, I think what we need to do as utility, to John's point, utility needs to do the same thing to figure out what's the incremental cost to administer whatever our allocated piece of the total capacity. On a one-time setup fee, I already learned from our billing folks that they will need to have revision to a billing system in order to accommodate the billings. I'm sure that they will need other costs, administrative costs to take care of the program. So I think we need to identify incremental costs that is one-time costs, or is that an ongoing O&M costs on a monthly basis? And then I think a one-time setup fee could be appropriate to be collected from the developer or the project on a application fee basis, and any ongoing costs on a monthly basis, incremental costs, we can charge it as a monthly O&M based on the capacity or something like that. But yeah, the cost needs to, it will be incremental costs incurred, and it needs to be recovered.
Okay, we heard several recommendations in our previous panel about having consolidated billing, and some of the examples where if the utility was developing the project, it's a lot easier, but having dual bills seems to be an impediment towards getting low income subscribers to sign up. So I'll open it up to anyone, and Rick, you may have some experience in this. How can we overcome that issue? And how much is it going to cost to provide consolidated billing?
I'm not sure I have a good answer for that. That might be more of a Stella question. But I do want to point out that the bill, the Community Solar Act, specifies that subscribers would pay for administrative costs of the utilities, the host utilities. So I don't think there's going to be a necessity for a separate charge for that. And if I might just respond a little bit to what John said earlier, one thought that we've been tossing around is perhaps having a third-party administrator to do more than just a procurement. Perhaps the third-party administrator could do much of what John described, managing the process of the consumer protection language and complaints and that sort of thing. I don't know how much it costs. I don't know if one person or one consulting group could manage that themselves, but I think it's an idea worth exploring. But direct to your question directly, Art, I don't really have a good answer for that. I think it would be easier for utility owned community solar projects, but I don't think it's insurmountable to have an exchange of information that would include the necessary billing and pricing information from the solar developer or the subscriber organization to the utility, so that consolidated billing could occur.
Stella, any thoughts?
When you say consolidated billing, you mean on utility bills will also have the charges from the community solar. So the customer will also, whatever their subscription price will also show up on our bill, on the P&M bill, let's say.
Right, and I'm just assuming that then the utility becomes the collector and then redistributes those monies to the project sponsoring organization.
Yeah.
We may have to work that out. I mean, that's how it's done in some areas for essentially direct access retail
Right.
choice.
Yeah, so that's back to the question, the discussion about, is that any incremental cost? And then we need to figure into the recovery. And then also, if it show up on P&M list, for example, P&M bill, that's back to the consumer protection. If the subscriber have any issue with the community solar, I mean, would they automatically call P&M, the utility, because it show up on our bill? So you got to be some way to make sure that we don't get question related to the community solar facility.
Yeah, if I could add.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, if I could add just real quickly to what Stella said. I mean, one of the issues with having P&M bill someone else's fees, a subscriber organization in this case, those fees or rates, those are not regulated or approved by the commission. And again, that just like Stella said, are they going to call P&M to say, well, why am I paying this rate? They're going to call a PRC, Consumer Relations Department, and say, why is this on my bill? And Consumer Relations' normal answer is, well, let me look it up in the tariff. And then it's not going to be in P&M's tariff because it's not a P&M rate. And so that does create a disconnect between the responsibility for the bill, the regulatory oversight of the content of the bill, and who's going to follow up on any issues with that. So.
Okay, and I just want to point out that, P&M is not the only utility implicated here, that we have two other directly jurisdictional utilities, El Paso and SPS, that will also have to grapple with this with varying levels of resources to do so. And do you see any, we'll have a discussion about rural co-ops, but because they are somewhat out of the commission's jurisdiction, do we see any major complications in any of the things that we've talked about so far if a rural co-op decides to opt in to the community solar program? Rick, any sense in other states that have a lot of co-ops?
Well, at least in Colorado, the community solar bill is not applicable to co-ops. Although ironically, the co-ops were the first organizations to actually implement community solar. The Holy Cross out in Western Colorado, a very progressive cooperative, started projects many, many years ago. For the very reason that we're doing it now, to make sure that people who don't have adequate roofs or for whatever reason can't put solar on their roof, have access to the benefits of solar energy. But as in terms of your question, I don't see any significant issues with co-ops, providing that they're following the same process. I recognize it's not regulated by the commission, but as long as they're following the same guidelines and processes, I think it should work just as well.
So the question that will be answered in commission policy is, should co-ops opt into the program? What portions of the policies that the commission needs to derive, consumer protection or other things, should apply to them as well? They're outside the rate making authority, but that doesn't mean that, for instance, if there's a change in the amount of capacity for community solar projects and additional costs for moving that power around, how that gets treated. So that's kind of an uncertainty that I foresee, and maybe we can get some.
The commission has some rate making authority over rural electric co-ops. They do have to file their tariffs with the commission, and so to that extent, should co-op members have an issue with those rates, they can protest a rate with the commission, and it could go to a litigated proceeding. So that's unusual, but it does happen.
Okay, but it would be my understanding that they would set their own solar bill credit number. They might derive it from what the commission approves to the other utilities, but we don't really have the power to do that.
Yeah, so are you saying that, if I could ask a question, and maybe Rick knows this also as well, are co-ops not subject to the 7B8, the definition of a community solar bill credit rate?
Well, my perspective would be that if a co-op opts into the Community Solar Act, they're opting into the entire Community Solar Act.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, thank you. So they would have the similar challenges that we spoke about earlier in setting that credit rate. And they also challenge. Many of them may be challenged by their wholesale supply contracts, which provide for them, where they are. The contract provides for them to take all of their energy and only allow a limited amount to be self-generated.
Yeah, that's I don't know that we have the time to get into, and it's more of a market oversight, but the provisions that the utility is seems to be ultimately responsible for unsubscribed energy. If it doesn't get rolled over, that utility would purchase that at an avoided cost rate. I have a hard time with that provision in the act, mostly because you can't store energy that long, right? You can, if we were talking about RECs, that's easy enough because RECs are bankable and easily transferable. But to have unused, unsubscribed energy that essentially goes into ground, and then have the utility have to pay for it at whatever rate, even avoided cost rate, might pose some difficulties. And I haven't thought about it very clearly, but it's just one of those red flags. Does anybody want to address that aspect of HB 84?
Well, I mean, clearly the energy doesn't go into the ground. When it's generated, it's used. It goes to the distribution grid and is used immediately. So that's energy that does not have to be generated by the utility or transmitted by the utility all the way up to the point of interconnection. So the intent of having the avoided cost rate in there is that it, in theory at least, now, I realize there are different perspectives on avoided costs, but in theory, the avoided costs should make the utility indifferent to acquiring that energy.
Again, I come from California, where we do have an overgeneration of solar problem. And unfortunately, energy does go into the ground at certain times of the year. But Stella, any thoughts on?
I think for the excess that's avoided cost, I think that's okay, the concept. But the thing is, to Rick's point, that the kWh electricity that being generated from the facility is 1 kWh that the utility doesn't have to generate. However, I think, when we talk about the subsidy and the credit, more is that, as you all know, in the total aggregated retail rates, it's including some costs that short term is not avoidable, production and transmission costs, that based on the formula, it will be part of the credits. So I think one thing that we need to address is the lost revenue piece of it and how to recover that piece. Would that be part of the 3% cap on subsidy?
Let's move into that very difficult issue. We have 10 minutes left. Okay. And so Stella, you raised it in terms of the difficulties of figuring out how to derive and apply this 3% limitation. We're going to have to reach an agreement somewhere on how to do this. So what are your thoughts on where we might start?
So I know Vote Solar sent in your written comment. So I agree with your calculations about how to apply the 3% subsidy on paper. Just 3% multiplied by your total aggregate retail rate, that's the subsidy. The question is, the subsidy, how is the subsidy and the community solar credits aligned? Because the community solar credit rate is going to be a lot higher than that 3% of the total aggregated retail rate. So when is that 3%? Does the 3% set the cap of what the solar credit rate will be?
I think you're asking whether that's an aggregated number or whether that applies to particular projects or
Yeah,
territories.
or if, let's say, our residential rate is the total aggregated return rate is 10 cents, and then the 3% of it is 0.003. So does that set your solar credits? Because you say, because our utilities still need to recover 10 cents. And we're going to give out as a credit. So who are we going to recover? How are we going to recover the lost revenue? I mean, that's a lost revenue issue there.
John?
Yeah, I think that, this goes to the difficulty of conceptualizing what the subsidy is. I mean, Stella, I take her point. The utility has a cost that it is incurring to serve customers. Now they have a subscriber that is getting a credit, but the costs haven't changed at that point. And so how is the utility made whole? I mean, for me, the way I read my non-lawyer reading of the 3% subsidy is that the bill credit should be set at the outset, free of any subsidy. And depending on how the development of community solar proceeds, then the commission may, I believe in a proceeding, may determine that it is in the public interest for a subsidy to exist. And at that point to redefine the bill credit rate accordingly. Now I know, I'll let Rick speak for himself. I think he has a little bit different perspective on utility costs, and that, anyway, I'll let Rick speak to that. He's much more articulate about that, but I've heard him say this before. So go ahead, Rick.
Thanks, John. Well, not surprisingly, I would take issue with Stella's characterization of lost revenue being a subsidy on its face for a number of reasons. First of all, there's no fixed or set predetermined amount of revenue each customer is supposed to provide to the utility. So when one customer uses less for any reason, does that mean that that customer is being subsidized by other customers? But a neighbor could be using more as their sort of normal amount of energy used, normal amount of revenue provided. And does that mean that they're providing a subsidy because they're using more? I mean, this is a very complicated question, and it's on the surface, it may seem straightforward on whichever side you're on. But I think what the issue the commission has to grapple with is what are the costs and benefits that community solar provides to the system. It's not just a reduction in revenue. It is partly that, but it's also reduction in need for new transmission, reduction in need for new generation, reduction in losses. There's, as many of you probably know, there's a whole list of benefits of distributed solar. In addition, in the IRP rulemaking, which actually we're not a part of at this point, there's an emphasis on distributed energy resources and making sure that the distribution grid is up to snuff in order to accommodate DERs, such as community solar, rooftop solar, electric vehicles. So to the extent that the utility adds to its distribution system to support those DERs, that additional cost should not be assigned to individual projects or individual DERs, in my view, at least, that those additional costs would be system-wide and would be socialized because they benefit everybody. So clearly there are a number of perspectives. There's a number of ways to consider both the cost side of the equation and the benefit side of the equation. Much longer conversation than I think we can have on this workshop today. But I think it's something that we should be taking up in the subgroups that will ensue after this today's workshop is over.
Gee, and I was so hoping that we could all reach agreement today so that we didn't have to go through that. But obviously, there's a lot of work to be done. And this is one of the reasons why the commission has hired on Strategen, who has some experience in developing these things. And so just before we close out, is there anything that we're missing? Anything in terms of rate making that you see as an issue that the commission has to grapple with that has not been identified that we need to add to the list?
I don't know if this is really an additional issue or if it's just sort of normal course of business, but when the utilities, and Stella may have an easy answer to this, but when utilities do their cost of service studies in the future, how should the subscribed energy be treated? In my view, it seems like that should be excluded from the allocation factors and so forth when assigning cost to customer classes, because the utility is no longer providing that energy. So I'm curious as if others think that that's a potential issue or concern. To me, it seems sort of straightforward, but I'd be curious to hear what Stella has to say.
Yeah, I think we will treat it kind of like a virtual net metering, just like the rooftop customer, because when we do cost allocation, when we look at rooftop customers' demand, is net of their rooftop solar production. So I think, to your point, from an allocation standpoint, it's probably how we're going to treat the community solar.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Okay, well, we have to reach an agreement on that. So I want to thank our panelists, Stella Chan, John Reynolds, Rick Gilliam. There's a lot to be done, and we will be calling on all of you to help contribute to the solutions that the commission is going to have to come up with in order to make these programs successful. And I still have this one kind of like niggling question, which is, how are the developers going to make any money here? But that's not for this panel to answer. So I'm going to turn it back to Jonas so that we can stay on track. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur. Thank you, panelists. It was great work, doing a great job of staying on time with a really busy agenda. So I won't take much time. I will introduce the next presenters here at 1:20, discussing community solar projects on New Mexico's nation's tribes and pueblos. Mayani Baradian with Vote Solar, and Pilar Thomas, an attorney who is a renowned expert on exactly these issues. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Great, thank you, Jonas. Pilar Thomas here. Do I have share screen? I've just got a couple of slides that'll help me maybe set the context for the discussion around Pueblo and tribal nations' authorities over energy development, their opportunities, and kind of writ large what the Community Solars Act would allow for tribes to do. So let me pull up the presentation. Okay, is the presentation up?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, very good, because I've got it on a different screen. I apologize. Okay, so just real quick, my name is Pilar Thomas. I'm a partner with the law firm of Quarles and Brady. I'm based out of Tucson, Arizona, but I am a proud graduate and alumni of the University of New Mexico School of Law, where I got my certificate in Indian law from UNM. I practice solely in the area of tribal law and federal Indian law. I'm former deputy director, acting director of the Office of Indian Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. So I'm very familiar with the energy issues and energy opportunities that the tribes and pueblos in New Mexico have. I've worked with several tribes, including working with Picaris on the energy project that they did a couple of years ago with Kit Carson. All right, let me see if this is going to work. I apologize. So just three things I want to cover to set the context, and then Mayani's going to talk more specifically about the act itself. But I want to set the context maybe for the commission and for the workshop attendees around kind of why tribes, of course, are different. We have a sense that Indian lands are different. The tribes themselves, of course, are sovereign. And there are some unique considerations, both from a development standpoint and from a legal standpoint, and thus from a regulatory standpoint, around the incorporation of the tribes and pueblos into this law. So, you know, think about this from the tribe's perspective and the Pueblo's perspective. Why would they want to do a community solar project in the first place, or frankly, any type of energy project? Number one is energy sovereignty, right? They get to control where their power comes from, who's producing power for them, the type of power that they're using. For example, Acoma just stood up its own utility and just announced a pretty long-term agreement with Guzman Energy around being able to bring more renewable power onto the Acoma Pueblo. Navajo is well known for its long-standing Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Hickory Apache has stood up its own utility authority, and tribes do that so they exercise control and power over their energy future, over their energy resources. There's a lot of financial reasons to do it: lower costs, stabilize costs. Community solar that's one of the big benefits of that. I get a flat rate for a very long period of time. So I hedge against ever increasing retail rates that the utilities are able to get out of the commission. Economic development and jobs, right? I'm building the project. I'm putting maybe tribal members or Pueblo members to work. I've got to operate and maintain it. There might be some ability to attract other businesses because of the sustainable nature of these energy projects. I'm worried about climate change and adapting to climate change. Even when we may not have in New Mexico, as in Arizona, where I am, maybe direct climate change impacts in particular ways. Texas froze and California burns. And when that happens, New Mexico loses access to natural gas. And here in Arizona, we're asked to conserve energy so that our power can go to California when they're having power problems. So even though we may not see a direct impact in our infrastructure, we are obviously not islands. And so there's lots of opportunities for tribes and Pueblos to protect themselves from grid failure, to protect themselves from climate adaptation, to protect themselves from some of the extreme weather events that aren't necessarily impacting them, although in some cases it does, but might be impacting our neighbors. And that reduces our risk to centralized power and long transmission lines. And relying on a 500-mile transmission line to deliver your power is probably, from a local generation standpoint, one of the riskiest things you could be doing right now. So from a tribal community standpoint, there's lots of options that tribes have as governments. They have government models, government type financing that they can do to build out these projects. They can certainly create some kind of municipal utility, as Acoma has done, or as NTUA has done, or stand up a community member owned type project where they allow tribal members to buy into the project. Or a third party owned. And I think there's certainly contemplation that you could have a third party owned project that's located on Pueblo lands. Mayani will get into that in more detail. But a lot of tribes have been looking at partnering with third parties, primarily because of the tax benefits that the third party gets, which of course buys down the cost of building the project, or some combination of the above. So some examples of how this is working today in Indian country. Pickery's Pueblo was mentioned earlier. They're the only project in New Mexico now that is located on Pueblo lands, owned by the Pueblo, 1 megawatt solar project. They did that in partnership with Kit Carson. They received a substantial grant. I know I've approved the grant from the Department of Energy to help do that project. And they're using it, they're using a virtual net metering offset to allow them to spread the savings across the community and across their tribal members. Other examples of where community solar, if you will, is being deployed, they don't really call it that, but that's what it is, in California. So 3 examples of tribes: Saboba Band, Rincon Band, Ramona Band, all in Southern California, doing 1, 2, 3 megawatt solar projects. The Rincon Band is now developing a 6 megawatt solar based microgrid that will allow them to offset power costs. And in California, they have the public safety shutoff, where the IOUs are shutting off transmission lines and de-energizing transmission lines when there's a wildfire risk, leaving tribal communities unenergized. And so a big effort in California to develop microgrids. Rincon's doing it in a third-party structure where they're doing a public-private partnership, bringing in an outside taxable entity to help them buy down the cost of that project. Blue Lake is the only tribe right now in the country, well, in the lower 48, that has a operational microgrid. They have 2 microgrids, both solar-based, solar storage with diesel backups. The tribe owns both of those outright. And then another example in Washington State, Spokane Tribe is doing a 700 kilowatt system where they are going to have third-party ownership. So tribes are across the country, but mostly out west, really taking a look and taking advantage of their solar resources, using various models, tribal owned, tribal member owned, or joint public-private partnerships with third parties, again, who can take advantage of the tax credits and help buy down the cost, especially of the solar and the storage. Let me end my piece with just kind of a reminder from a jurisdictional perspective. Tribes have the sovereign authority over their lands to regulate and control their land, their resources, the people who are on their lands. There is a clear allowance of the application of tribal law. And in this circumstance, energy projects would be subject to tribal law, in addition possibly to federal law. If you have a third party who's coming in, you have federal laws related to leasing tribal lands, doing easements over tribal lands, authorizing taxes, and some level of restriction or limitation of jurisdiction, especially over non-Indians who are operating within a reservation. So there are some bounds, of course, on tribal jurisdiction and tribal sovereignty, but those bounds are placed by federal law. Tribes also can exercise under some federal laws some of their own self-determination authorities. The Hearth Act, which was sponsored by now Senator Heinrich, which allows tribes to approve leases and not have to go to the BIA for approval. And TERAs stand for Tribal Energy Resource Agreements, which are a little bit broader and focused not just on surface leasing and right-of-ways, but also oil and gas leasing. And that's a little bit broader, more comprehensive authority that the tribes can obtain from the secretary to allow them to do different types of agreements. Today, about 45, maybe almost 50 tribes have Hearth Act leasing approval. No tribe has gotten a TERA. And a handful of tribes in New Mexico do in fact have Hearth Act approval. So that will make it easier for tribes to develop, especially solar projects in this context and partnering with third parties. There are admittedly, some unresolved questions from a legal standpoint of the interaction or intersection between tribal jurisdiction and regulation over energy projects on tribal lands and the state authority and regulation over regulated utilities that are operating on tribal lands. And so the Community Solar Act appreciates these jurisdictional authorities and appreciates that state law doesn't apply on tribal lands, but it does certainly apply to the regulated utilities that are operating on tribal lands. And so with that, let me turn it over to Mayani to go into more detail on the law itself.
Thank you, Pilar. Gulati Hopa. Hello, everyone. I am Mayani Varudin. I'm just trying to pull up my screen. If you give me 1 second. There we go. I'm Mayani Varudin. I'm from Santo Domingo, Pueblo. I led the Tribal Community Solar Task Force and had the honor of working with Pilar, who was pivotal in the success of this bill. As you heard, this is the first community solar bill in the country to have provisions for tribal solar development. So we are still relishing in that success. Here's just some more background on the task force and how we landed on the language. Senator Stefanik mentioned it earlier, but the Tribal Community Solar Task Force existed as a subcommittee of the Senate Memorial 63 Working Group to focus upon and elevate tribal interest in the development of the legislation. We are composed of appointed representatives acting on behalf of tribes, state agencies, PNM and rural electric cooperatives, Native-led advocacy organizations, and tribal members. We consider tribal nations' wants and needs in the legislation, the vision for community solar on reservations, top policy priorities, and legal and contractual obligations of respective electric utilities, especially with those rural electric co-ops. These policy recommendations were prioritized in the drafting of the bill and shared directly with state legislators in that final working group report mentioned earlier. We workshopped all of the language down to each single word. So of course, I really want to thank not only the task force members, I know some of you are on here right now for your participation, but also just want to thank our bill sponsors for prioritizing such a strong bill. We really didn't neglect any of the tribal provisions throughout all processes of the negotiations and now implementation. So we already mentioned, let's see if I can, we already mentioned the key features of this, so I'll skip over this. I will just go over the provisions for the Native Community Solar projects. So starting with Native Community Solar projects is what they're termed in the overall act. So everything is under the guise of Native Community Solar projects if you see the exemptions, but I can just go over all of those actually. So first is the projects remain exempt from facility, subscriber, and subscription size limitations. So the Native Community Solar projects can be larger than 5 megawatts without constraint on the amount of subscribers or the size of subscriptions. They are also exempt from anchor tenant limitations. So the projects are not limited by the 40% anchor tenant carve out per facility and can serve any variety of commercial or residential customers upon their discretion. We are also exempt from the annual capacity cap. So Native Community Solar projects are not included in that 200 megawatt cap on the first 3 years of the program. Also exempt from subscription-based models. So tribes and tribal entities can use other financial models such as virtual and aggregate net metering. Pilar mentioned Picaris Pueblo. They're a great example of just having a different financial model that is used to benefit the community just based off community wants and needs rather than having individualized subscriptions outside of Native Community Solar projects. And then lastly, we're exempt from transferring the renewable energy credits, the RECs, to the utilities. Tribes and tribal entities are able to keep the RECs generated from their community solar facilities. So this language not only reflects, it reflects tribal jurisdiction over lands, including the use of lands for energy projects and infrastructure. The tribal sovereign authority, as Pilar mentioned earlier, means that tribes and pueblos are not subject to state law on tribal lands, and state legislative, regulatory, taxation, and judicial authorities do not extend to tribes or pueblos or tribal members or the activities of others on tribal land. I also, if you have read the act, you will also see language within the definition section to ensure that tribal entities and subgovernance are guaranteed the same provisions. This was also a result of the task force, making sure that individual chapter houses, different tribal entities are able to take advantage of this, and that we're setting the stage for them to be able to do so. So the definitions, I won't read over all of them right now, but if you want to, I will just provide some reference. So of course, Indian Nation, Tribe, or Pueblo. Low income service organization also alludes to local or central tribe or government, a chapter house, or a tribal designated housing entity. Of course, Native Community Solar project. So that means any community solar facility that is sited in New Mexico on the land of an Indian Nation, tribe, or Pueblo.
and that is owned or operated by a subscriber organization that is an Indian Nation tribe or pueblo or a tribal entity or in partnership with a third-party entity. Subscribers also includes Indian nations, tribes or pueblos or tribal entities within that language, subscriber organization as well. And then as I mentioned earlier, we did define tribal entity, which means an enterprise, a nonprofit entity or organization or political subdivision formed under the inherent sovereign authority of an Indian nation, tribe or pueblo. So this language really sets the stage for a successful tribal community solar development. I don't think we left any stone unturned, thanks to Pilar and thanks to the Tribal Task Force. We really dug into the language. Like the Senate Memorial 63 working group, we also met bi-weekly and spent a lot of time on this. And I think we're all very proud of the bill that we have now. So moving towards the implementation stages of the Act, each tribal nation has different circumstances and legal considerations that could impact the development of a community solar project. Considerations vary across tribal, state, and federal laws, and differences across electric utilities. So while tribes and pueblos have the sovereign authority to develop community solar projects without the state's approval, they must still work with their incumbent utilities, whether IOUs or rural electric cooperatives, to actually implement these projects. For tribes within the electric service territory of rural electric co-ops, this involves working directly with the co-ops who are not mandated to participate in the program, but can opt in on a per project or service territory-wide basis. The co-ops serving tribes and pueblos are listed here, including Continental Divide, Jemez Mountain, Kit Carson, Northern Rio Arriba, and Otero County. And they are all able to opt into the Act, unlike PNM, who has mandatory participation and their overall program is part of the 200 megawatt cap, but Native community solar projects are not. So although the provisions of the Act for Native community solar projects are respectful of tribal sovereign authority, some aspects of PRC oversight do not apply on tribal lands. We still think, but we believe it is critical that meaningful tribal consultation extends from the bill drafting process throughout the implementation of the Act. For those of you who have read it, Senate Bill 84 mandates the PRC to solicit input from relevant state agencies, public utilities, low-income stakeholders, disproportionately impacted communities, potential owners or operators of community solar facilities, Indian nations, tribes and pueblos, or other interested parties. Starting from the task force and drafting process, we have had a strong presence in Senate Bill 84 from the creation, and we believe that the passage is largely owing to the success of tribes and the involvement and consultation processes that we did undertake. So we expect that to continue in the rulemaking process and to create a program that is to the most benefit of tribal nations and Native people on and off reservation. So trying to keep within time here. I know I spoke very fast, but I know we have a lot more to cover. Please reach out to me if you have any questions, and my contact information is on that slide.
Great. Thank you so much, both Pilar and Mayani. We do have a little bit of time here for Q&A if anybody has any. I know that's probably confusing. I got a call from Luis Reyes with Kit Carson Electric Co-op. He's on the next time slot with Kevin Gronwald from the New Mexico Rural Electric Co-op Association. Luis had an emergency and had to leave our Zoom meeting. So we do have a few minutes now for Q&A if anybody has any for Pilar and Mayani. And if not, we can move on to Kevin discussing rural electric co-ops and opting in. So any questions? Anybody can raise their hand.
I had a private question that I can go ahead and share with everyone. Given the population of tribal entities, would tribes be interested or allowed to build a large solar farm that exceeded the needs of the tribe? I'd say yes, short answer. But within the actual creation of this act, we were thinking of everything. So we want community solar projects that could potentially serve, 2 participants, maybe, a chapter house or a local area. That's why we didn't want those subscriber limitations, the 10 minimum. It could also be much larger projects than 5 megawatts. We really wanted to keep it as expansive as possible in support of tribal energy sovereignty. So I think depending on the tribe's wants and goals, and maybe adhering to the strategic energy plans that each respective tribe has, we'll see different scales of these projects.
Yeah, this is Pilar. Let me add that, there's a difference between, community solar is designed now, not just with residential and individual residential ratepayers in mind, but small businesses, school campuses as well. So to the extent that a tribal community has not just maybe even a big gaming enterprise, but their government facilities, they might have a school or schools, a healthcare clinic. All of those loads could be covered by a community solar project. So it's not just residential, it would be all of those loads. And of course, the whole community at that point, the government, healthcare facilities, critical infrastructure, fire departments, et cetera. There's a lot of other buildings and facilities on tribal lands that would be covered and could be covered by a community solar size project.
If I have the ability to ask a question, please, Arthur O'Donnell here. Thank you for that chart showing kind of where the pueblos are in relationship to the various utilities. And the last column was the number of communities that are within Public Service New Mexico territory. So the way the act is written is that the project needs to be in the same territory as the customers, right, as the subscribers. How open do you think those Native American communities will be to working with third-party developers to use their land and facilities for projects that may sell outside of the Pueblo, for instance, right? Have you talked about that? And what might be the market impact of that?
I think they're very open to it. And I also just always remind people that it's difficult to group all of the tribes' wants, needs, and priorities within one. There's not one answer to it because each tribe as a sovereign authority is so vastly different. So some may want to do so and some may not want to do so. I think it's really just within what their scope is as they're learning about community solar. We did really engage ongoing education and outreach efforts so that tribes really understand this act, what community solar means. And then also just working with, Pilar has provided a lot of the legal expertise that we are required to understand how to take advantage of different tax credits, how these actually work, and the different stipulations of tribal land.
Okay, so we could envision a project, for instance, that the anchor tenant is the Pueblo, right? And then the rest of the energy is sold off, subscribed off to other people. So that's within the realm of possibility.
I think it's technically, this is Pilar, I think it's technically within the realm of possibility. From a practical perspective, it's unlikely because the notion is that the tribe itself, to Mayani's point earlier, the tribe of the Pueblo needs the flexibility to design a project, whether it's with a third-party developer or they're doing it themselves, that will benefit the tribal community and the Pueblo community. It was not envisioned to be a way to get around the size limits, to be able to serve off Pueblo communities. It was designed to be an on Pueblo. We need flexibility to help ourselves and not necessarily be constricted in such a way. So I do think that there is a reasonable expectation that a Native American community solar project, as it's defined under the statute, is really focused on serving the tribal community itself and the tribal members on the community itself. I recall getting a question in one of the hearings about, well, what if a tribal member who subscribed while they lived on the Pueblo and then they moved off the Pueblo? Can they take their subscription with them? And my answer was yes, as long as they're still in the utilities footprint, because the intent is to benefit tribal members and the tribal community. But that was kind of a one-off. It would likely be a one-off circumstance. You'd really want to keep that subscription on the Pueblo or on the reservation, and so you'd want to keep that subscription there as well. So, so while it is, again, the language doesn't prohibit that, that's not the intent. The intent is to keep any tribal project, Pueblo project serving the tribal community and the Pueblo lands, the reservation lands, Pueblo lands, and not to export that power off the reservation or off the Pueblo.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pilar. Thanks, Miami. We're going to go ahead and wrap up that time slot and move on to rural electric co-ops and opting in. And as I said, Luis is not with us anymore. He was earlier. I know we appreciate his willingness to do that, and emergencies happen. So Kevin is with us, I believe, and I don't know if you need screen sharing authority, Kevin, but it looks like you have it.
Thank you, Jonas, and good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here. I'm the CEO of the Statewide Co-op Association, which includes 14 distribution co-ops in New Mexico and 2 generation and transmission cooperatives, Tri-State and Western Farmers. My comments will be only on behalf of my members. And, to us, community solar, we have several co-ops that have small solar arrays within their system. And it typically follows the line of going out for a request and ends up in signing a purchase power agreement. We have one instance at Springer where they do own their own solar array.
Sorry, Kevin, can I apologize. We're getting a little bit of a ringing noise when you're speaking, kind of like feedback. Well, now it's happening when you're not speaking. I'm sorry.
Is someone on the Zoom and on cell phone? Sometimes that cell phone causes feedback.
Yeah, good point. Let me see if I can. I'm going to mute everybody. And then Kevin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay.
Oh, there it is again. It is coming from your end, it seems like.
How about if I got off camera? Is that better?
I'm still hearing it. It's not persistent. It's not terribly loud. I can tolerate it if others can. I just saw a comment in the chat and wanted to try to address it if we could.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
I guess I'd like to start with clarifying a statement that was made by the bill sponsor this morning. We do not have an opt-in because we're financially less viable than other utilities. In fact, I think the co-ops are as solid financially as any utility in the country. I just wanted to clear that up. Community solar to us is any solar project we do within our co-op footprint, because as member-owned organizations and not-for-profit organizations, everyone pays the cost equally based on their cost of service responsibility, and everyone enjoys the benefits equally on the same basis. As I said, we're co-ops, we're not-for-profit, and we believe that there may be some opportunities to opt in. We will be watching this rulemaking very closely because we have different considerations. My smallest co-ops have 10 or 15 employees. The largest co-op is probably around 100. So we don't have a lot of resources. And if we were to find an opportunity to opt in, we're going to have to account for how do we do all the administrative necessities of the rule. Now, ways that I believe we can opt in, it may be an economic development opportunity. Maybe the attraction of a new load where they have a requirement of want to be co-located with a renewable project. And in that case, there may be ways that we can, have a win-win opportunity for them to opt in. Again, depending on administrative requirements. The second thing is, the covering of costs. I've heard a lot of discussion today about subsidies. That is definitely one thing that we want to avoid. If there's a group of co-op members and they go to our locally elected board of directors and say, hey, we want a community solar project for our local school district, or this local organization, that local organization, they all want to buy into it, that we can work with that, try and get something done on that front. But having said that, the rest of the co-op members that are not going to be a part of that should not have to pay. So we want to make sure that everyone to that end, that non-subscribers are not going to be subsidizing subscribers. Also, key to that, we talked about the RECs and the bill credit and some of those technical issues. From the co-op standpoint, the RPS requirement is on our generation and transmission cooperatives. We have to be, same as all utilities, we have to be 40% renewable by 2025 and 50% renewable by 2030. Western Farmers will be 50% renewable by next year, 2022. And Tri-State will be at least 50% renewable by 2024. And again, as co-ops and not-for-profit entities, we are very price sensitive. And what we're seeing today in the world of utility scale solar and utility scale wind, it's going to be a challenge for these small projects that range from 1 to 5 megawatts to get to a cost structure that can compete with utility scale. And as I said, we're going to be far ahead of all RPS requirements. So, the next challenge is our contract structure, which I believe was mentioned before. On the Western Farmer system, there is an all requirements contract. So any renewable project is going to have to go through the generation transmission cooperative. There's a little more flexibility on the Tri-State system, and Tri-State has 11 member co-ops in New Mexico. They can get 5% of their needs from any place they choose, but that's going to range from the smallest co-op that only serves 25,000 megawatt hours of load a year. That's an entire year. And they can go up to 5%, but many of them are at or approaching that 5% requirement. I guess the last thing that I have not heard any discussion on today is how you operate in an organized market. So in the Southwest Power Pool, I believe any project that goes over a megawatt has to apply through the Southwest Power Pool's system requirements. And it doesn't matter if you're on the distribution system or you're tying in the transmission system. It's based on the size of the project you're doing. In the West, we don't have an organized market yet, but we will be approaching that. I believe over the next 3 or 4 years, we're going to have an organized market to reach the RPS goals and mandates that have been set by the state legislature. So that's going to be on the horizon. So we have to take all those things into consideration. Again, I'll just conclude on saying I do believe we're going to have opt-in opportunities, but we'll be watching this rulemaking very closely to see how that offsets, the opportunities are offset by the administrative burdens that may be created by putting these things in place. We do not have the personnel and the resources to do a lot of backroom allocation and record keeping. So I think we would be looking for an opportunity where, the third party, the one that develops a community solar program, would also be responsible for those bookkeeping and administrative procedures. And Jonas, with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. If anybody has any questions, they can feel free to use the raising their hand tool. Oh, wait a minute. We did have a comment in the chat from Mayani saying that that the Tribal Community Solar Task Force was supportive of the co-op opt-in language. Mayani, did you want to speak to that at all, or? I'll take that as a no.
Sure, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
We were supportive of this language, and like I said, we workshopped everything and took everything into consideration. What it really came down to was looking at, different tribes' relationships with their co-ops and not wanting to take that on directly in respect of the right-of-way agreements and other concerns. Also, just knowing that many of these co-ops do have contractual limitations for self-generation. So we were supportive of it, and also did support on a per project basis, so that we really have some agency and working with the co-ops directly and seeing how these come to life. We do have co-ops such as Kit Carson who are very supportive of tribal solar development, and thought that having the opt-in language at the end would contribute to a more functioning relationship and in respect of the ones that are already in existence.
Thank you for that. If there are no other questions for Kevin, we did have an email from Mr. Jared Ames. I received an email yesterday with some comments. He was hoping to make a statement. I told him we might not have time, but we do have some time, it looks like. And I know Jared was active in the chat earlier and folks were responsive to some of his questions. But Jared, if you have anything else you'd like to say, now might be a good time to fit that in. If you're still with us.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me?
Sure can.
It looks like one of the things I wanted to discuss or just make a comment on was the transferability of community solar. It looks like, following the entire discussion so far throughout the day, it looks like folks are kind of on that. And so I don't think I need to really go too much into that. I just think, I guess just to say, for consumer protection, I think making it easy to get in and out of this, I think is going to be very important. If people move, is it going to be easy to get out of, say, being part of a 20-year contract? I was a little. Some folks answered in the chat. One of the things I was concerned about is like the rate. Like if the rate goes down over time, like if the cost of solar goes down over time, if somebody's in a, say, 20-year contract, they joined in 2002, it's my understanding that if somebody then joins in 2005, their rate could potentially be lower. So that person's going to be locked in to their 2002 rate since it's an upfront expense. So I guess that was something I was a little concerned with. Of course, electricity rates can go up versus down. So, but it sounds like from the comments I get is that you're locked in at the beginning, and there's no real way to adjust that if rates significantly go down.
Jared, this is Arthur, and that is not determined. Really, what I heard from parties is that it's not that the cost of solar for subscribers would vary because you'd be signing a contract, but the solar bill credit may vary depending on the actual costs that are being avoided by the utility. But we have not made any determinations on policy on those issues yet. And I'll just also point out that the Commission does not have jurisdiction over what rates the subscribing organizations would charge to their subscribers.
Oh, okay. So it's the subscribing organizations that will control the rates, not the PRC.
Right. And one must expect that if the subscribing organizations are charging more than the utility, that they're not going to get very many customers. So that's a market mystery that we still have to resolve.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's the other thing is I'd like to ensure that if we are part of this is that the rates are lower than the actual energy produced by say PNM or versus the subscribers.
Well, thanks for those comments, Jared. I think we should move to our break now just for a few minutes for folks. And that will wrap up at 2:10 and we'll hear a presentation from the director of the State Energy Conservation and Management Division, Luis Martinez. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Thank you.
Not my dog.
He usually is. No. Mine's been pretty quiet today. She's just laying behind me.
Oh, we had some fireworks going off, but thankfully it wasn't during my presentation.
Oh, geez. It's too dry for that stuff. What? It's about 2:10. I saw Director Martinez. There she is. And Louise, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
As I said when I keep doing this, I'm probably 30 seconds ahead. I'm just trying to stay on schedule. But thank you so much for joining us today. And if you need to share your screen, you have that ability. If not, that is okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have a lot of internet problems, so I have my fingers crossed that I don't get lost. but if I have to, if I get into a frozen face, please excuse me if I turn off my video, okay?
Of course, of course. We all understand there are things that happen, especially with all this that we're dealing with.
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, it is 2:10 now. For folks who are back from the break, it should be everybody. Oh, looks like we have a raise. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, it looked like we had a raised hand, but we did not. Like I said before we got started on our break, Luis Martinez is the director of the Energy Conservation and Management Division within New Mexico's Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. She's going to discuss community solar from that agency's perspective. They were heavily involved in the Memorial Working Group last year, and I'll turn it over to Director Martinez.
Well, thank you so much for inviting the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department to provide our perspective on renewable energy, clean energy development, including community solar. EMNRD supports efforts to make our state a leader in developing reliable supplies of energy and energy efficient technologies and practices. We recognize that this must be done with a balanced approach toward conserving our renewable and non-renewable resources. EMNRD provides technical support on numerous renewable energy and solar initiatives that can provide for solar access to all New Mexicans, including community solar and the Solar Market Development Tax Credit Program. And with the passage of the Energy Transition Act, New Mexico established itself as a leader in clean energy. The ETA transitions New Mexico towards clean energy by requiring greater renewable energy production and reducing costs for consumers. The ETA sets a statewide renewable energy standard of 50% by 2030 for New Mexico investor-owned utilities and rural electric cooperatives, and a goal of 80% by 2040, as long as it is technically feasible, the system is reliable, and is affordable. In addition to setting zero carbon standards for investor-owned utilities by 2045, the rural electric cooperatives by 2050. As community solar was receiving increased local, state, and national attention, and EMNRD was receiving increased requests for technical assistance, we realized that we needed an external evaluation to help evaluate community solar models and stakeholder perspectives that were focused on what that would mean for New Mexico. An opportunity for technical assistance by the National Community Solar Partnership Program became available, and we submitted a request for technical assistance award on behalf of the EMNRD Energy Conservation and Management Division. Our goal was to seek evaluation for identifying creative community solar options and regulatory financial models that align sufficiently with current utility and rural electric cooperative business models, while delivering our goals of expanding affordable and equitable access to solar, particularly for low-income New Mexicans. EMNRD was also in contact with and participated in the working group initiated by the Senate Memorial. While this working group was not a partner in this technical assistance effort, EMNRD was committed to considering community needs expressed through the working group and ensuring we supported models that also addressed affordability, access, and equity. Our application flagged 2 challenges we wanted to address. First, we highlighted the entrenched views on community solar definitions in New Mexico stakeholder community. We believe that impartial expertise from a technical assistance provider could help stakeholders consider options beyond the preferred vision of community solar, making it easier to find a model that a broad coalition of stakeholders could support. And second, we wanted to emphasize balancing utility and community needs, given energy goals and the importance of affordable and equitable access to clean energy benefits. The technical results that came about through this coordination with our assigned technical assistance provider, which was the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, we received a report and accompanying presentation. Our report, the Community Solar Models and Stakeholder Perspectives, included an overview of variables that impact community solar design, stakeholder perspectives on community solar models, including utility-run programs with a low income participation, multifamily affordable housing, facility participation, cooperative utility solar projects, and behind the meter solar with community benefit. At the end of this analysis, NREL provided us conclusions evaluating those topics against the potential to scale, implementation cost, and ease of adopting new regulations. Immediately following our project, we shared the findings with partners and stakeholders with a goal of informing the community. Based on the results of the NREL study and in concert with other ECMD efforts, we have identified a few items of interest we'd like to highlight. Affordability and accessibility. First, it comes with community solar initiatives expand affordable and equitable access to the benefits of solar. Multifamily households, renters, and other households living in buildings with structural limitations can benefit from a shared off-site solar garden. Affordability is especially important for households that are already energy burdened, provided that the initial investment or subscription fees are manageable. Community solar can decrease energy burden by lowering households' monthly energy bills through billing credits. As detailed in the NREL study, New Mexico has a unique context in terms of energy burden and housing stock, which could be used to inform a community solar strategy. While the state average burden is 3%, there is significant variability within the region and between income classes. The energy burden for low and moderate income residents in New Mexico, that's defined as under 60% of the area median income, is as high as 26% in some counties. A large number of New Mexico residents also reside in manufactured housing units. On-site solar is difficult to install on these units, thus making community solar a potential solution. In New Mexico, 18% of the population resides in manufactured housing units, which is more than double the national average of 7.5%. Second is regarding grid modernization. In 2020, the New Mexico legislature passed House Bill 233, a bill tasking EMNRD with developing an electric grid modernization plan. EMNRD convened a grid modernization advisory group that brought experts from about 40 electric sector representatives, national lab scientists, academics, renewable energy experts, and environmental and consumer advocates with expertise in grid technologies, electricity business models, and finance, and energy policy. The work that was done by this group and the roadmap that will follow will serve as a guide to electric service providers, regulators, policymakers, and consumers as New Mexico transitions to 100% zero carbon electricity resources by mid-century, in accordance with the Energy Transition Act. The roadmap will inform the implementation working group and grant projects that will be funded under the Grid Modernization Grant Program. Through this effort, the team has highlighted a few questions worth considering, as community solar is often connected to distribution systems. Utilities must be capable of integrating this distributed energy resources while maintaining reliable services. The questions that came to mind from the Grid Modernization Working Group were, can community solar projects provide grid services? How should those services be valued? What distribution technologies, such as advanced inverter capabilities, would be required to take advantage of these services? How will the cost of grid upgrades be allocated? What changes to the interconnection manual will accommodate community solar? What shareholder value propositions for grid investments can accommodate community solar? And how will storage be incorporated? Third is regarding the interconnection manual updates. It's important to note that both the current rule and manual are still in effect and will be probably until next winter or spring at the earliest. As the interconnection updates and community solar rulemaking are happening concurrently, we hope these efforts will inform each other. Specifically, we'd like to highlight a few elements worthy of specific consideration, including system size, hosting capacity, and the pre-application process. As of now, the interconnection rule and manual apply to systems with a rated capacity of up to including 10 megawatts, except in special cases. However, community solar projects must have a nameplate rated capacity of 5 megawatts or less. Size is an important determinant of whether the project can be approved immediately or must undergo screening or a full interconnection study. The customer pays for any supplemental reviews. If the screening study results indicate that an upgrade must be made to the system, then the customer will be billed for that upgrade. In addition, another consideration is the climate and energy economic diversification. Renewable energy is complementing the state's ETA renewable energy mandates. Renewable energy generation is key in addressing climate change and for providing for economic benefits by expanding affordable and equitable access to solar, particularly, as I have said before, to the low-income community. Finally, for our perspective, to ensure that community solar projects that serve New Mexico residents are successful, it is critical that consumer protection, specifically customer service, is a specific component to these projects. Customer service should start with honest disclosures of what this means to the customer before, during, and after they become a participant in a community solar project. Thank you for your time and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this workshop. I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Louise. Do we have any questions for Louise? We also have another presenter on other state agencies' perspectives. But if there are any questions, we have some time and people can feel free to raise their hand. Okay, Arthur, Louise did speak about, her hopes that the community solar and interconnection rulemakings would be coordinated. Did you want to, can I put you on the spot on that?
Sure, I hope that too. We are working on the issues, and as I indicated earlier, our time frame for getting updates to the existing interconnection rule and manual would be so that the commission can have a decision in December, right? And that will give us some time. Now, as I also indicated, we know that community solar projects are adding a new wrinkle into the plans that we made. And so we are addressing that in a couple of ways. One is to really look at options for paying for necessary upgrades for community solar projects in particular, right? Not just community solar projects, but that have a particular public benefit, right? And somebody raised the option, what if it's a 100% low and moderate income subscribers? Well, one could make an argument that there's a societal benefit to that. And so the cost of upgrades might be socialized in some manner. There are a couple of options to do that. There's also the possibility that a community solar project that is located in a place that defers or avoids upgrades to the utility system for transmission of electricity and maybe even distribution, depending on where the subscribers are in that process. So there is a possibility for the commission to make an exception to the standard rule that the entity or customer that causes the need for the upgrade has to pay the whole ticket. We're not going to make a real determination of what the commission should do in the interconnection policy, but we do anticipate there's a subgroup working on options that the commission might consider. And I know we had a presentation last week about 4 options that are being explored in other jurisdictions, New York, Massachusetts, et al., that might be appropriate for the state to consider. As also I indicated, we're laying that out in the interconnection rulemaking, but it would be applied in the community solar program for community solar projects. So that interrelationship still needs to be worked out, but my goal is to provide people with more certainty, with more tools to address these problems, and with an understanding that community solar is something special, right? And it deserves some other consideration. Now, of course, as I also indicated, if we just opened the market and this was a come on, come all thing, we would quickly inundate the utilities distribution system to the point where reliability would be threatened, and we just can't allow that, right? It's a constitutional requirement that the utilities provide safe and reliable service, and it's the agency's responsibility to give them the tools and the resources to do that. So we're not going to jeopardize reliability, but we do need to come up with new ways of thinking that can accommodate this new market demand. So I hope that gives you some assurance that we're working on it. And I will point out that a couple of Energy Minerals Natural Resources Division staff had been working on the interconnection, and we really appreciate the support and I think the outside perspective that they help bring to our discussions, and it's just a matter of how much time they have going forward. I'll also point out that we may be working across the agencies in terms of providing a website place for information about community solar that we're hoping that MNERD can help us develop and maybe host, because our website is really not set up to accommodate that. But all of those are under consideration, and so we appreciate the relationship. And I think that Louise is probably very glad that this version of the Community Solar Act took the responsibility out of your agency and gave it to ours.
Yes, and we are very appreciative of that, but we're also very appreciative of the work that you are doing. And it is very welcomed that we can work together and collaborate, and we certainly are always willing to see how we can assist.
So much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Martinez. We are now at the time on our agenda for a presentation from Jeremy Lewis. Jeremy is the Director of the Office of Renewable Energy at New Mexico State Land Office. I see Jeremy is on the call. He, I believe, does have a presentation, and we do have him set up to share his screen. So take it from there, please, Director Lewis.
Thank you, Jonas, and thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate being able to speak here today at this first workshop. I'm the director of the first ever renewable energy office at the State Land Office, started in 2019. And I have three main things I hope to share with you today. The first one being the purpose of the State Land Office. And I'll do a high-level overview of the application to the options for obtaining a solar application to get a solar lease on trust land, and then give you a high-level overview of the life cycle of a solar lease. My first slide here is of a recreational site to illuminate the multiple uses on state trust land and the multiple ways that that revenue is generated on trust land through recreation, such as this site here near Socorro, through mixed-use planning communities. Of course, there's revenue generated from economic development activities on trust land, commercial activities through film, energy development, of course, agriculture, mining, science and tech parks, and affordable housing. So a lot of activity on trust land, and the revenue that's generated on trust land, it benefits 22 public New Mexico institutions, the public schools, universities, hospitals. So that's goal number one. Goal number two is to steward the land so that it lasts for our children and our children's children. Future generations can continue to benefit the land, and hopefully we leave it better than we found it. A flow of the money here. I'll focus, of course, on solar leasing, solar leases on trust land. So the revenue that's earned by the State Land Office from a solar lease would be received as rental, and that's distributed monthly to the beneficiaries. And here's a snapshot of a variety of the beneficiaries. And then my next slide shows the distribution of the beneficiaries on trust land. This slide here gives a sense of the distribution of the 13 million acres of surface land that the state trust stewards. And it's color-coded by beneficiary. May be difficult to read, but these slides will be available later to get a sense that each specific parcel of land is associated with a specific beneficiary. So if you're leasing land that is linked to New Mexico State University, for example, that rental income for that land would go on a monthly basis, be distributed to that beneficiary. Here's another map. This one illuminates the leases that we have executed now on trust land. There's 11, totaling 303 megawatts of solar capacity, along with a variety of applications to lease trust land. I wanted to highlight that there's a 120 megawatt solar plus storage project now under construction in southern New Mexico. And that should be online to serve El Paso Electric customers by, I think it's the spring of next year. There's been no surprise, there's been a flurry of activity to lease land for community solar, 5 megawatt projects. There are, presently I have 8 new short-term lease applications and 6 new long-term lease applications. I'll get into the differences of those here shortly. But I did want to just share with the group here that for each community solar project that is sited on state trust land, the beneficiaries will receive approximately $500,000 or more, depending on the value of that land over the lifetime of the lease. So the application to lease trust land is on our website. It's linked here and listed as here as well. And there's 2 avenues. It's the short-term option, which is easier to execute, but doesn't give you the right to build anything on the land. It's really what I call a due diligence lease. And that short-term lease of up to 5 years can be a tool used to perform any studies you want to perform on the land, perhaps be a tool that may be used to study the interconnection, perhaps apply for interconnection request, and prepare a project. In order to actually build a project on the land and have a long-term lease, of course, is needed. And that can be from 25 to 35 years. We have flexibility with that. It's really, it depends on the financing and the need of the project at hand. So these leases can be used for, of course, planning the project, but constructing and operating, and then importantly, also decommissioning. There's a decommissioning requirement on all of our projects. So if we execute a lease, a long-term lease with a municipality, we can negotiate that lease and enter into that lease without any advertisement or auction or bid requirement. If there's a public benefit to that project, then we can easily enter into a long-term lease with a municipality. With anybody else, it's required to lease public land. It's required to have that a competitive process. So that means a bid lease auction. The timeline from application to execution of the lease ranges from 3 to 12 months. Presently, I'm getting more and more applications across my desk, but we are building our team and our staff and our capability to handle those applications. And I'll list my contact information at the end of this presentation and encourage anybody to reach out to dig in deeper and get more than just the high-level overview. I did want to provide a snapshot of the life cycle of the lease on trust land. It starts after execution of the lease. It starts with a project plan that includes a list of all the components of the project on the land. Includes, of course, a site plan, surveys of the project, proof that you're complying with all the local and government requirements. It definitely requires a cultural property survey to avoid any cultural resources that may be on the land. It includes, the site plan also includes a biological survey, a biological assessment. We definitely want to see evidence of a power purchase agreement or some other marketing tool so that we know that the lessee has engagement and a means to market that power. And then it needs to spell out the decommissioning plan and have the cost to decommission that project stamped and approved by a licensed engineer in New Mexico with the costs on there. And in that way, the bond will, the amount of the bond will relate to the costs. And then upon approval of the project plan, the lessee will go ahead and build out their project. At that point, once they are delivering electrons to the grid and selling that electricity, that begins the operation phase of the lease. That can be 20 to 30 years. And then the very last year of the lease is the decommissioning phase. So that's my high-level overview. I'm happy to engage in any of those topics wherever there may be interest. And I'm here to learn with you all and to help answer any questions you may have.
Jeremy, thank you. This is Arthur. Earlier, we got a note in the chat that the State Land Office has thoroughly researched security issues in terms of bonding and guarantees. And I was wondering if you had any information to share with us, because that's something that we are considering with regard to kind of ensuring against default by project developers, and at least having some other source of surety?
Super, yes. Happy to. We have a menu for all of our renewable energy projects, wind or solar. We require bonding. And that bonding can take place. There's a menu of options that can be selected. Can be an actual bond, or can be a letter of credit, or can be a parental guarantee. There's a variety of different mechanisms that we may provide the lessee, and we phase that in over time, requiring approximately 50% of that bond at year one upon construction of the project, ramping up to approximately 75% at year 7, and approximately 100% by year 11, if I recall correctly. And projects can be different depending on the time frames, but the point in case is that a bond exists. It exists on cost estimates that are bona fide, and we can revisit those cost estimates every 5 years, because of course those will change over time. For example, on wind turbines, we're just learning now how to recycle wind turbine blades, where in the past those haven't been recycled before. So the decommissioning of a wind turbine blade might be different. Perhaps that analogy might be similar to solar panels. As technology advances, the decommissioning of them hopefully it advances over time. So it's something that we're proud of, that we are protecting the public land and ensuring that projects are decommissioned properly.
Okay, what's the basis? You said 50% on construction. Is this the market value of the project, the income stream? What's the basis for that?
Thanks, Arthur. Yeah, so the basis is the cost estimate to decommission the project that's approved and stamped by a New Mexico licensed engineer. So 50% of those costs at year 1 are required as a bond or other option. And then that ramps up over the duration of the lease, so that by approximately year 11 of the lease, 100% of the amount needed to decommission that project is received in the form of a bond or other approved mechanism.
Okay, our purposes might be a little bit different, not decommissioning, because you have to restore the lands. Ours might be the value of the project over the lifetime as the basis, but we'll work that out. We'll work that out in the subgroup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for that presentation. We do have a few minutes on our agenda before our next break. If there are any other questions for Nicholas or sorry, for Jeremy, feel free to ask them now. If not, we can field any other questions folks might have at the moment, or okay. Or we can jump to our break right now and come back at 2:55 for our panel on market oversight issues. Hearing no objection, I'm going to say we do that. Thanks so much, Director Lewis. Look forward to your involvement in the rulemaking, and your explanation of the bonding issue was very helpful.
Thanks, Jonas.
Take care. It's almost time to come back from our break. Jeremy Lewis, are you still with us?
I sure am.
Hey, Jeremy, I did get a tip to go look at the YouTube page where some other folks are following and aren't, you know, they're not on the Zoom, but they're still following. And there was one question for you there. And the question was, does the short-term lease provide any advantage or right of first refusal in the RFP for the long-term lease?
I can answer that now. Yeah, that's a really good question. The winner of that long-term lease is the highest and the best bidder. So it's the dollar amount, the highest amount, as well as the best bidder, which from my perspective is the ability to execute the project on the land and to be able to build that project on the land. So to answer the question, if that short-term lease provides the developer with the tools they need to perhaps interconnect with the grid, or to perhaps have a very well conceived plan for building that project on the site, then they might have a leg up over somebody else who doesn't have that, who hasn't performed that due diligence or hasn't done their homework with regards to developing on that site. The Commissioner of Public Lands, Stephanie Garcia Richard, is most interested in leasing the land to people that can get projects built and to shepherd them well and to take good care of the land. So we're very much considering all of that when receiving and reviewing bids for long-term leases.
Understood. Thank you for that answer. And thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I will go ahead and introduce, well, I don't need to introduce Matt McDonald. He has been already given a presentation this morning. Matt McDonald will be running our next panel on market oversight issues. He's got a few panelists, and I will turn it over to Matt now. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jonas. As you mentioned, had a chance to introduce myself earlier, but for those folks that weren't present for that discussion, my name is Matt McDonald, Managing Director of the U.S. Consulting Team at Strategen, and very privileged to be supporting the PRC in its community solar rulemaking today. We've got a fantastic panel and dynamic discussion teed up with this next group. I wanted to allow each of my fellow panelists to introduce themselves, but before I do, I just wanted to give folks a sense of what we'd be covering in this segment today. This panel is entitled Market Oversight, but I think given the issues that we'll be touching upon, perhaps a better characterization is more of a market overview. We'll be looking at a lot of the sort of key policy design decisions that will be necessary in order to advance this rulemaking and to advance New Mexico's community solar market. We'll be asking our panelists to opine on some of the highest priority issues, some of which we've alluded to previously but haven't really dug into quite as much yet today during this workshop. We'll be looking at conversations around the program capacity cap and how that might be allocated to different utility service territories. We'll be touching briefly upon notions of interconnection issues that may be coming to the fore when we're talking about community solar project development, issues around administration, community solar project selection and capacity release. How are these being awarded to individual projects? Talking a little bit about selection criteria for community solar projects potentially, and then taking a look at sort of evaluation as the PRC will be moving forward and looking back at this first phase of community solar programmatically. What are some key things to be thinking about there? Finally, if time permits, we may step into a bit of the subscription allocation requirements issues, but we've got a lot to cover, and I think I don't want to take any more time with this preamble. So with that, I'll ask my panelists to begin to introduce themselves. I'm going to begin with Kevin Cray with the Coalition for Community Solar Access. So then we'll move to Mike Antonio, Southwestern Public Service Company, then to Jim Desjardins at the Renewable Energy Industry Association, and last but certainly not least, Beth Beloff with the Coalition of Sustainable Communities in New Mexico. So Kevin, to you first, please. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, really happy to be on the panel today. Looking forward to the discussion. I work for the Coalition for Community Solar Access, as Matt noted, or CCSA, and we are the national trade organization focused on the community solar industry. Over to you, Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mike D'Antonio with XL Energy. I work in the legislative and regulatory arenas in Santa Fe for SPS, which is a wholly subsidiary of XL Energy. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Desjardins. I'm the Executive Director of the Renewable Energy Industry Association of New Mexico. We're known as RIA. We've been representing solar companies in New Mexico since 2004, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah. And I'm Beth Beloff, Executive Director of the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, New Mexico. We're a coalition of local governments in New Mexico, representing about 40% of the population of the state. And we're aligned around local and state policies that can address climate change. And we were actively engaged in the development of the community solar bill. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And looking forward to a dynamic conversation. Before we start to go a little bit deeper into specific topics, I just wanted to pose to this group, share with us your perspectives on what issues do you believe will be sort of highest priority as the PRC steps through this rulemaking, or what will have the biggest impact on the program's success? Which of these might be most urgent or needing a prioritization? Kevin, maybe we can start with you and then move to Beth and go down the line.
Sure. From my perspective, I think the biggest, issue or thing that I think we need to tackle quickly is just to set up the program in a way that really ensures the promotion of viable projects and the ability for those projects to come online quickly and start providing benefits to the people of New Mexico, as well as the economic benefits that were quantified through the Beaver study that Senator Stefanik mentioned this morning. Further, I think we need to ensure that there are a robust number of projects online and providing benefits to subscribers for the look back in 2024. So certainly encourage folks to keep in mind or keep an open mind for ways to accelerate the program deployment and allow those projects to, again, be online for that look back.
Yeah.
How about you, Beth?
Yeah, and it's hard to follow Kevin. He usually covers the waterfront. Yes, I think ensuring the viability of projects, ensuring that the selection criteria for projects meets the intentions of the program, and also ensuring the robustness of the projects that actually occur, that are viable, that are built, so that we have a viable evaluation to look back and refine the program in 3 years.
How about from your perspective, Mike? What are some of the biggest issues that we'll need to be tackling here together?
I think as far as the issues, but I think more importantly, judging the success of the overall program, if we are able to reach the low income folks that we need to reach, those that are not able to put rooftop solar on their homes and so on, I think that's going to be the proofs of the pudding. A lot of success, a lot of issues that the PRC is going to have to make that thing successful. But again, we need to make sure that we reach those folks, low income and small commercial businesses with this program as best we can.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Jim?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, just piggyback on what Mike just said. I think we want to make sure that we're true to what the bill is supposed to be about, which is bringing solar to people who would not normally be able to have solar on their homes or businesses. A couple of things that stick out to me, the importance of the interconnection docket, because that's, as has been already discussed, that affects how we do community solar to a great deal. Second is the bill credit mechanism to make sure that it is done fairly to everyone that's involved. Third would be the queue. In other words, how we queue up the applications. It's my understanding there's already a lot in place right now. And we want to make sure that how that's done doesn't impede the processing of other applications for rooftop solar. And then finally, and this has also been discussed a lot, is cost causation. How do we deal with upgrades that are going to need to be done to the grid? And these are going to need to be done, especially as we implement community solar.
Great. Well said, and you know, some really important issues we'll need to be working through. So let's dive a little bit deeper into some specifics. I'm going to start with a conversation around overall program capacity. So the legislation clearly articulates a 200 megawatt program capacity cap through November 1st of 2024 within the IOU service territories, and so. Perhaps we can start with you, Michael. What are the different approaches that could be taken to proportionally allocate, that overall program capacity among the IOU service territories?
Yeah, Matt, and Arthur O'Donnell mentioned some earlier on. You can do it on a capacity basis or a total kilowatt hour basis. What I think we need strong consideration is really to determine what the addressable market is, because there are some exclusions in the statutes that prevent large commercial and industrial customers from being part of the program. So that's a significant load in our territory. SPS, we serve the eastern part of the state. We have kind of a unique load profile. We have 80% of our customers, or 80% of our load is commercial, large commercial and industrial. Whereas the other utilities, El Paso and PNM, are kind of flip-flopped on that. They have more residential and small commercial relative to their large commercial base. So if we're truly to get to an addressable market and truly allocate for developers to make sure that they have a true kind of program cap, I think we're going to have to take a look at what our total kilowatt hour sales are for retail, and then start subtracting out those customers that don't qualify, so we get to a kind of true pro rata kind of baseline. So the metrics are going to be important. That's one way to do it. I know there's maybe a possibility of looking at number of customers in each of those categories, perhaps, is another way. But we'll just have to see if the data is available, if we can do a more, I think, thoughtful analysis of the baseline. It'll be helpful to developers to see where the bigger markets are.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I mean, there's a logic to that. Certainly, I've seen others suggest potentially looking at peak demand as another opportunity. Beth, do you have any perspectives on that?
Well, I know in the working group we've talked for quite a long time about total kilowatt hour retail sales, just simply proportioning it on that basis. Although I certainly understand Mike's point about the addressable market. And I would think that Xcel is the one investor-owned utility that should have the biggest issue with that because of the makeup of their customers. But I would be in favor of total kilowatt hour retail sales as the means.
Tim or Kevin, do you have additional thoughts on this point?
Yeah, just in terms of the addressable market, I think that's an interesting concept, and I appreciate that. I'm just a little concerned that it might not be real clear to everyone how that's going to work. So I do think it's really important that whatever we do, that everyone understands it and that it's considered to be fair.
I would certainly agree with Jim and be, I guess, curious to see maybe some numbers behind the proposal from Xcel on kind of what they're seeing as the addressable market. As far as kind of the standard metric, I kind of coalesce around the utility retail sales as well. It's fairly easily publicly findable through EIA Form 861. So it's something that is, I think, pretty understandable and I think pretty directly relates to how community solar subscribers are being credited by a per kilowatt hour bill credit, et cetera. So that just seems to me to be the simplest metric to use.
Great. Thanks, all, for that. So let me pose a question around this notion of the potential for some sort of capacity cap or carve out for any other criteria. So in certain jurisdictions, we may see this be put into place to encourage, project size diversity, or to maybe, help ensure that a particular customer segment is being reached. Setting aside for the moment, of course, there's the 30%, LMI requirement. But curious as to perspectives of this group on the possibility of more specific carve-outs that might come into play underneath the overall program cap. Do you have any thoughts either in favor or against that kind of a notion?
I think from a customer perspective, there was initially interest in applying the low income requirement on a per portfolio or kind of per program basis, but given that it had shifted through the legislative process to a per project basis, I guess from my perspective, I think those carve-outs are kind of effectively made at the project level. As far as encouraging other types of project sizes, I think that'll largely come down to what type or what allocation process is used and whether, it advantages larger projects or not. For instance, if it's a first come, first serve type of an allocation process, and there would be no additional advantage necessarily for a larger project. However, if it was an RFP-based project or allocation process, that could certainly advantage larger projects and may warrant some sort of additional consideration for smaller projects. Go ahead, Beth. Yep.
Yeah, and Matt, I'm thinking that if it's an RFP or a bid process, that is where incentives could be put in place to achieve what a carve out might otherwise achieve. So it advantage those weight more heavily, exceeding the 30% low income requirement in the statute per project, for instance.
So potentially some non-price evaluation criteria in the selection of prospective community solar projects that could, help advance some of these other, types of criteria we're contemplating. And that's understood. Thank you, Beth. And we'll get a little bit more into that project selection here in just a moment. I just want to open it up to Mike or to Jim if there's any thoughts here as well.
I was just going to say, I think the final legislation did a pretty good job of carving out things that are going to benefit the state of New Mexico. But I certainly wouldn't be against having some kind of RFP process that gives like extra points for things like having more than 30% carve out for LMI populations or other factors that are considered good for the community.
And I would agree on that. The incentives for a greater amount than 30%. But also, I think we need to let this statute work for the first 3 years and see how it goes, and look at potentially looking at some carve outs based on the success or non-success of the existing program.
I think Mike brings up a good point of really leveraging that look back as a good opportunity to address whether additional carve outs or kind of bifurcations of the program really makes sense once we get some real world experience in New Mexico with these types of projects.
Great. Let's touch really briefly on interconnection. Obviously, there's a ongoing rulemaking on that front, and as Arthur indicated, be some clarification there by the end of the calendar year. Maybe we can just touch real briefly as a group here on, interconnection is such an important, success point for any community solar program. How can we be best prepared, as a state for interconnecting community solar facilities in a streamlined and fair, equitable manner? Let me give Jim a chance to lead off this one.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, first of all, this issue is being dealt with a lot in the interconnection policies docket, and it's not an easy issue, but I definitely think it's very important. The organization that I represent, the majority of our people do rooftop solar, and there is a concern right now, and I know there was a ruling by the PRC a few days ago that having a interconnection application in now doesn't give you an advantage But there is a concern that it doesn't really address the issue of what is actually happening to those applications. Are they still in place? And so if one of my members puts in an application for, let's just say, a 25 kW project, is it still behind those applications? So I think there needs to be some clarity on that. And additionally, I think it would probably be good for everyone to have two separate queues, one for community solar and one for behind the meter applications.
Mike, any thoughts on the interconnection perspective?
Well, I think I want to commend Arthur O'Donnell, and he's leading the current rulemaking for just regular interconnections. And they're being thoughtful, the groups are being thoughtful about how the community solar fits into the regular interconnection queue. So I think pretty optimistic that a good job will be done here. Both the community solar and regular or just QF projects. So that's my
Great. Thanks, Mike. Beth, any thoughts here? And we'll round out with Kevin, and then maybe just one more prompt on this topic before we move to the next one.
Yeah, I think I would love to see sort of expedited studies for interconnection. If for instance, those in the queue turn out not to be in a queue, if they have to reapply, in order not to disadvantage some smaller developers in terms of that timeline, to also come up with an expedited process for interconnection studies. I don't know how feasible that is, but that certainly comes to mind as something that could be explored. The second issue about interconnection is that the developer has to have a fairly good idea about the substation situation, about some of the costs that might have to be incurred at the substation level in order to identify the land or the area in which that interconnection would take place. And so I would also encourage that there be some effort to make the interconnection issues more transparent, or the connection issues more transparent to potential developers. Again, that may not be possible, but that ties into the interconnection issue.
Kevin, some thoughts here? Yeah, I'd really echo a lot of the concerns, particularly that Beth's raised. Just taking a look at it from a timing perspective, the interconnection process, as I understand it, you're 6 to 9 months into that process before you're getting, information to make a reasonable business decision on the viability of a project. Knowing that if you need to pivot away from that project, you effectively start that process over with probably some additional diligence in front of that. I think there's potentially merit for finding ways for developers to do their homework and do their due diligence proactively leading up to the program. I know that's, kind of something that was included in the commission's decision, but I think preserving the ability for people to continue to do homework at their own risk, I think, is important as well. From my perspective, interconnection will likely be the #1 killer of projects in New Mexico, unlike a lot of other community solar markets up and down the East Coast, where permitting and zoning can be a real challenge. I think there's an ample amount of developable land in New Mexico, and I think the permitting process, from what I've heard from my members so far, is actually fairly streamlined at this point for these types of projects. So I do think the interconnection milestone for project viability is going to be the most critical one as we kind of move through the process. Lastly, I think addressing Jim's concern, I do see value in preserving an ability for smaller rooftop systems to move through the queue without getting kind of jumbled in with community solar projects. I would encourage that to take a very reasonable approach and kind of maybe be scaled based on kind of where in the system they are. So I think considerations for somewhere in and around Albuquerque or Santa Fe obviously need to be very different than somewhere in more of the rural outskirts of New Mexico, which is honestly where a lot of these community solar projects are likely to be located anyway. Well, just sort of piggybacking on that, some of these points, are there some thresholds or eligibility criteria that Pierre community prospective community solar projects that are attempting to enter a queue, are very well positioned to actually be successful. That their projects aren't simply, queue squatting, so to speak, to use a pejorative term, and that they're well positioned, while also maybe providing some flexibility to developers that they don't have to have 100% of subscribers already lined up. That there's some leeway there. Maybe we can go sort of snake back, reverse over, start again with you, Kevin, and then to Beth and on.
Yeah, I think this is an important topic as well. And, under the context of my last comment that the interconnection, viability of a project is likely going to be one of the most critical metrics of its success. I'd certainly encourage people to be very thoughtful of putting additional barriers up for folks entering the interconnection process. While also acknowledging that, having a lot of projects clogging the queue and a lot of queue congestion also isn't good for a healthy market. So this is certainly a complex topic that I think warrants a lot of discussion. Beyond that, I think, if there were to be milestones, they should probably be maybe site-based, so in confirming site control. But I think we also need to keep in consideration not wasting the time of the local jurisdiction. So if you had a requirement that projects needed permitting, for instance, to go through, those local, jurisdictions are going to get swamped with a lot of permitting applications. That was something that the community solar industry saw in Illinois as part of the process that they'd established there. And it left it was a really bad experience for those local jurisdictions. And the same would go for subscribing customers. I don't think it would be fair or in the public interest for developers to be going out seeking, subscriber commitments for a project that may or may not actually come to fruition. To me, it makes sense for them to have a little bit more certainty around their ability to build a project before engaging local jurisdictions or certainly subscribers.
Thanks, Kevin. Beth, thoughts here, and then we'll go to Mike and then Tim.
Yeah, and I go back to my earlier point about site control, that in order to even enter that interconnection queue, there has to be some understanding about which sites work. And having substation information, hosting capacity maps, which I don't believe we have, but some utility information, perhaps minimum daytime load reports that could help identify those properties so that site control can be achieved. To me, those are the criteria. And then, as Kevin pointed out, some of the permitting related to site control. But again, reaching out to subscribers makes little sense until the project is further along.
Yeah, thank you, Beth.
And I'd like just to make comment on kind of the low-hanging fruit. There are certain spots in systems where it's more applicable for community solar to be placed than others. And so working with the utilities directly, utilities providing good information on where there are, again, the low-hanging fruit for lesser interconnection costs and so on, I think is going to be an important factor to the success of this program. In the SPP, where SPS serves, there is some different criteria because it's an organized market and RTO. So you got to be mindful also of having too large a project is going to incur some additional study work from the SPP, which is backlogged. So we got to be real thoughtful in working directly utilities and developers together. And these interconnection, fast track opportunities and so on are going to be real critical to the success of these projects.
Tim, go ahead. Your thoughts here.
Yeah, just a couple points. First of all, this has come up in the interconnection policies workshops. And one of the things that we're looking for is more transparency from the utility industry in terms of, what their hosting capacity is, just more information about the system. Obviously, there's security issues there that we need to be mindful of, but we think that would be helpful for everyone. It would just make it a more efficient process. Another point is, and I'm just kind of going back to Jeremy's presentation from the land office, and they kind of had a checklist of what they're looking for because they want to have good people to do business with. People are going to be good stewards of the land. And I think we need to also look at that to some extent.
That's helpful. Thanks, Jim. Mike, maybe just going back to one of your points before we leave this topic. What are the challenges or opportunities you see around utilities or IOUs and their service territories helping to identify, what might be some, green, yellow, red interconnection points within circuits? Is that something that you feel that you're well positioned to do, or is that something that will take some time to work through?
Well, I think XL is maybe well positioned to do some of the smaller utilities. This has been an issue with manpower, looking at hosting capacity maps and doing the analysis. So I think it varies from utility to utility and the level of expertise. Even though XL is a big corporation, our SPS operational unit is fairly small, Texas and New Mexico. And so we have personnel issues that come into play here and trying to get the needed information to the developers. And so that's, again, getting back to this interconnection workshop that's going on right now. Those are some of the things that are being discussed right now, and seeing if we can come together on trying to get to some reasonable set of criteria and so on to help developers get to knowing where best to locate their projects. So it's an ongoing iterative process right now.
Well, one thing I'd add there, and having worked at the utility through the process with the engineers of releasing the hosting capacity map, and certainly understand that is a significant and robust undertaking. I think there are some interim steps that could be taken. Beth mentioned the minimum daytime load report. I think that's a good interim step, kind of in between, no information at all and a full-blown hosting capacity map that is also just useful information, because it'll ultimately kind of feed towards the creation of a hosting capacity map. So it's certainly not wasted time, and something that I think the industry would find a lot of value in. And overall, community solar developers aren't wanting to site these projects in places that are unadvantageous, right? Like they very much want to site these in good locations that have good interconnection viability and help support the grid. And so it's just a matter of kind of nexusing the information that the utilities hold with the developers' access to that and their ability to find land positions in those areas.
Any thoughts around this out, Beth? Nothing further. Okay, great. We'll move on to the issue of program administration. So we've heard this come up a little bit before, and I just wanted to touch on it within this group. How should the PRC be thinking about program administration? Just to set out some of the the potential options that are in play here. Certainly, a utility administered program is something we've seen from other states. We've seen versions of utility administered program with some sort of independent oversight, particularly around the RFP and bid selection and evaluation process. We've also heard talk of potential third-party administration within the workshop today. So curious as to folks' thoughts on that front. And Mike, I haven't given you a chance to lead off, so maybe I'll let you do so here.
Okay, a lot of questions there. The appropriate mechanism.
Yeah.
Project. So, I think there's some experience, at least that XL has, our parent company in Minnesota and Colorado, that we're kind of eager to share with the rest of the groups, and talking about how things are done in those two states. There's various opinions on how successful those methods are, and so on. So I'm not going to come with any suggested recommendations. I just think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. There's some other states that have done some pretty good things, and I look forward to bringing some of our subject matter experts into the working groups and talk through what are the appropriate mechanisms for selecting these programs and awarding programs here for the community solar. So.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Beth, do you have thoughts here?
I do. I think that while the IOUs do have experience, certainly Excel, of the three that we have here, has the most experience with community solar. I think it would be more reasonable to bring in a third-party administrator so that there is no perception of conflict of interest, since utilities are also able to be subscriber organizations. And there are two pieces. One is in the procurement administration. However, that is developed if it's RFP. Clearly, that would have to be third party. But I think in the overall program, so that it's relatively seamless, it would be important to really consider first and foremost third-party administration. We did hear about the uncertainty around the cost of that administration and the fact that the PRC doesn't currently have the resources, but that there is an application fee that potentially could be applied. So there are a variety of ways we'll be getting federal monies in the state. There are a variety of ways to pay for that, but I'm in favor of third parties so that conflict of interest is not a factor.
Kevin or Jim, do you want to share some thoughts on this topic as well?
I'll
I think, above and beyond the aspect of the conflict of interest and the ability for utilities to participate, I'd also just kind of circle back to the timing concerns and speed to market. New Mexicans have been waiting for the ability to access solar through community solar for many years. I think, allowing utilities to stand up programs and staff up and create the resources necessary to launch a program will only further delay things. So I think, utilizing a third-party administrator, particularly for this first phase of the program, really makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of consultants out there that have a lot of experience with RFPs, community solar, managing solicitations and customer expectations. And so I think that'll really help accelerate the program. And the other thing I'd point to is, kind of the continued decline of the ITC. And so at this point, New Mexico has the ability to harness additional federal tax incentives at a higher ITC level, which will, bring additional savings to all customers. And so, again, just from a pure timing perspective, that seems like the most reasonable approach. What are your thoughts here, Jim?
Yeah, I'm just going to agree with pretty much people spoke before me. I think obviously we want to learn from best practices, but I also think that having a third-party administrator is important, especially because of the potential conflict of interest.
Okay, great. Let's move past the topic of administration and touch a little bit upon community solar project selection and capacity release. So let me begin with a question around, what is this group's view around appropriate mechanism for selecting projects and awarding program capacity to a potential subscriber organization? We talked through a few options in some of our dialogue thus far here, just in this panel. There's a lot of references to an RFP process. So that's certainly one approach that could be taken. In other states are utilizing that, more of a competitive procurement process that way. There's also the opportunity for more what I would call tariff-based procurement, where it's potentially a first come, first served basis as well. So just wanted to open up that type of a conversation. And Kevin, maybe we can start with you this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a big topic, and there's a lot to consider here. We certainly outlined some in the written comments that we submitted earlier this morning. I don't know if those have been shared around yet or not, but from our perspective, there are kind of three effective approaches. There's the first come, first serve, which tends to be kind of quickest, speed to market, pretty simple to administer, fairly straightforward, and really promotes viable projects that meet the maturity milestones to be eligible for the program. Additionally, there's kind of the RFP approach or point-based scoring matrix approach that's been talked about quite a bit today as well. I think that's a little bit slower speed to market. It can be more difficult for that to focus in on those viable projects, but does present probably a greater opportunity to see additional benefits to the community or additional commitments over and above the statutory goals and objectives. Lastly, And just for illustrative purposes, you know, they could potentially do a lottery. I would say that CCSA kind of firmly opposes a lottery system. Its arbitrary nature, you know, neither promotes viable projects or additional benefits. And it just creates a lot of risk for all involved. So I would just recommend that everyone kind of, you know, take lessons learned from Illinois and the process that took place there, and really just steer clear of a lottery process.
Yeah, good points with respect to the lottery. Mike, maybe we could go to you, and then Beth, and then Jim.
Yeah, well, I think for the solar developers ought to be held to the same standard as utilities are with regards to having to go through an RFP process. I mean, I think it's really incumbent upon the commission, PRC, to make sure that New Mexico customers are getting the most cost competitive projects. And it's hard to do that without going through some kind of RFP process. So I think we would like to see some kind of competitively bid situation to make sure that costs are contained for, especially those low income customers, make sure that they're getting some benefit from these projects.
Yeah. While I agree with Kevin that first come, first serve is the most expeditious, that's the fastest way to an outcome, it does also favor large developers. Perhaps maybe those who are already in the queue have a waiting factor in an RFP process. My preference is competitive bidding through an RFP process. While it might be a little bit slower, we can look toward achieving some of our objectives. I have a whole list of potential incentives that could be used in an RFP process to ensure that we go not only meet the statutory requirements and the milestones, but go above and beyond.
And maybe we can touch upon that in just a moment, Beth, but let's hear from Jim first on his thoughts here.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I would probably be in favor of some type of RFP, but at the same time, I don't think we want something that's too cumbersome. Also, I think part of this discussion is that in the final bill, there was a local preference specification, and it basically related to a particular New Mexico statute. So I think we need to figure out how that's actually going to work. And then finally, whatever is done, I think it definitely needs to be done in a way that best we can, that it's not chaotic, that it's somewhat organized and controllable.
That makes sense. And Beth, just while we're on this topic, I mean, would you be willing to share some of your perspectives and thoughts on what, you know, potential criteria could be in this regard? I think we can slide right into that part of our conversation.
Sure. So some ideas about incentives for those who can go beyond the 30% for low income and low income service organization participation, increase in the small commercial and residential component potentially, resident, as to Jim's point, local developers, resident owned business and subscriber organizations, or partner subcontractors with local developers, veterans and historically marginalized communities represented, women and minority owned businesses might have additional points, offering of additional grid benefits like battery storage, partnering with energy efficiency programs. We heard a bit about that in low income. Certainly interconnection viability and other milestones that go to the viability of the project should be required. Developer experience and preparedness, that could be a factor. Preferred siting locations like brownfields or contaminated lands. And then lastly, some community benefits like job training, educational opportunities, hosting or helping with research projects for local universities, for instance. That's just a laundry list of potential incentives, but all of those would accrue to the benefit of the community at large.
Thanks, Beth. And so, yeah, assuming that a RFP process were put into place, Mike, do you have any thoughts about, selection criteria, evaluation criteria? It sounds like Beth was describing both price and non-price evaluation criteria there. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, again, New Mexico preference would definitely want to see that in there for our local, developers. I don't have specific thoughts, but I think Beth had a good list that she went. It's a matter of kind of weighting some of those and seeing which ones are more important. Again, it gets down to reliability, maintaining reliability, and keeping costs reasonable. And I think most of the utilities are going to be happy with the projects that are cost effective and maintain our system reliability.
Great, thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Kevin.
One thing I might point out, just my read of the statutory language is that the bill credit rates are effectively set. The RECs are being owned by the utility, and so from my perspective, there's not really a whole lot from a pricing perspective for people to bid on. So it almost seems like the RFP process would be more of a subjective, scoring criteria, kind of similar to New Jersey's community solar market, where again, all the economic elements are effectively set in place, and it comes down to what other benefits or project criteria that a particular project can bring forth in its bid is kind of the differentiating elements anyway.
Understood. Jim, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, a couple of things that I think pretty much everyone gets on board on is jobs and economic development. So if there's, that would be maybe something to focus on. Beth also mentioned training, which I think kind of is part of that. So that would be something I think would be of interest.
Great. Let me just touch on, one more topic sort of under this broader umbrella, and then we can move on to another one, and maybe we can reserve some time to field maybe a couple questions that are showing up in the chat or folks might have for this group. It's a great collection of expertise here, so I want to be able to take advantage of it. So similarly, related to this notion of how we best think about assigning programmatic capacity to individual projects, curious if this group has thoughts around, how that should be made available. Should the 200 megawatt, capacity contemplated through November 2024 be made available all at once, or should there be differentiated, sort of application windows or different tranches to sort of release the programmatic capacity over time? Kevin, do you have thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I think I guess from my perspective, I'd probably recommend 2 tranches of 100 megawatt. I think that kind of helps achieve a robust start to the program and gives us a good opportunity to have a reasonable likelihood that we'll have projects operating in all 3 utilities for the look back in 2024. I think that also helps kind of keep queue congestion down a bit as projects are kind of moving through the process, because it would kind of separate things out a little bit. The other thing I think that we should consider is a way to make any unused capacity or capacity that ends up falling out kind of reavailable. So if something if a project awarded in the first tranche for whatever reason hits a fatal flaw and isn't able to move forward, that capacity should be made reavailable in the second tranche. And then maybe there's a kind of a third makeup tranche at the very end there, just to ensure that the full 200 megawatts is allocated to projects that are viable to move forward.
Jim, curious as to your perspective on the awarding of program capacity application windows or tranches.
Yeah, I think what Kevin said makes good sense. I mean, you don't want to have too much chaos and overextend the system. At the same time, and it's also good to have a look back and then tweak some things. So I think that's a good way to do it.
All right. How about you, Mike? And then we'll round it out with Beth.
Yeah.
I don't think you say Mike or Beth? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Beth.
So I don't think it really matters. I think the market's going to dictate how fast that capacity is going to be enough. And it's really going to be contingent upon how good a job we do as a collective group on trying to come up with this rulemaking. The rulemaking is clear, concise, and done pretty thoughtfully, I think that 200 megawatts will be eaten up. If the credit's not right, or if some other aspect of the program's not right, you're going to have difficulty getting, if developers can't get to the 30% low income for all their projects, I think it's going to slow things down. So I don't think that it really matters. Just to know that there's a cap there is, I think, sufficient for all of us to do the planning for the next 3 years.
Great. Go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, and I think having 200 megawatts, we've already heard that the demand is far in excess of 200 megawatts already. Having 200 megawatts up front would allow for a more robust evaluation in 3 years, which I'm very focused on. That said, some of the chaos that it could create for the IOUs could be significant. So while I'd like to see it front-ended, I certainly don't object to 2 tranches of 100 megawatts, as long as they're timed in such a way that we really will have adequate data for evaluation in 3 years.
Great, Beth. And that's a great segue to the next topic that would love to touch upon. And I might just come right back to you on that point. Understanding that the legislation contemplates this first phase of a community solar program concluding in November 2024, as you mentioned, and acknowledging the sort of timelines that I believe Kevin laid out around just the interconnection process, assuming that we'll have the rulemaking complete by April 2022. There's a limited window perhaps to begin to gather some good data that the PRC will be able to evaluate against. So question to you, Beth, is what should we collectively be thinking about when it comes to that look back evaluation, and what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, and I want to just say that Senator Stefanik's laid out some of those considerations, but I think the importance is that we will evaluate all of the processes. So annual statewide capacity cap, that needs to be determined in 3 years. And that will require a review of the number of applications relative to the application pool, numbers rejected, adequacy of the method for allocating by IOU service territory. Then there's the allocation process itself of projects. Was it fair, transparent, efficient? Were the selection criteria and incentive weighting factors meaningful? Bill credit structure and methodology. Is the TARR the right methodology? Do we move to value of solar, for instance? Were IOUs fairly compensated? Customer subscriber participation levels, review on the restriction that was placed in the statute on large subscribers, the low income component, and outreach actions, and then looking at the subscriber types. Were they reasonably reached? Consumer protections, grievances and complaints. What were they? What was the enforcement procedure? Interconnection process. Subscriber organizations, was 5 megawatts adequate? Do we need a minimum? I saw in the chat minimum size suggested. Types and results, including IOU participation, siting, co-location of other energy resources. Did that occur? Financial barriers, getting feedback on what were some of the barriers to financing. Was a 40% limit on anchor tenant sufficient? Should that be increased, or was that not a barrier? RECs to the IOUs, were they used to support the IOUs renewable portfolio standard compliance? Rural electric co-ops and tribal participation, was opt-in successful? Community benefits and economic development, including the level of local solar industry participation that is built in. So I think those are probably the key factors that need to be considered in the evaluation, and we just need to ensure enough time and subscriber organization experience to have that evaluation be meaningful and come up with recommendations.
Great, Beth. That's an extensive list and some really important points. Mike, maybe I'll kick it to you just to get your perspective, maybe the utility perspective on what you might be looking at from an evaluation perspective if we're to fast forward to 2024.
Yeah, I think we have to look back at the bigger picture, the Energy Transition Act, and are we accomplishing that for New Mexico? Are we transitioning to 100% carbon-free system by 2045? And this is a piece of that. It's a big piece of it. But I would still say have we at the end of 2024, we need to look back and see, have we accomplished the intent of the legislation? Because with the ETA, New Mexico is going to get to those levels. Okay, this legislation is targeted to try to get a little bit more applicability to low-income residential, those that don't have the solar access. And so did we accomplish that is I think one of the big things that we need to look back at. And did we do it in a non-subsidy manner? In other words, are customers that are not participating in this program, are they subsidizing unduly the rest of those that are? So those are some of the two major components of that legislation. Have we really accomplished what was intended by that legislation? So that's, yeah.
Mike. Kevin, any thoughts here? I think Beth laid out a really great list and obviously comprehensive things for the PRC to look at as part of the look back. I guess the other aspect that I would add in is just to ensure that the program remains, operational and sustainable through this period and kind of transition from the phase 1 to phase 2. There will be local companies investing and expanding their business to operate community solar. There will be new community solar focused companies that spring up. There may be out-of-state community solar companies that open offices in New Mexico, and for them to continue to have a viable business moving forward, they can't, survive a lot of start-stops. And so just to look for ways to kind of preserve the sustainability and operation of the program through the look back and as they transition into phase 2, just to ensure that those businesses continue to be successful, to continue to keep their employees working and continue to be driving benefits to New Mexicans. Great. Jim, anything to add on this front? And then maybe we can take just a couple minutes for a bit of Q&A.
Sure. Thank you. And well, first of all, I just want to piggyback on what Mike said. I think one of the main things we want to look at is how much does this help the LMI population of New Mexico? Another thing is the consumer experience. I mean, were there any issues related to the marketing of this type of product? I'm a little, just kind of going back to the LMI, I'm a little concerned. Are we going to be able to hit that 30% LMI target? Personally, I think that's going to be a challenge. And I think we need to focus on that. And then finally, how does this impact the grid? I mean, is there any negative impacts on the grid? How does it affect other types of distributed energy resources? And one other point is at the end, jobs, economic development, how much did it really contribute to that?
Great. Thanks, Jim. I did see one question that popped up in the chat that I thought I might pose to this group. It looks like, Lisa highlighted the fact that, this is a new process for a lot of New Mexico's communities. Jeremy Lewis also chimed in on this front. So curious if this panel has any thoughts on, how to balance community interests and how to think about a community solar program that's also community centered. Any thoughts on that front? Open to volunteers to go first there. From my perspective, I think community solar represents a really great opportunity for communities to partner with developers that have the experience in developing the project, securing the most cost competitive financing, have the billing and software mechanisms in place. But I think there will also be communities that want to wage their own path.
And so certainly, open to finding ways to help encourage those types of projects to move forward. And if people want to be more and more involved, they have the opportunity to do so. That could be, back to the point-based scoring type of allocation approach. Could certainly be a consideration as part of that process, whether you're partnered with a community or whether you are a community, and just getting some additional consideration based on that.
Beth, it seems like you wanted to chime in here too.
Yeah, and to me, Kevin was right on point. I think some of that might have to do with scoring and giving priority to community-based local governance, and so on, that want to either partner in or develop their own community solar facilities. That's where those priorities can really be potentially rewarded.
Great. Mike, let's go to you next, and then Jim will give you the last word. Mike,
Well,
you have any thoughts on the community?
Yeah, I think again, if you can look, touch, and feel a community solar project that's in your neighborhood, it kind of what you can relate to it. We heard that from a lot of folks, that we build these community solar projects out in the hills and away from everybody, and it doesn't really mean as much. So the aspect of, however, is that when you go build remotely, it's probably cheaper to build. In many cases, land's cheaper and so on. So you got to get that balance of, you still want it within the community, but you want to be able to manage the cost of development. So there's going to be a balance there for it to be successful, I think.
Jim, last word is yours. This has been a fantastic conversation so far. Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Really the only point I have to make, and everyone has made some really good points on this, is that I think the scoring, if we do have an RFP process, the scoring is going to be a challenge, because there's, a lot of different people have very well-intentioned ideas of what or how to best do this. So that's going to be a challenge.
Great. Excellent. Well, I just want to thank all of my fellow panelists for an excellent dialogue and discussion. This has been a fantastic workshop thus far, and very exciting opening salvo to a really important rulemaking here for the state of New Mexico. So thank you all very much, and look forward to continuing the rest of the program today. So back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks everybody from that panel. Like I said in the chat, we did go ahead and let that panel run a little bit long. There were a ton of issues, and still are a ton of issues that they could discuss. But we're going to take a 5-minute break now, come back at 4 o'clock, and have our last 2 presentations of the day. So we'll see you then. Welcome back. That was a pretty quick break, but now it's 4 o'clock and we're going to move to the 3:45 item on the agenda, information collection. That will be a presentation from Christopher Dunn, an economist with PRC's Utility Division. I mistakenly had Christopher's last name wrong on the original agenda and apologize for that. Christopher, take it away.
Thanks, Jonas. I actually think that was intentional, and it was just kind of a redirect so that I don't have to go through so much in case there's any controversy with my presentation, right?
That's right. Direct all questions to Christopher Ryan.
Fair enough. All right. Well, hey, there you go. Thanks, Jonas. And first, I'm just going to take a quick moment and extend my gratitude and appreciation for all the stakeholders that are present today, and especially to everyone that's offered comments and input, and to the presenters. I know that the information that's gone over today has been really valuable for me, and I'm sure for everyone else as well. With that in mind, I know we are reaching the end of the day, and hopefully I think there's some good news and bad news about my presentation. The good news is I think it's going to be fairly quick and hopefully non-controversial. The bad news is it's a lot of text, and unfortunately, it's not as visually engaging as some of the other presenters' presentations today. So you'll only get text in the sweet, dulcet tones of my voice. So hopefully that'll be enough to keep you awake today. With that in mind, I'll go ahead and start the presentation. Is everybody able to see the screen?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So as Jonas said, my name is Christopher Dunn. I work with the Public Regulation Commission as an economist in the Utility Division, and I've been asked today to present on information collection as it relates to the Community Solar Program in New Mexico. I do want to just give a little background kind of on the format of this presentation. I'm sure everybody here has had an opportunity to review Senate Bill 84 and recognizes that in the Community Solar Act, there are several items that are mandated for information collection and reporting. What I've tried to do in this presentation is to highlight in a lighter blue color some of those items that are required by the Community Solar Act or existing regulatory rules and statutes. But staff has also identified numerous additional reporting items that we feel are going to be important as well for either creating that 2024 report to the legislature that's going to show, how the program has been implemented and, to recognize any challenges, and then to be able to provide a basis for any modifications or adjustments to the community solar program moving forward based on the lessons learned through implementing the program in New Mexico. The 5 broad areas that we're going to cover today relate to the reports that are going back and forth between subscriber organizations and utilities, the annual reports that we're recommending for subscriber organizations to utilities, the annual reports from co-ops that have opted in, as well as the IOUs to the PRC, and the 2024 report to the legislature that I'll briefly review as well. What I hope you recognize in this presentation is that staff feels that each of these items really builds upon one another, and that the flow of information should come up from the subscriber organizations to the utilities and then up to the PRC. So I hope that that makes sense and that it's fairly straightforward in how I present it today. So the first area that I'm going to discuss is our recommendations for monthly reports from subscriber organizations to utilities. Again, the Community Solar Act does mandate that that these monthly reports do exist from subscriber organizations to utilities. And what we'd like to see is that in these monthly reports, the subscriber organizations provide to the utilities in a standardized and electronic format at least the following minimum information. They can go above and beyond, but we'd at least like to see this information. First, the kilowatt hours of generation that are attributable to each customer. Next, the updates to the subscriber list, including any canceling subscribers or the addition of new subscribers. Additionally, the allocation of unsubscribed energy that has been rolled forward on the community solar account, if applicable. Of course, that won't be the case for all subscriber organizations. They may not have unsubscribed energy, but in the event that they do have unsubscribed energy, they're allocating to their existing customer base. We feel that that's important to have in that monthly report as well. Additionally, the kilowatt hours of generation that are attributable to low-income subscribers, as well as in the list of subscribers to the subscriber organization, we'd like for there to be an identification of those subscribers that are contributing to meeting that 30% low-income reservation. Additionally, we'd like to see the total kilowatt hours of unsubscribed generation for the month. And finally, we feel it's important that any changes in ownership or contact information for the subscriber organization over the prior period be reported directly to the utilities. Now, the flow of information between utilities and subscriber organizations does work two ways. And with that in mind, the utilities are also mandated to provide a monthly report to the subscriber organizations. And again, this should come in a standardized and electronic format and contain at a minimum the following information. First, the total value of bill credits that are being generated by the community solar facility in the month. Then the amount of community solar bill credits being applied to each subscriber for the month. Additionally, any bill credits that exceed a subscriber's monthly bill that are being carried over should be indicated as well. And then unsubscribed energy that's being rolled forward on the community solar facilities account with the utility to which they are interconnected for that month should be indicated, as well as the cumulative amount of unsubscribed energy being rolled forward on the community solar facilities account to the interconnected utility. Additionally, the utility is required to purchase at the avoided cost of energy any undistributed rolled over unsubscribed energy once it reaches that 1 year time limit that it's allowed to be rolled over. As such, we would like for the utilities to provide data on the purchase of any undistributed rolled over energy that they are required to purchase at that time period. Now, the thought here from staff is that the most logical way for this information to flow, again, is from the subscriber organizations up to the utilities and then up to the PRC from the utilities. And with that in mind, we feel that it'd be beneficial for subscriber organizations to not only provide the monthly reports that are mandated in the Community Solar Act, but additionally to provide an annual report to the utilities that'll make really bringing all of that information together an easier task for the utilities. And so with that in mind, we're asking that subscriber organizations provide an annual report to utilities, again, in a standardized and electronic format that contains the following information. Of course, the subscriber organization ownership, including any changes that occurred over that annual period, the contact information for the subscriber organization, and the facility location. Additionally, we'd like to see the nameplate capacity of the facility in kilowatts, as well as the annual kilowatt hours generated by that facility. We'd also like to see the annual kilowatt hours of generation that are attributable to low income subscribers. Additionally, we feel it'd be important to have that list of the subscribers at the facility, along with the subscribers' attributed generation capacity from the facility, the total annual kilowatt hours of generation attributed to each subscriber, and the subscriber's average annual electricity consumption that was used to determine the appropriate maximum subscription sizing. Finally, again, we would like for the subscriber organizations to designate in their list of subscribers those subscribers that are qualifying for the facility's low-income carve-out. Additionally, we'd like to see in that annual report the total unsubscribed energy during the reporting period, that annual period, contained in there as well. The low-income carve-out, as has been expressed, numerous times today, is a very important component of the Community Solar Act as well. And for that reason, we'd like to understand if utilities are hitting, if subscriber organizations are hitting that low-income carve-out as is mandated under the Community Solar Act. So item 7 here relates to the carve-out fulfilled by low-income subscribers expressed as an annual percentage. Another thing that's been brought up in discussion multiple times today is that there are some additional challenges in customer acquisition as well as customer retention that have been demonstrated in other states that have implemented community solar programs for low-income subscribers relative to non-low-income subscribers. And in order to understand the challenges or barriers that might be associated with acquiring and retaining low-income subscribers to meet that carve-out, staff feels that it might be valuable to be able to provide the next 2 items in the reporting as well. That's the average monthly churn rate for low-income subscribers over the period, as well as the average monthly churn rate for non-low-income subscribers over the period. And basically, that's just looking on a month-by-month basis at the subscribers that you have at the beginning of the period, less the subscribers at the end of the period, and represented as a percentage of the subscribers at the beginning of the period. Again, we think this might be informative in detailing any of the challenges or barriers associated with retaining those low-income customers necessary to meet the carve-out. Now, as I indicated earlier, we feel that the information flow should come up from the subscriber organizations to the utilities and then from the utilities to the PRC. So each of the investor-owned utilities, as well as any co-ops that have opted into the community solar program, should provide an annual report to the PRC that contains this information. First, the total annual kilowatt hours that are being produced by community solar facilities that are interconnected to the utility during the reporting period. Next, the total generation capacity of interconnected community solar facilities to that utility expressed in kilowatts. Additionally, the aggregate annual kilowatt hours of generation attributed to low income subscribers. And we'd also like to have the utilities and co-ops to separate out information on any utility-owned community solar facilities. In addition to the information on utility-owned community solar facilities, we would like for an appendix to be included in these annual reports that provides information on each of the interconnected community solar facilities to that utility. Now, the information that we like on both the utility-owned community solar facilities as well as each of those non-utility-owned community solar facilities is listed here. And basically what we feel is important to see is, again, the facility ownership, including any changes, contact information and location of the facility, the generation capacity of the facility in kilowatts, the annual kilowatt hours generated, the annual kilowatt hours of generation that are attributable to low income subscribers, and the percent of the carve-outs that are being fulfilled by low income subscribers for each of the subscriber organizations. Additionally, we'd like for those average monthly churn rates for low income subscribers and the non-low income subscribers over the period to be included. And then again, a standardized electronic format, a list of subscribers at the facility, their generation capacity, the total annual kilowatt hours of generation attributed to those customers, the subscribers' average annual consumption used in determining the subscription sizing, and again, the designation of those subscribers that qualify for the facility's low income carve-out. Again, what I hope that is fairly straightforward and recognizable in this is that all of this information ultimately will be really informative to each of the entities, but also is going to help for the PRC to construct the 2024 report to the legislature. And these are the items that we're going to be expected to report on, among many others, honestly. The development of community solar facilities in the state of New Mexico, the participation of the IOUs and co-ops that have chosen to opt into the community solar program, as well as the level of low-income participation in the community solar programs throughout the state. Additionally, we'll be required to report on cross-subsidization and any issues that might have arisen as a result of cross-subsidization, as well as local developer project selection and expansion of the solar industry. Finally, we'll also be expected to report on any community solar facilities effect on utility compliance with renewable portfolio standards. So again, I know that I've kind of sprinted through this, and there's probably plenty of items and input that we can get feedback from everybody. First, I would like to go to Matt, though, from Stratagen and see, Matt, do you have any input or recommendations that you'd like to provide as far as best practices related to information collection for community solar?
No, nothing detailed to add, Christopher. I think you did a great job laying out the New Mexico requirements. I think what we've seen nationally and in some of the other programs we've interfaced with, it's really important to be able to do this in a sort of systematic and sort of templatized manner up front, and to be able to right size the granularity of collection to not overly burden those different parties that will be having to share information. Arthur, you have something to add on that front?
No, not on that front. So if you're done on that, I did have a question, and if you can go back one slide, Christopher. I know going backwards is always a challenge. In this number 5, identifying subscribers, even for utility-owned projects, it strikes me as troubling if it's personally identifiable information, because to what purpose do we need to know that individual customers' usage patterns, right? So please talk about this a little bit, because this just raised the hairs on the back of my head.
Certainly, and of course, I consider myself, and I think everyone is fairly open to to any recommendations or suggestions related to these items. But I think that the identifying those subscribers that are low income, at least, even if they're designated as a character A, B, C, D, well, subscriber B is a low income subscriber, and this is the annual kilowatt hours associated with that subscriber, so that we can recognize that those low income carve-outs are being fulfilled. I think that there is some benefit possibly to giving some specific identification for those subscribers, so that we make sure that any subscribers aren't skirting the requirements of allocation sizing for their subscription to community solar. but I'm not sure that it's necessary to, give unique identifiers that would tell me, well, Arthur O'Donnell is subscribed to X, kilowatts at this facility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, masking people's identity for sure. But we also heard from the developers on the outreach panel that if there's fraud, right? If there's anything, it's not going to happen by the subscribers. It's going to be a developer that's trying to get a special advantage or something like that. So I would just caution not to be overly restrictive because here we are in New Mexico, which is like almost a live free or die state. So I would just be really careful about anything that could lead to potential identification because it is a sensitive issue. If I'm a low income person, even if I'm enrolled in a LIHEAP program, the utility doesn't get to advertise that, right? And it could lead to social stigmata. So that just kind of like is my concern.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
kind of think this out loud. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Christopher. I just wanted to echo that. I think, just principles of customer privacy are going to be really important, and not just, individualized masking, but, maybe, broader identifiers that are above the level of individuals, but still can be maybe a discouraging or otherwise an impediment to broader participation within the program overall.
That does make sense. And I guess just thinking out loud to your point though, Arthur, that it may be the subscriber organizations that are more likely to violate the rules dictated by the Community Solar Act. Without any identification, though unlikely, would there be anything to inhibit them from misidentifying or characterizing a subscriber in such a way that it represents that they've met the mandates of the Community Solar Act, but in fact, they've attributed characteristics to subscribers that don't really have those characteristics?
Well, one more consumer protection issue.
Christopher, this is Jonas. I would just say there's a comment on this from Kevin Cray in the chat. There's also a comment in the chat from Sharon Hausman, saying there should be reporting on tribal participation. Do you have anything to say on that?
I agree that there should be additional reporting and tribal participation. All I can say at this point is that hasn't been fleshed out conceptually yet, but I do agree that is a necessary component as well.
Okay, good to hear. Glad we got that out. If there are any other questions, folks can put them in the chat or raise their hand. I'll give 20 seconds for that. If not, we can move on to our final item of the day. I'll go ahead and check the YouTube video also. There is one question on the YouTube chat. Christopher, do you envision information sharing would happen via a utility or administrator-run portal?
So I think there has been some discussion about a third-party administrator being used in evaluation, and I can't speak to ultimately what the preference or decisions that we'll put into place with this will be. I think there is certainly a possibility and some reasons that it could be beneficial to have a third-party administrator. Obviously there are additional implications of that associated with costs and other concerns as well. But I see no reason that that's not a possibility. But barring that, we found that staff felt that the most logical flow of information would be coming up through the utilities, bottom up from the subscriber organizations to the utilities to the PRC.
Understood. I see the logic there. So it doesn't look like we have any other questions. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, sorry, this is an earlier comment. Okay, well, thanks so much, Christopher. We will go ahead and move to our final agenda item. Matt McDonald from Stratagen and Maggie Field, who's also with Stratagen, will be discussing the overall process in a little more detail than Matt went over this morning, and including the next steps.
Great. Thank you so much, Jonas. And again, thank you to everyone for hanging in there, for what has been an excellent workshop thus far, and privileged to sort of be bringing up the final segment here. So we'll talk briefly around process again, just getting a little bit deeper into the rulemaking schedule, and then we'll do a double click on the working group format and how that's going to roll out in the weeks and months ahead, as well as how folks are able to reach out to us to indicate their interest in participating in the working group and subgroups. And then, finally, we'll just highlight, next steps and if there are any clarifying questions around the schedule to come. Next slide, please. All right, rulemaking schedule. So this slide we shared earlier today, we've bucketed key milestones according to the stakeholder workshops, the working group, and the comment period. I think it's useful to be able to take another look, at this proposed schedule and timeline. Again, the dates themselves, are target dates, and I think we're converging around those, but they may shift. So I just want to highlight that caveat. We'll be looking to establish our working group and kicking off our first working group meeting the week of July 19th through the 23rd. And again, we'll be speaking more to the format there and how folks can avail themselves of that participation, and looking forward to a really dynamic and robust stakeholder engagement process through there. We'll be looking again at a second facilitated working group meeting in the August 2nd through 6th timeframe, to be followed by our second workshop, where I anticipate being on or about August 10th, and I also anticipate an opportunity for working group to share some of the outputs of the working group discussions, to identify some priority issues, and to share how those conversations have been evolving thus far. We'll move into working group number 3 and sometime around the week of August 30th to September 3rd. And then that'll be our final facilitated working group meeting, and we'll move into a working group report development, where we'll have a draft report that the strategy team will help to prepare and then circulate to the working group members for comment and feedback. The goal there is to have a working group report that's really identified a set of issues where there may be some consensus around that. And then, of course, there may well be some areas of disagreement, and want to be able to capture those as well. This working group report should be very helpful and valuable to the PRC as it looks to prepare and issue its notice of proposed rulemaking. That NOPR will need to be issued in the fall in order to hit our statutory or legislative timelines here. And we'll kick off a comment period, the latest date of which would need to be around the 1st of March in order to have a rule publishing date of April 1st as specified in the Community Solar Act. So, really critical to this proceeding and this rulemaking throughout is that there are some robust opportunities for stakeholder engagement built in throughout. We are operating on a tight timeline, certainly. And so we want to be really deliberate and focused, and making sure we're engaging stakeholders, but also moving this process forward, with intention. Next slide, please. So here are just some of the milestones, just taking more of a tabular view at the particular expected dates as indicated in the first column. I think this will be an important table for interested stakeholders to have once the slides are circulated. I won't go through each of these particular dates in detail at this point, as I think I covered them in the visual view previously. So next slide, please. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the working group. The objective here is to really bring forward, surface, and identify stakeholder proposals and position statements around some of these critical issues that will need to be landed as the PRC moves into the notice of proposed rulemaking. As I mentioned, we really want to be working towards a work product, a deliverable that has a report capturing areas of agreement and disagreement. And I think critical to that is not just highlighting all of the different possibilities and saying there's a wide range of different views and opinions on every single issue. I truly hope that stakeholders will work together and find areas of agreement and areas of consensus around at least a number of issues. And that's just going to make for a stronger notice of proposed rulemaking. And having been on commission side in the past, I know that that's very helpful for the PRC as well to have some areas where there's concerted agreement. So I know we can work together as a group to try to find a lot of those. And so in terms of structure, here, we're going to have a community solar working group, but also anticipate that we may have 2 or potentially 3 subgroups. And we will be organizing those subgroups according to a bundled set of specific issues. Some of that will be TBD depending on the number of interested participants in the working group. But even with, say, subgroup A and subgroup B, we will be holding a sort of joint or sequenced facilitated session on the particular dates within the weeks highlighted in the milestone chart. So again, consistent with the view that we shared, we're going to be looking at 3 facilitated working group meetings, anticipating each of those meetings to be 2 to 3 hours in length, just to be able to sink in and really dig into these issues. Again, these will be facilitated by Strategen to help advance and direct the conversation. And we'll speak a little bit to some of the tools we'll bring to try to do that in a collaborative fashion. And again, at the end of this, we're really looking to identify some initial top priorities before workshop number 2 in August and be able to speak to those at that time. And then, at the end of this working group component, we'll want to have a report of key issues, as I mentioned. And again, just highlighting the fact that we'll have certainly an opportunity for working group members to review a draft working group report and provide feedback. And this in turn will all inform the NOPR itself. Next slide. Thanks. So speaking to those facilitation tools, of course, we'll have a very organized agenda, helping to surface those issues that are going to be most critical. Want to make sure that we're always capturing a respect for diverse perspectives, democracy of time, and really inclusion of all voices throughout these sessions. I think we're going to be leveraging templates given the time horizon that we're operating against here, so that we can be really focused and organized around capturing critical position statements from working group participants and helping us to all track areas of agreement and disagreement. If we identify value, we may leverage different surveys or polls during the working group meetings or in between, just to sort of help us continue to narrow the funnel and identify areas of agreement, disagreement. And then we'll be having a document portal that will allow access of working group members to shareable shareable files and documents via SharePoint. Maybe sharing some pre-reading materials in advance of each working group discussion, just so that we can have some common basis of understanding and context stepping in. We'll plan to take notes during each working group facilitated discussion and share those among working group members as well. So with I'll now hand the microphone over to my colleague, Maggie Field, to step us through how we might begin to participate in working group sessions here. Maggie, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Great workshop today. So I introduced myself this morning, but once again, my name is Maggie Field. I work at Strategen as the engagement manager, and I'll be working closely with my colleague, Matt, to facilitate the stakeholder working group meetings. So this part is important. So if you only listen to one thing I say, listen to this part. If you're interested in wanting to participate in the working group meetings, you'll need to fill out this special form we created. The form can be accessed by a special link. It's right here in the PowerPoint. I just popped it in the chat, and the PRC will also be distributing the link to the form following the conclusion of the workshop today. So anyone who does want to participate, you'll need to fill out this form. There is a deadline to register. Everyone who wants to participate has 1 week to the date. The link is emailed out, which will be today, to participate in the working group sessions. That makes next Thursday, July 1st, the deadline to register. It's not a binding commitment if you register and don't end up attending. You'll have the option to also only attend specific sessions that are covering topics you're most interested in. So even if you think you might want to participate but aren't sure, I'd just go ahead and register with that link to the form. So the first part of the form has basic information asking for your name, company, contact information. The second part of the form is more of a survey. And we're asking that each of you fill out the form and to please choose 3 topics that are of most interest or importance to you about the community solar program. There's 11 topics to choose from, roughly falling into 3 categories of consumer protection, rate making, and market oversight. Once again, we ask that you choose just 3 topics. It doesn't mean you won't be able to participate in other sessions. It's just a temperature check. They'll be really helpful for us in as we kind of design the agendas for each of the working group sessions. Next slide, please. So once you register with the form, that's all you need to do to stay in the loop for everything you need to know to participate in next steps. Your name and contact info will be populated into an active live list that will manage of the working group participants. So you'll then be set up to receive emails, meeting scheduling, and any and all other info related to the working groups. The emails will be sent from a special email, nmprc@strategy.com. Please don't email that email yet, as it's not, you do need to register first, and then we'll be on the communication list. So just a reminder once again, right here on the slide is the weeks that we'll have the 3 working group sessions. We'll have each meeting 1 day of the week, and it'll be a 2 to 3 hour session. Be able to finalize that scheduling soon once we get an intake of all the interested participants and look at the survey of topics of interest. And then we'll notify everyone of the date and time and agenda items for each of the meetings. And so tentative date for the next workshop is August 10th. So thanks so much, and hope you all consider participating in the working group meetings. We'd be happy to have you, and really do want to make it a positive experience for everyone and a valuable use of your time. And that's all for me today.
Yeah, just real quick, I see the link I shared in the chat isn't working. So what we'll do is we'll be sharing with this email distribution list of the participants in this workshop a working link to sign up for the working groups. And we'll note that in an email for everyone. So thanks.
Yeah, Matt, if you all want to send me a link after the workshop, I'm going to be sending out an email to everybody with all the materials for today and can include the link in that email.
Perfect. That sounds great. We'll do that. Thanks all.
Matt, there was one question in on the YouTube chat that I copied over. Do you envision multiple rounds of comment or reply between the NOPR and March 1st?
Yeah, did you want to speak to that, Jonas? I'm happy to field that if you'd like.
You can go ahead. I was thinking maybe you could go back to your slide on the timeline.
Sure. Absolutely. So we don't call out particular rounds of comments between the NOPR and the rule published date, but so there is. Not sure the PRC has made a final determination on that yet. However, I would anticipate 2 rounds of comments to be effectuated between the NOPR issuance and the latest date for comments.
Right. I think that's right. Thanks, Matt. We have discussed it. We haven't made a decision, and there's plenty of time in there for 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Arthur. I just wanted to add that, once the NOPR is issued, we move into much more formalized proceedings with the commission, and there will be, whether it's a hearing examiner or a presiding officer, who would make decisions on any scheduling going forward probably in the notice of proposed rulemaking, so that will still be determined. I think that a lot of people are comfortable with a kind of comment and reply comment or response comment format, which is used a lot. So you could anticipate something like that. But and then there is, you know, whatever the commission's usual process is for commenting on a proposed order would go into effect. So you can anticipate to be billing some lawyer time. And if there's nothing else, I had one other thing that I wanted to point out to people. If I could share my screen, Matt, if you want to take this off, and I just want to bring it up. We have not made provision for post-workshop comments, right? Really, what we want you to do is to bring your concerns, questions, ideas to the working group process so that we can go through that, because we are in informal kind of, I'm not going to say stipulation mode, but we're really trying to foster a process where we can get ideas and get people to either agree to those ideas or propose alternatives to those ideas to bring back to the commission. In the order that came out just now a week and a half ago on the guidance to utilities about interconnection applications, there is a significant date, and I just wanted to remind everybody so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle, is that the 3 jurisdictional utilities should be providing notice to their current, future, and likely community solar interconnection applicants, as was described, on or before June 30th, right? We would also probably follow up with a bench request for numbers, right? How many of these did you send out? And kind of like, what's your sense of kind of what this means in terms of market appetite? So I'll just kind of like warn people that that's there. Right now, we only have essentially anecdotal information about levels of interest in this, and we're hoping that once the word goes out to prospective developers, everybody will take a step back and realize that we have a lot of decisions that have to be made before we even decide on issues like project solicitation and eligibility, and so that we don't clog up the interconnection queue unnecessarily. We're still working under the old interconnection rules, and there is a risk there that if you apply for interconnection now, it may not do you any good when it comes to choosing your community solar project because of all the other issues that have to get determined. But that is part of this order. So if you're not familiar with this order, it was issued by the commission and lays out essentially the guidance to utilities that should then go off to the prospective developers. So that's what I wanted to point out there. And just my personal thanks to everybody. We still have 62 people on the line. This was a really great and full workshop, and I really appreciate the effort that Jonas put into securing all the speakers and making sure that everything ran on time, because that in the end is the most important job of a facilitator, is make sure the chain leaves the station on time. So.
Well, thank you all for attending today. Thank you for the interest. I know a lot of you are carrying your energy into this process from the working group last summer and the years of legislative efforts before that. So we appreciate your persistence, your expertise, and I personally really appreciate all the panelists and presenters today. Thanks for the compliments, but I have to pass those along to those folks. It's easy to do. It's easy to keep things going on time when you have great presenters. So thanks everybody, and looking forward to the next steps. Everybody take care, and we look forward to that email from me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonas.